Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome. So we got about, what, an hour and 10 minutes until the live stream starts. And this is going to be going over Season 5 information if you guys are interested. We already had the Season 5 PTR. And there was some specific things that we may be looking at for like Season 5 coming up. So if we want to go over some of these things, let's talk about some of these things that we're potentially looking for them to, well, fix. The first and foremost on the list is the Crown of Lucian dilemma, which was basically this whole thing I can't even explain. Basically, the Crown of Lucian, basically in the PTR, made your character so powerful that like it was stupid not to wear it. Like imagine if somebody like dropped the He-Man sword in front of you, and all you had to do was just simply pick up the He-Man sword and say, "By the power of Grayskull," and all of a sudden you would be literally a god. Like wouldn't you do it? At which point, pretty much every single class in the game at this point, like in the PTR, was putting on the Crown of Lucian and just becoming like a literal god. Another problem with the Season 5 PTR, which I'm sure that they've probably addressed at this point, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, is the Infernal Realm or whatever, the season event. It was boring. I ain't gonna lie, it was very boring. It was not very challenging or very fun, and it was just boring. And it took a really long time for what felt like mediocre rewards. The rewards that you got from it weren't even really that great. On top of that, like the unique items rarely fell. I remember we did like 6 or 7 runs together, trying to get like the new uniques, and we would just sit there and run it multiple and multiple times, and we would just not really get a whole lot of anything out of it. Um, Another thing that we're going to be looking for this time is we're going to be looking for the changes to uniques. So they promised a unique overhaul across all the unique items. Like, for instance, Erno just pointed out the changes to the Shaco. But they promised a unique overhaul. And the reason why they promised this was because with the addition of the tempering system, the uniques had basically become garbage. For the most part, with the exception of like, class defining uniques, for the most part, there was just a whole lot of no good uniques at that point. Like nobody wanted to put them on, and it really had to do with the tempering system having these like amazing abilities that the unique items just didn't have. And so, like if you were, but barbarians were kind of an exception to the rule, and I think rogues were a little bit of an exception to it too because they do have 3 weapons. But for the most part, when you're playing like a druid or a necromancer, a sorceress that only has the choice between like a one-handed and a shield or a two-handed weapon, if the unique item was a two-handed weapon, it pretty much precluded you from getting access to any of the tempering mechanics, which meant that pretty much all the unique items were essentially garbage at that point. And so they'd promised last time we were on that they were going to be revisiting the unique items and giving them a pass over to kind of like refresh them to make them competitive with the tempering system. In some cases, they had promised that, like for instance, the two-handed weapons, and this is not something that we saw in PTR, by the way. They told us this wasn't actually going to take place until after PTR, but they said that like two-handed weapons and whatnot might have like the double projectiles on them, just to simply be given the double effect, so that way they can compete with the other items. So in many cases, I'm hoping that they actually talk about this stuff, and maybe even we get patch notes. I don't know. We'll have to see if we get patch notes today. But going over all the various changes, I'm sure they're going to show us some other things. Like some various examples. But it'd be nice if we got like maybe a full list that we could go over. That would be pretty neat. On top of that, we also have the issues that were encountered during the PTR. One of the main issues that a lot of people had noted was the lack of single target damage. There was a lot of problems with characters just not being able to output the single target damage that they needed to complete content. Sorceresses in particular seemed very affected by this, in that sorceresses just didn't really seem to have any good single target damage. Now, of course, some people will say that, well, with the Crown of Lucian, it hardly seemed to be a problem, but hopefully the Crown of Lucian isn't still bugged like it is, because it was giving like some absolutely crazy multiplier to the point where, um, like I said, it was pretty much best in slot for basically every character within the game at that point, and it was kind of crazy. There were some new unique items. The new uniques, a lot of the new uniques like the Crown of Lucian, the sword with the basic skill damage, and so forth and so on. They were going to be taking a look at. Hopefully, they've made some updates to those as well. We'll have to see if they got any changes. Um, I mean, feedback wise, I feel like a lot of the feedback is probably going to be focused around the Infernal Realm seasonal mechanic, just kind of not really living up to expectations. So hopefully they fix some of that to make it more interesting. We've also been told that so last season they introduced the Infernal Mind Cage. The Infernal Mind Cage is this cool little thing that raises the level of monsters in the HellTide by 10 levels above you. And before you could only take one. Now they're going to make it so that you can stack them, apparently. I don't know exactly how many times you can stack them. I heard something about 3, but maybe it's higher than that. I'm not sure. So we can bring the monsters in the HellTide up like 30 levels at this point. Which is pretty cool. So for characters who are at the end game and who are, absolutely crushing content, they'll be able to bring the monster level of the monsters in the HellTide up significantly to increase the challenge, which is going to be really nice. I'm sure a lot of people had really nice things to say about the Infernal Mind Cage in general, and I think that them expanding on the Infernal Mind Cage is definitely going to be nice. Hopefully, we get more details on this today. I would like to see the more details that they have on the Infernal Mind Cages. I'd also like to see. I just realized my mind word is misspelled. I would also like to see them maybe put this further than just HellTide. So like I'd like the Infernal Mind Cage maybe to affect like the entirety of the open world. Maybe even the world bosses too. That would be really neat if it could affect the world bosses. Basically all content within the game, with the exception of maybe like the instance content like Nightmare Dungeons and whatnot. Being able to expand the level of monsters past the base difficulty, because at a certain point when your character is capable of doing Nightmare tier 100s, HellTide is just a walk in the park at that point. You're looking at the squirrels, you see the little pigeons, you get your bread out and you're feeding the birds, and you don't really care what the hell's going on around you, because you can pretty much just tap one button and all the demons around you just fry into a million pieces, right? So it's not even really like a huge big deal. But like being able to raise the level is nice, to a more accommodating to what you're used to in the other content that your character is geared for. So I mean that's kind of nice. On top of that, it also increases the rewards that you get, and it also increases the items that drop as well. So they're more likely to be, say 925 equipments, and more likely to get obviously some of the greater affixes, which is interesting. Furthermore, I kind of felt like the druid, like in the PTR, was a little lackluster. Um, there's definitely some things that they need to adjust in terms of balancing, and I think one of the biggest things is just simply the fact that there are certain classes that just have no single target damage, while they have all the AoE damage in the world, and then other classes have all the AoE damage in the world but no single target. And it wouldn't be such a big deal if there were areas where we could go that you didn't have bosses at the end, because when you're a really good clear character, like if you can clear tons and tons of monsters really fast, but you have trouble with bosses, and there's nowhere for you to go really. Like you go into a zone, like for instance the new infernal mine, infernal realm, with the new hell seasonal event, right? And then at the end you've got to fight 3 big bosses, right? And your character's just not a boss killer, so doing that content is just kind of crap for you. And the other way is also kind of the same. Like if you're a really high single target damage character, but you suck at killing monsters, and you got to run around and smack each one of them individually, it can be a pain in the butt. But you'll have no trouble when it comes to the bosses. So I'm hoping that they talk about that. I feel like this has been a big complaint across the board, especially with like the sorceresses and whatnot. They just have so much trouble with single target damage. And honestly, it seems to be like across the board for a lot of builds and a lot of characters is they just don't really do very well single target. I think about the only good single target sorceress build right now, like at current, would be the Flame Weaver Firebolt sorceress, which does do pretty significant single target damage, but I mean it's still not competing with something like the Flay Barbarian or like a very well set up say like werewolf, tornado, druid. I feel like they're just gonna mop the floor with the Flame Weaver sorceress single target wise. Oh, thank you for the membership, Raphael. I appreciate it. Um, They're also going to be getting ready for season 6. So this is kind of like a whole thing. Season 6 is coming. It's actually going to be really short, by the way, guys. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware of this, but season 6 is only going to be, I think, what is it like? What are we in August? So August, September, October. So we're only 2 months away from the next season, which is October, what is it? October 6th, I think is what it is. So on October 6th, we got the next season already. So this season is literally nothing more than a prep season for season 6. Everything that goes on during this season, everything that they learn during this season is going to kind of be used to temper what's going on when they finally release the expansion. The Spiritborn class comes out, the freaking Power Ranger, and we get all these new uniques coming in for the changes, everything. Like this season's going to be crazy in the terms of the number of changes. To give you guys an idea of like the number of changes that are currently going on. So let me talk about this for a second. So basically all unique items are being updated to compete with tempering. All right. So this is change number 1. Change number 2, we have a bunch of new unique items coming in. And these unique items are pretty powerful, like the sword that increases basic damage by causing the basic skills to cost resource. The Crown of Lucian, which, if they haven't nerfed it, is probably the most powerful helmet in the game at this point. And on top of that, they're also going to be going over the super uniques as well, which I believe the Harlequin Greshako already got leaked with the increased cooldown reduction and whatnot. So basically, we've got a bunch of new uniques coming. On top of this, Season 5 PTR showed off that there was a slew, I'm going to use the word slew, of new aspects. And I will put new in quotations here because we need to use like some little air quotes. New, like we're in an Austin Powers movie. Because they're not really new aspects so much as they are old unique powers that are being converted into aspects. So basically what they did is they took all of the old unused powers from season 1, which is the season of the Malignant. Do you remember when they took the Malignant powers and they turned them into rings? Well, they only took a certain number of the Malignant powers and turned them into rings. So what they did was they took all the remaining Malignant powers that nobody is currently using and just kind of disappeared into the ether. And they've basically just kind of dumped them in. So they just dumped them dumped them into season 5. So you're going to have a whole bunch of new seasonal powers to look at with the aspect system. I mean, I could go over all the old season of the Malignant powers, and we could talk about some of the ones that they re-added into the game. Powers. So here's the season of the Malignant powers. So for instance, we had the critical strikes electrically charge the enemy, causing lightning to arc between them. Every 5 seconds while above 60% life, core skills cost life instead of primary resource. They added that one. You gain 60% critical strike damage, but your non-critical strikes deal 20 to 15% less damage. Where's that other one that they added? They added this one that gain 5% chance to summon a wolf companion to your side for 20 to 30 seconds. In addition, gain +3 to your wolf skill. So this one will be handy for the druids that are trying to do the companion builds. Because not only is it going to give you +3 to your skill with wolves, but it's also going to have a 5% chance to summon a free wolf companion, which does count in addition to your existing wolf companions. This is something that I test in an exhausting manner in the previous Malignant season, and they basically last for 20 to 30 seconds. So if you attack enough, you can actually get a couple extra wolves basically on your team. And it actually works out pretty nicely because you'll have your initial 3 wolves, and if you go with like the +1, you can get like anywhere between, I think it's like 5 to 6 wolves at the same time using this aspect. I'm trying to think like how many of these they added in, but there's so many different ones. They added this one in. The 10% to 20% of your damage is instead suppressed when you use a defensive skill or subterfuge macabre. All suppressed damage is amplified and explodes. They added that one. You become immune for 4 seconds after you lose more than 20% life. They added that one. They basically added just about every malignant power like that you could possibly get in here. There might be a couple of these that they left out, but they've all been added as aspect, and they've been kind of just like dumped in. As you can see, there's quite a few malignant powers, like a freaking butt ton. I mean, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 minus the rings, so there was 5 rings, and that brings us down to what, was that 17? So, yeah, so 27. There's 27 left, and they added pretty much all of them. I think there's a couple that they left out, but it's basically around like 27 additional aspects that have been added into the new season, which is going to make things even more crazy. The whole season's going to be nuts. Because even though season 4 was really good, and don't get me wrong, I actually did really enjoy season 4, the number of new things that they're adding in could potentially just completely unbalance everything. I don't know. The PTR also showed us quite a few of the nerfs. So this is something we should probably talk about. There were quite a few nerfs to caps. They put caps on things. So there were a lot of abilities that were uncapped. You might have experienced this back in Season 3 when you went from Season 3 to Season 4, and the Berserker Rage aspect or a Paragon node on the Barbarian got capped to 30% times. So you used to be able to stack it like as high as you possibly could, but then it got capped at 30% times, and it doesn't go any higher than that. They initiated a whole lot of caps across the board on just about every single class, multiple different Paragon node abilities, all over the place. And the caps that they put into place are pretty rough. A lot of the characters' damages went like way down from the season 4, and I'm not entirely sure what they're trying to pull off here because I feel like the season 4 was a good season, and then they're just like, okay, let's nerf everything into the dirt. And that's really kind of what it felt like in season 5 PTRs. It felt like they kind of nerfed everything. So I guess we're going to have to find out whether or not everything kind of has stayed in the nerfed state, or whether or not they took it away. It's just a lot of things changing all at once. And unfortunately, when you have a lot of things changing all at once, it means the game is going to feel almost like completely different when you hop back in. We could go over. Let me see here. I mean, it's not really applicable anymore, but they do have the patch notes for the PTR, and we could talk about the patch notes from the PTR. And I believe this is the PTR. Yes. So this is the public test realm, and we have a lot of the data in here. Although the community feedback hopefully is changing a lot of this. I actually didn't get a chance to make a good video on this back when the PTR happened because my dad got broke his freaking femur and ended up in the hospital. So I went to go see him. Um, but a lot of this stuff has changed for the better in here. Like one of the things that they changed was the ability to uh, not leave the dungeons upon leaving, like summoning a boss. So if you summon a boss, the altar will reappear now. You don't have to leave the dungeon anymore. You can just summon the boss, kill him, and the altar will reappear, and you can just continually resummon the boss over and over and over again, which is pretty cool. They're also taking away a lot of the mats for Varshan, which is going to help, inventory space wise. So it's just going to be Malignant Hearts now. It's not going to be like Trembling Hands, Blackened Femurs, and Gurgling Heads. It's only going to be the Malignant Hearts, which is kind of cool. Um, Beast in the Ice was actually converted into a dungeon. That was pretty neat. So that's a really good change. So instead of being a summon now, he's just going to be a dungeon. Like all the rest of them. So you don't have to go make a sigil for him anymore. On like Eternal Realm, I think you can still use the ice sigils that you have, and if you have any of the remaining materials, you can use them. But the new thing is there's actually going to be an arena you can go to, and the entrance is going to be much closer, so that you can fight and kill him much quicker. So basically, you don't have to do the whole like craft the thing, run through the whole dungeon, find him, kill him, craft a new one, run through the whole dungeon, kill him, etc. It's going to be a lot easier to farm Beast in the Ice now. The HellTide, I don't think they really changed like too much about the HellTide. The HellTide is really good from season 4 though. If you haven't experienced the season 4 HellTide, it's been amazing. And I do think it's definitely going to be a really nice one. This is a big thing that they're changing too. So another change that they're making across the board is they're changing what weapons each class can wield. So every single class could only really wield like certain weapons, but now they're basically kind of like fixing some of the weapons that people weren't interested in, and then they're also making it so that more classes can wield each individual weapon type. So as you can see here, it says, for instance, sorceresses will now be able to use one-handed swords and maces. So across the board, you're going to see more options open up as far as weapon type availability, which is pretty neat. I really wish they had made it so that shields were usable by all classes. I really don't see any reason why that shouldn't be a thing. Like, just make it so that every single class can use a shield, barbarian included. I mean, put it in like one of the one-handed sword slots or something. Like it's a shield is not like the most amazing thing in the world. It's not like that big of an advantage, and I think every single class would like to be able to wield a shield. So I don't know. They didn't really specify if every class could wield a shield, but I'm actually really hoping that that's one of the things that they change. Um, what else do we have here? Bom, 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 bom. There's so many like little things that they changed in season 5, and honestly, like they got the patch notes. Um, a lot of the like the new uniques that they're adding, like this is the Unbroken Train amulet, which has to do with spamming Maelstrom, which is pretty cool. They added this one right here, which is the Bjorn's Fang Tusks. These seem kind of ridiculous because they give you unlimited spirit while Cataclysm is active, and you can totally have Cataclysm active basically 100% of the time. So you can essentially have unlimited spirit all the time. I'm pretty sure it was tested during the PTR, and it's just as broken as it sounds. Having unlimited spirit while Cataclysm is active is nuts. Um, They also kind of, let's see. This one right here was kind of neat. I played around with it, the Path of Trag'Oul Boots, which gives you the Bone Prison, traps a larger area, and then the Bone Spirits will go toward the monsters trapped inside, and then it also fires the Bone Splinters. I played around with it. It certainly was interesting. I was thinking about doing my Bone Spirit Necromancer this season because of this. And we'll have to see. I'm not really sure if I'll be able to pull it off, but you need a decent amount of cooldown reduction to really make it work. Um, Where was the rogue? This one was kind of ridiculous, and hopefully they messed around with this one a little bit because it basically made it so that Dark Shroud had permanent immunity. I saw a couple people playing with this during Season 5 PTR, and it 100% did give you permanent immunity, which is hilarious because they literally just nerfed the permanent immunity from Flame Shield, and then they're like, you know what, let's give the rogues permanent immunity because why not? Um, and then there's this whole thing that they're adding around like potion use, which actually seems pretty OP. Being able to like gain huge amounts of movement speed for using potions, and then like having more potions spawn when you run a certain amount of distance. And then there's another one that literally gives you like a free what was it? A free Dark Shroud or something. Like when you used a certain number of potions, there's a bunch of potion stuff in here, and there might even be like full potion builds, which is kind of hilarious. Um, this one, the actual conduit unique pants, which is the chain lightning pants, I was honestly kind of disappointed in them. Like they weren't as strong as I thought they were going to be. And, with like the Crown of Lucion, they did pretty well. But even set up optimally, I didn't really feel like it was the most amazing thing out there. I mean, sub the Crown of Lucion OP-ness, they did okay. I mean, it wasn't the most amazing single target damage, and honestly, it wasn't really the most amazing AoE damage either. I kind of felt like it was odd, in that it didn't really quite achieve either one very well. I'm hoping that they play around with this a little bit and fix it because it didn't really live up to expectations. For those of you who might have been looking at a chain lightning build, well, we'll see if they make any changes, but hopefully they do. Bum, bum, bum. Let's see, what was the other stuff they added? They added a lot of stuff in here. And of course, there's going to be changes from this. They buffed Flay. I don't even know why Flay got buffs, but that was in the PTR. They also buffed Flay in another way by changing the Flay duration to a utility, which was really weird. Since it's definitely not a utility skill, it's a straight up an offensive. But Flay was relatively unaffected, unless there are some changes coming up that maybe have changed things. If you're looking to start as a Flay Barbarian, it looks like Flay Barbarian is going to be pretty much just as OP as it was in Season 4. In fact, even more so if you utilize the new sword, which literally makes it so that you can scale your basic skill damage even higher now. There's this special new sword basically that just gives you a huge multiplier to your basic skills, and it works really good with Flay. I tried it. It multiplied my damage dramatically from the previous version to the new version, and all I did was put on the sword without even really optimizing for it. But just sitting there attacking the target with the new sword, I was able to get my damage. I think it was at like 33 million bleeds or something, and then I went like way up past that. It was like almost double or triple what I was getting before. I mean, we'll have to see. Druid got a lot of changes to, what was it? Like, yeah, a lot of the storm skills. They put caps on a lot of the durability as well, by the way. So they don't really seem to like us getting the ability to use anything permanently. So one of the things that they got upset about was obviously, the sorceresses having permanent flame shield, and rightfully so because it was stupid. But they basically have instituted like reductions in just about everything by making it so that the timer doesn't start until the skill ends now, which is going to make it much more difficult to get permanent uptime on the abilities that they've done this to. So, like for instance, when you're using, say, Grizzly Rage or some of the other abilities like Flame Shield, how they did it is they basically made it so that when you use the ability, the timer doesn't start until the ability ends. Instead, before, the timer was starting as soon as you used the ability, which basically made it so that you could potentially get an infinite loop. And now it's never going to be an infinite loop because the timer is always going to start after the ability ends instead, which is definitely going to make it a little bit more difficult to obtain like permanent uptime on some of these abilities that they added this to. I don't know exactly how many of them they added it to, but they definitely added it to quite few of them. Um, I guess permanent uptime on these abilities is not something that they want to ever see again. Uh, t- 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 the Necromancer minions can now overpower. What was some of the other neat things that they did? Oh yeah, they kind of like nerfed the ever-loving crap out of Shadow Necros. Um, Shadow Necros were doing a lot of damage because of the blighted aspect, and the blighted aspect used to have a 120 times multiplier. Um, and if you put it on a two-handed weapon, that was a 240 times multiplier, which was really strong in keeping your damage up to the moon and back, right? But the problem is that it was also applying to, say, golems. It was applying to basically anything that was technically shadow damage. I think it was applying to everything as long as you managed to maintain it. And so what was going on is they kind of like didn't like that at all, so they nerfed a lot of the of this. Like this one's been nerfed down to 50%. But then they also kind of like made it so that it was easier to obtain Shadow Blights. I tried out my Shadow Blight Necromancer that I had, and I felt like my damage was definitely a lot lower than it was previously. A lot lower. And I can't really explain other than that. They claimed that they made significant changes, and if you look in here, there definitely are changes, like changing the number of hits required for Shadow Blade from 10 to 8, increasing the damage output of it, and so forth and so on. But it didn't seem like it was enough to make up for this nerf, which was just really heavy-handed. And unfortunately, I think the Shadow Necromancers are going to feel that nerf pretty significantly. um, it's unfortunate. The Trying to think here what else we've got. I mean, I'm sure that a lot of this stuff is not staying exactly as it is. Um, but I wanted to go over kind of like some of what was already changed. And of course, there's so much in here for the changes. I mean, you can see there's just ridiculously large amounts, and it goes on for a very long period of time. Um, Hopefully, we'll be getting patch notes so we can see what has changed from these original patch notes. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff that probably should change, to be perfectly honest. We're gonna get updates though, so we're definitely gonna find out what the hell's going on with a lot of this stuff. We only got about 37 minutes. Let's see if the live stream is up. Sometimes they put the live stream up early. Let's see, so we can get the live stream on board. No, it's not up yet, but it is currently waiting to be up. It'll probably be up in a couple minutes. Let's go ahead and pull it up anyway. The key art for the new season is pretty beast, I gotta admit. I'm actually kind of curious how they're going to deal with the. I don't really know how to put it. How they're going to deal with the boring nature of the new seasonal content, because the new seasonal content is it is kind of boring. I mean, we tried it quite a bit, me and Leon, um, and we just really didn't enjoy it very much. Definitely wasn't top shelf stuff. I'm gonna hop into voice chat for a little while. D4, there we go. Miners, miners well. Terrible jokes. Ow, some bit me. Why don't I hate on Diablo 4 like so many others? Because I like it, that's why. I mean, I enjoy Diablo 4. I mean, season 1 was like the worst season ever. probably like absolutely just dog water. I can understand why so many people quit in season one. I mean, I can definitely see it. As a content creator, though, like I've seen the worst of games and I've seen the best of games. Like I've seen Diablo 2 at its worst, which Diablo 2 has been pretty bad at certain points in its life. I mean, there was times when there were no freaking mana potions, there was no synergies, like freaking like necromancers were running out meleeing stuff for mana leech. I mean, it had pretty rough times too. But Diablo 2 hung in there. They made changes, they updated stuff, they fixed it. I mean, I see promise. Your mama's so fat the mothership core can't recall her? Dang. That's right. What vote is winning on the Dujek today? Uh, Yo Mama is every season combined is winning 59%. Nice.
Of course.
Nice. Oh, what's up, Leon?
What's
So what are you hoping that they fix the most? The Crown of Lucian?
I, I don't even know how they're going to fix that
Crown,
because it's too generic, and they said their philosophy was not generic
well,
or
Crown
unique.
Crown of Lucian's too low hanging fruit. So what else would you rather have them fix?
As far as items,
I don't know, the entirety of season 5 PTR. Like what was your biggest gripe besides the Crown of Lucian?
um, there's just a lot of problems with the PTR. HellTide felt worse. I think they addressed that, like the Baneful Hearts are being addressed. The Infernal, the new game mode, I
Oh
believe
yeah, I didn't
the
even I didn't even try that. The baleful hearts were like really hard to get or something.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. The new game mode, I think they're capping the waves at 1 minute, so it doesn't last like an hour. So they're just 60-second waves. They're way more dense. There was a blog post released 2 days ago where they talked about some of these changes.
Oh,
I think
nice. Have to take a look and see. I didn't see any blog posts, but also I've been having so much fun with freaking Fallout 4 London, the Fallout London patch. That is a great game.
I was watching you last night a little bit.
Did you ever get into Fallout?
No, I never played any of them.
Well, it's basically a new Fallout game. It's amazing. Like I was actually surprised. It's not a mod. I wouldn't even call it a mod. It's like an overhaul patch. So what is this? Is this the slay endless demons in the season of the infernal hordes? Is that this one right here? Attain over 50 new unique items.
I linked the Wowhead article in the Discord channel. It has
Hmm.
like the red text on the parts that changed for like key statements.
Updates the HellTide and legendary drop rates and more. Hmm.
Oh yeah, there was like a 10-minute video too.
Yeah, I see a video right here at the top. I guess we could take a look at it. I thought this was pretty much just like the same thing we saw before PTR. Inside the game of Season Doojank. Unfortunately, like I hate to tell this to everybody because they might be super excited for season 5. But with season 6 so close, and season 6 also being the expansion, and season 6 also being the addition of a new class, there is every possibility that season 5 could be a dumpster fire. But it's required, okay? And it's a good thing that it's a dumpster fire though, so hear me out, okay? They need a testing ground to just like slap stuff in, play with things, like do a whole bunch of testing and get everything correct before obviously the new season and the expansion hit. And if they don't have that, then there's every possibility that this expansion ends up being crap because they don't have a place, a time frame to like test everything out and see how everything fits as a game. So season 5 might not be the best season. and it's unfortunate. But it's for the best because 2 months from now we've got season 6 and the expansion, and that's where literally it needs to be good. Otherwise, it's going to be terrible. Because you definitely don't want your new expansion to launch in like the worst possible state ever.
What's crazy is I don't know if you've
We've
heard
been
any
saying
of
this
the
whole time
rumors
that hell is coming.
about like leaked information from the expansion, but they were thinking the character level is going to change from 100 to 60.
Yeah, there's some leaked information that there was also apparently that Diablo 2 leak that supposedly came from the same leak. So they were
Okay.
mostly one thing the same. I can't find the footage of the Diablo 2 portion, but apparently it happened at the same time. And I do have the portion of the Diablo 4 leak though, and yeah, they were basically saying that Paragon has been shifted from 50 to 60. And then like apparently there's some other changes too. So we're not going to get your Paragon points until 60 anymore. Instead of the original 50, and then there's some changes to the amount of points that we're going to be getting. But they also said they're going to be adding new boards too. So maybe it's just to accommodate the additional boards is why we're getting new points. I mean, it very well could be. They might be slapping on an extra board. Like right now, what is it? We normally get what 5 or 6 boards. So maybe in the future we're going to be expected to have like 6 or 7 boards. And who knows what the new Paragon voids are? I guess we're going to find out.
Now, hell is here.
Yeah, but it was looking more like
Something that's always
P3
present
in the
in a
sense
Diablo
that
title,
your
and we want-
character caps at 60, and then all you get from then on are actual Paragon points, like Paragon levels, and like the little pips in the skill or the XP bar weren't there anymore. Like to get your 3 or 4 Paragon points per character level, it looked like that went away. Of course, they got to announce all this stuff before the expansion.
All right, let's take a look at this
We
video.
play a lot with the notion of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How far would you go to save Sanctuary, to save your world? What price would you pay? Would you sacrifice your soul for this? You're going to meet a guy named Lochran, who at first seems sort of usual, but you're going to quickly realize that something is off, that something is a little strange with this guy.
So Lochran and Estelle are your allies, and they're going to help you return to Hell. Both of them are experts in demons, and they're going to use that knowledge to help you return to Hell and become more powerful to be able to battle the Infernal Hordes.
The Infernal Hordes is a new endgame activity in Diablo 4. It's primarily a wave-based activity. You're going to be fighting wave after wave of demon forces in Hell.
I really hope they fix this, by the way, because it was so boring. I was falling asleep at one point. I remember we were doing it together, like you, me, and Xylor. I was literally falling asleep.
So if any of you have ever played wave-based gameplay before,
was
you'll know
pretty
that
awful.
things escalate.
We've got meteor strikes and all sorts of things that try to keep you on your toes.
One thing the Infernal Hordes does differently is the notion of infernal offers.
And between each wave, you'll make a choice. You'll be granted an infernal offer, and by choosing one of 3 of these offers, you're going to change the game mode in some way, a positive and a negative.
You can imagine from the depths of hell, these hands rise out and offer you both a boon and a bane, a kiss and a curse.
And this is a temptation that the Fell Council is making.
They like that kiss curse stuff, don't they? They were using that terminology a lot back when the sorceress came out too. They're like, oh yeah, a lot of sorceress stuff is supposed to be kiss curse. They love the kiss curse, don't they? Little kisses and then a slap on the cheek.
To you. And in this temptation, you're offered more power, but that power comes at a cost. And so you get to choose, which temptations you're going to pursue during your infernal run, and then customize your experience from there. One of the guiding principles of this game mode is replay. It's an in-game mode that we want to make sure you're playing over and over again. So we really wanted to create a broad set of enemies for you to fight during this mode.
We've got many demons to choose from in the lexicon of Diablo's monster families. But
You know what's funny? The best class to play for like this new Infernal Horde was it probably honestly would just be the Inferno Sorceress. Just plant yourself right in the middle of the arena and just spin in a circle because the arena's not even really that big, so you can pretty much hit like every monster in the arena with the Inferno Sorceress. Just get like a little macro that goes like this and spins your Inferno Sorceress around in circles, and then maybe have somebody else to run around and finish off the 1 or 2 monsters that she doesn't kill.
We're also going to see some other foes you might not expect.
There are going to be certain types of enemies like goatmen who have been banished to hell that have now rallied to Mephisto and fight by his side. And even some unlucky souls that marched on hell from the Cathedral of Light have now been revived in hell and fight against you alongside the demons.
Basically, everything that hell has to throw at you, we're throwing it at you this season.
The Infernal Hordes has been built with multiplayer in mind, but multiplayer is not required. We want to make sure that solo players still have a very fun experience in the Infernal Hordes. Now that said, if you roll in with a party, you're going to have a lot of fun.
This game mode is going to appear in the Eternal and in the Seasonal realm, and that means that once the season is over, it's here to stay.
The Infernal Hordes is unlocked at World Tier 3, so really what you need to do to access it is earn your way up to World Tier 3 and then complete an Eternal quest line that takes you back to Hell and then unlocks the Infernal Hordes. For World Tier 1 and 2 players, we've built out a seasonal progression that'll help them become more powerful in order to be able to confront the Infernal Hordes. First is you can earn reputation, and that reputation applies to a reputation track that earns lots of really cool rewards that'll make you more powerful as you progress onto World Tier 3. The other thing we've built are micro-dungeons called Hell Breaches that offer a glimpse at the Infernal Hordes mechanics. And they give you a chance to learn the mechanics before you confront the Infernal Hordes at World Tier 3.
The final boss in this season is the Fell Council.
And the Fell Council is some familiar faces that you might recognize from Diablo 2.
These were priests of the Zakarum, holy men who were corrupted and basically became vessels of hatred in their own right.
The council members in Diablo 2 tried to help contain Mephisto in his soul stone. And of course, Mephisto, being Mephisto, slowly but surely corrupted them. And eventually they had soul stones pierced into their hands and became super powerful. But eventually you overcame them and sent them to hell. Through the course of the story, resummoned them. They've been reborn, slightly new powers, but the same animosity toward you.
What's interesting about this boss encounter is there are 5 council members, but you're only going to fight 3 of them at once.
This allows us to then create many different flavors of the boss fight for the Fell Council. In fact, it's about 10 variations in all. And so every time you go into that council fight, there's a very good chance you're going to have a different fight than the last time you played it. We think it's going to offer a lot of replay for players. What we also introduced during these waves are opportunities for you to earn ether. Burning ether is the resource that you gather during the Infernal Hordes that you can then spend at the end of the activity.
There's going to be a fixed number of waves that you have to defeat, and once you've completed all those waves, then you'll face the Fell Council, defeat them, and collect your treasure.
So upon defeating the Fell Council, the spoils of hell will spawn, and then you consume your burning ether in opening those chests. Now, the trick is, when you are playing through these waves, that's your opportunity to earn as much ether as you can. Different events are going to spawn all throughout the waves, around the periphery of the arena, and it's your job to try and defeat as many of those events as possible to try and gather up all the ether you can. Really skilled players are going to be able to really maximize that ether so they get the biggest payout possible at the end after defeating the Fell Council.
So with this burning ether, you'll be able to get new uniques, you'll be able to get new legendaries, you'll be able to get rare materials, things you might have scoured the whole of Sanctuary for in previous seasons or in the base game, but now we offer it to you here, down in the depths of hell.
A lot of these new uniques and legendaries really build on top of this idea that they've been forged in hell. And so they're going to have unique looks that you can then make into cosmetics to apply wherever you like. They can also have unique VFX and sound effects to really create the sense that they were forged in hell. One particular one that I enjoy using a lot are boots. Boots, you say? Well, these boots not only have been forged in hell, whenever you use a power with a cooldown, they shoot out a ring of fire that hits everyone around you. That's just one sample of the types of powers we're exploring.
So death in the Infernal Hordes is quite a big deal. You're returning to the realm of hatred. where Mephisto was born. Like, this has to be a big deal.
In the Infernal Hordes, it's a lot like Nightmare Dungeons. You only get a fixed number of revives in order to be able to get to the end of your run. So at lower difficulties of the Infernal Hordes, you'll get a number of revives shared between your party, but at higher difficulty levels, the game is going to start taking away those revives, and that increases the stakes that you have.
If you die too much, you'll be ejected from the mode. In the Infernal Hordes, we created a lot of new ways for monsters to ambush the players, and so I'm pretty stoked to see how our players respond to these.
The seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line, they have lots of little surprises and twists and turns in them. And there's even some surprises we've buried deep within the Infernal Hordes that hopefully players will have a great time with.
Deep within the Infernal Hordes. Boop. Oh, look, I can take my timer off the screen now. My timer doesn't belong on the screen. Why did it say 29 minutes? That's going to be wrong. I must not be on the live. Yeah, see, look, live. You got to click this little button right here. Live. Let's disable the timer completely. Boop. There we go. Timer has been disabled. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Hit the live button and shush. Alright, so we got about 19 minutes and 30 seconds until the stream starts. They'll probably start with some cheesy trailer or whatever that we've seen before. I don't know what they're gonna do. Like I was looking at the article. I'm not really sure. Like the article, like because the Wowhead article kind of summarizes it better. But I mean, the changes in here, like legions of infernal demons are densely packed and their numbers increasing in size with the realm of hatred. So I guess they increased the number of monsters and the size of them. The infernal hordes have a time limit of 60 seconds. Waves, so they made the waves faster, I guess.
Yep.
I mean, I guess. It really kind of like felt really drawn out when I was playing it. I don't know. Like most of the time we were in there for just like way too long. Wasn't it like freaking 20 minutes a run or something almost?
Yeah, and it only went up the higher tier. So now it's just like hard capped.
What do you mean?
Well, because like there's 8 tiers, and I think like tier 3, for example, has only like 5 waves. I'm guessing, I forget exactly how many waves, but if it's only 5 waves, it's 5 minutes. Like you can't go past 5 minutes. Besides the boss fight, I guess.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was just I don't know, especially with the time that it took, and then the rewards we got, which were kind of garbage, to be perfectly honest. I don't know. Hopefully they did something about the rewards too. I don't know if that's in here.
In the video, they don't quite have like the names of the items dropping showing, but they show a ton of beams. Like there's, I don't know, 20 or 30 items coming out of that chest. It looks like that's just a guess if you look at the video.
20 or 30 items.
Like you could just see a ton of beams when he opens one of the chests.
Okay. Well, I mean, it was like one item at a time last time, so
yeah,
definitely a much different then. Looks like they made it so the pet can collect the ether. That's interesting.
And don't forget that one high chest guarantees a greater affix.
Yeah.
Like one.
Yeah.
So
it was expensive though. It was like really expensive.
Yeah, and I think they changed the prices to like 60 and 20 instead of whatever it was.
Tons of beams with at least one or more greater affixes. Beams and beams everywhere. Loot pinatas. I mean, we didn't really want loot pinatas. We just wanted the loot to feel like fair. I mean, like when we went and ran like a pit or something and we got like 7 or 8 items at the end and it took us like 2 or 3 minutes to do the pit and then it took us like 20 minutes and we got like not even as much loot as we got in the pit. It just didn't really feel like it was worth doing, except for the fact that we were getting like unique, you know, like the special unique items from that specific area. But then again, like didn't you literally do like 6 runs in a row with no unique item?
Yeah, I played the entire PTR every day for at least 6 hours a day, and I got none of the new uniques. I never could test the build.
I got 1 or 2. I mean, that new sword, this sword they got right here, I got that sword. That sword's pretty neat. It's a sword that basically makes basic builds extremely powerful. So if you're on like any character, doesn't matter what class, if you can wield that sword, you can put it on and you can have some fun with some interesting basic builds. I think there's probably some pretty interesting like ideas for some cool basic builds for just about any character. The druid sounds like it's going to be really fun with maybe like a Nature's Fury build. Like you use that sword and do like the Nature's Fury with like all the basic skills. That could be kind of fun. Just have it all, have everything running. It might actually make that build work now.
Did you see the experience changes and then chanting no longer requires Angel's Breath?
Oh, nice. I was running out of Angel's Breath.
And you can potion while crowd controlled, and crowd control duration is reduced.
Yeah, that was in the PTR, the potion while crowd controlled. And then that was what made me kind of think that that was even more crazy toward the Dark Shroud infinite immunity thing, because there was a thing in there that tied it into the Dark Shroud pips or something. I can't remember what it was. Basically made it so that you could just activate the Dark Shroud while you were in crowd control effect and then gain immunity through the potion, because the potion now works in crowd control. So even if you were crowd controlled, you just popped the potion, you gained what was it? Wasn't there one that's like 100% dodge chance or something when you pop a potion? I can't even remember. It's been a while since I reviewed the patch notes on Season 5, but I know there was a bunch of stuff with potion related things in there that all kind of like tied together in very weird ways.
You see that legendary drop chance when you're level 100?
Oh no, I didn't see it. What was that?
You just scrolled past it. It's right above the experience gain.
Updates to HellTide, legendary drop rates, and more.
Basically, when you're level 100, you get increased drop chance. They don't say the percentage.
It's another reason to force you to get to level 100 as fast as possible.
Yep.
So this must not be the new version that leaked. 2,500
There's
armor.
no leaks in here.
I mean, this is the Harlequin crest that's in this new thing, and it definitely doesn't
Yes.
look like the old Harlequin quest.
Yeah, that's a specific one that they put in this blog post. Yes, that is the updated shakeup. So it starts at 20% before greater affix and before masterworking for cooldown. The armor's massive. Maximum resources new. Used to be resource generation.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up a picture of like one of the old ones so we can see a side by side.
So now it'll scale with like the bar builds we do, or even your bone spirit necro.
So here's the side by side of the old and the new one. I mean, that armor on there is massive. But they also put maximum resource on there. Like, I think I can see why they did that, because a lot of the classes use maximum resource on the helmets, and so then they're constantly, like choosing between either maximum resource or going with a crappier helmet that doesn't really do what they want it to do. Like, doesn't give them their 20% damage reduction. They basically just turn that helmet into a god tier necro helmet, because the 2,500 armor will almost undoubtedly make it so that I can hit the cap easily. The maximum resource gives me a huge damage bonus to the bone spirit, and then of course the cooldown reduction makes it a lot easier for me to hit the 7-second like breakpoint there. So the whole thing is just, that's like insane. They did take away the all stats though, which is unfortunate. That was actually really useful to help activate a lot of the the hidden Paragon nodes that you couldn't really activate.
But they also updated the requirements on those, and
they reduced them a little bit. But then if we're going to have more points, that means we're going to have more boards, and it still increases per board. So if we end up going to multiple boards, I don't know, it could just come right back. New Shaco is cheaper by approximately a 30k nerf. Who's selling their Shaco to the vendor? That's what I want to know. Who's selling their Shaco to the vendor? Whoever's doing that, don't do that. Don't sell your Shaco to the vendor. Why would you do that? You would go destroy it for sparks, or at least You get resplendent sparks for those beautiful things. Who was doing that? We need to find that person that's selling their Shaco to the vendor and give them a flick on the ear. Just like that. Say bad. Hit them on the nose with a rolled up newspaper. Bad. You know, I'm going to go crank up the AC because it's getting hot in here. I will be right back. Also got my fan down here. Yeah. I got my little foot fan. AC cranking. I'm kind of scared. Like, they're going to be changing everything this patch, it feels like. I think all the unique items are going to change. That's why I've been holding off on making any videos. Because I'm like, there's no reason.
It's going to change all again in the expansion, too, in 2 months.
I know. It's ridiculous. I might as well, like, see if I can catch up this patch or something. I don't know. And then... I'll have to take a day and just like make like 1,000 videos and get them all posted. And then as soon as the expansion launches, they're all going to change again. Maybe one day I'll be able to, you know, like archive this game properly. One day in the far-flung future. I mean, as of right now, people still pull up like old videos, like 1.20 versions of items and stuff like that. I got the version numbers on there so people know. And they're like, this must be an old version. It doesn't say the same thing as mine. And I'm like, you're absolutely right. Even the Shaco is going to change. Like, people are going to pull up my old Shaco video and they're going to be like, oh, well, this thing sucks.
Legacy videos.
Legacy Shaco. This is what it used to look like 1 trillion years ago. In the deep, dark ages of the recesses of the world. Deep in the darkness.
Kind of interested how fast we're going to get uniques now. Now that you can gamble them, HellTides again. It's like 3 different sources.
Well, I mean, with the sheer number of gambling mats that you get from the pits, I mean... I'm not entirely looking forward to doing this new game mode, but the I also really don't like how they effed up the council's names. I'm still upset about that. Councils start making them. Why don't they just call them really weird names like Torque the Bob or like freaking Galeb Jeff? They just
give them normal names.
They just gave them
Jeff,
really
Bob.
Jeff, Bob,
Dave, Jonathan.
This is Hollow Knight, by the way. Still waiting on Silk Song, by the way. I don't know when the hell Silk Song's coming out. Whenever Silk Song comes out, we're going to be playing that, by the way. So I hope that it comes out eventually. He needs to be washed. I'm going to have to give him a hand washing or something. Or maybe I take him and get steam cleaned. It's looking a little worse for wear. Am I going to play Season 5 or play Diablo 2 Resurrected? The answer is always both. I'm always going to play both. That's the answer to the question. Always both. I'm not giving up any game. Never going to give that game up. Never going to stop playing Diablo 2. And I'll always come back to you. We literally just watched this. I probably should have not even watched it. They got the Diablo 4 dev team. Council names? That's right. Galeb Toastmasher. Mafer Dragon Wiener. Torque, really cold guy. Torque, really cold guy. That's awful. Conan the Librarian. How did you know about Conan the Librarian?
They should let you hork the bosses at the end.
I got a song stuck in my head, and now you guys do too. Current Mother's Gift rank? What the hell is that? Another reputation grind? Look like another reputation grind. I guess people like the reputation grind of the Iron Wolves so much they wanted another one. Personally, I didn't like the reputation grind of the Iron Wolves at all, but I did like the Resplendent Spark at the end. That's a clear indication of we made the reward good enough that people were willing to spend mindless hours grinding to get the reward because the reward was that good. I mean, I know people that literally made additional characters, got the Resplendent Spark, and then just deleted the character because they were just trying to grind sparks to get Ubers. Hey, Julie Bum. Oh, TikTok. Your D2 videos helped me so much. Played back in the day, resurrected, but it's so fun. I'm glad you like them. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. I honestly, I put a lot of work into them, so got like thousands of videos now. Thousands and thousands. I just put out a new video today for Diablo 2, by the way. There's the video on the secret S rank skill. Hope you guys enjoy that one. That one's kind of fun. That was a fun one to make. It took me a while to gather everything together, and like I actually had to go play the character and like learn everything that I needed to learn about the ability before I felt confident in making that video. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that definitely seemed like a lot more stuff when they clicked on it at that time. That seemed a lot more stuff than before. Before it was like one item. You clicked on the chest and like one item popped out of the chest. It was really weird.
Thank you for playing our game for 1 hour. Here is one item.
Is it just me that knows a good few things already coming, like Sork massive damage buff and Barb has its passives been nerfed? There was like a leak 2 weeks ago. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to the leak. Hopefully we get a hell of a lot more information than that though. I've heard the meme of Sorceress got a damage buff too many times, and I've heard the meme of the Barbarian got nerfed too many times, only to walk in the game to find out that the Sorceress still sucks and the Barbarian's still OP. So I don't believe not a dang thing until I see it in person.
If the leaks are true, the Barb got gutted as far as damage.
I don't know why. I mean, other than like the flay and the
Right.
There was like a couple outlier builds, but for the most part, wasn't the barb like suffering?
Yeah, like if you try to play Hoda, you try to play Upheaval, you try to play Whirlwind actually like on hit, not Dust Devils. You try to play Double Swing. If you try to do like any of their core skills, you basically did 0 damage.
It was like only the flay and bash builds that were doing any good, right?
Yep, it was basically Flay Bash and Bleed is what scaled the most.
Well, let's not even include bash. So let's just say flay, hemorrhage, or not hemorrhage.
Yeah.
Gushing wounds, flay, gushing wounds.
Right.
Those were the two things that were actually working. So if they nerfed gushing wounds, then that nerfs bash and whirlwind. And if they nerfed the flay, I don't even know what to do at that point.
Yeah, it's okay because Rogue was already ahead of Barb as far as pit clears. So Rogue is getting nothing but buffs anyway.
All right, I think we're actually starting now.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Season of the Infernal Hordes developer update stream. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here on the Diablo team, and today I'm joined by some very familiar faces. Adam and Adam, welcome to the stream.
Yeah,
Adam
we did
and
it.
Adam.
We took it over. We
Yeah.
took it over. It's just Adam. This is the Adam and Adam show. Now I don't even have to host.
Yeah, no.
It feels great.
Yeah, and for everyone curious in chat, Adam is not going anywhere. As you all know, there's a ton going on in Diablo. Yeah, Adam Fletcher isn't going.
This one, yes.
Adam Jackson,
I deal with
but
this one.
Adam Fletcher. There's a ton going on in Diablo right now. We've had a ton of live streams. There's been so much going on, so it's just a lot easier to share the load amongst all the
We
hosting and live streams.
just finished the Spiritborn live stream, so it's been a little crazy, and Marcus is here to help out. So you guys may see Marcus more here hosting some live streams.
We can see his
in the future.
paper. Zoom,
But,
zoom.
yeah, I'm not disappearing.
Today you're
Adam-
acting
Adam
as
is
Colin
staying.
today.
Yeah.
Take over his
exactly.
stuff, yeah.
Today I get to pretend I'm Colin.
Ooh,
Yeah,
That's
I'm
a-
pretty excited about that.
a
Some
fun
big
task.
shoes to fill there. So yeah.
Yeah.
that is absolutely true. In terms of everything that's been going on in Diablo, we just had our Season of the Infernal Hordes PTR, and we've got a lot of learnings.
Yeah, but we also do have one additional person.
Of course we do. Mr. Dan Tangway from Albany, New York. Dan, welcome to the stream.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Doing great.
Good to
Oh,
see
he's
you.
got his own little set this
Dan's
time.
in like the Cathedral of Light. We're in like the Burning Hell. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's perfect.
It's hot over here.
Exactly.
It tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us today, Dan. And the Season 5 PTR.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of learnings. This was our second PTR for Diablo
Learnings.
4. So we have a ton of feedback to get into, but we also have some notes from the community on the PTR overall and some learnings. So Adam, do you want to walk us through that?
Yeah, most definitely. This is now our second PTR that we had. We had one for Season 4 and, of course, one now for Season 5. And, we've learned a lot from these PTRs. PTRs are incredibly important.
huge.
They're huge. They're really beneficial for the whole entire team here. And one thing we heard a lot of feedback, at least from the Season 5 PTR, is as you're playing through a PTR, it's a non-final thing that you're playing. It's still very early on. There are going to be more bugs, more issues just present in the PTR because we are getting something out there a little bit earlier just so we can get feedback in on it. But one thing that I think we most definitely heard from the community is, hey, the tools within PTR at times haven't been the best or the most efficient for players that need to actually test the content that we actually do have. And so one thing that we did want to at least address and highlight and acknowledge is that we do plan on making the PTR experiences better in the future. We do plan on equipping more tools for players out there, so they're not having to sit there and grind out, maybe like all the new legendaries or uniques or something like it, especially in like Season 5, for example. We gave a character copy feature in this one, and then of course we had the boost feature which came back from Season 4. And when you boosted your character, a new character, you would end up getting some of the new legendaries or uniques within Season 5. What happened though is that it wasn't all of them, and then we had players within Season 5 having to actually go out and spend their time that they probably could be testing other things, like trying to find those items. And obviously that's like not
And failing.
the most efficient thing to do. So we do want to, we hear everyone, we acknowledge it, we do want to make the PTR experience better. So I will say that like in future PTRs, and you'll see this gradually over the next couple PTRs, it won't be all of a sudden like things will be completely different, but I do expect like, and players should expect like that we will have better tools for them to properly test as we gradually go through PTRs in the future. And we appreciate everyone like letting us know, like we most definitely hear you guys, and we most definitely want to make that experience better from that. But PTRs have been great. Huge thanks to everyone for jumping in and checking it out for sure. So
yeah, definitely. Yeah, that feedback is so important. So increasing how great these PTRs are is really, really important. And I know for the Season 5 PTR, one of the huge features that we had in there was the Infernal Hordes itself. So for everyone who didn't get a chance to jump into the PTR, Mr. Dan Tanguay, can you kind of walk us through what the Infernal Hordes is and what players can expect?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you all a quick recap. So, the Infernal Hordes is a wave-based activity with push your luck choices in between each of those waves. So imagine waves of monsters coming in, lots and lots of monsters, in fact. And you also have some events, mini events that you can also participate in. Now, in between those waves, you're going to be making what's called the Infernal Offer. And you're going to pick a boon or a bane, and that's going to change your gameplay for the rest of the run. So it allows you to customize what your Infernal run is going to be like. And so we probably see right here, we've got an Infernal Offer that comes up. So you're going to select one of those, and that will then change, of course, the rest of the run. Now, when you complete the required number of waves, then you're able to go confront the Fell Council, who you can see here. And the Fell Council, as you saw from the video that just came on right before this live stream, are former servants, well, actually current servants of Mephisto that you defeated in Diablo 2 and have now returned, and you must fight them once more. And once you beat them, you're going to be able to spawn what's called the Spoils of Hell. And these are chests that contain a lot of great goodies. And so with that burning aether you've been collecting all through the course of the mode, you're able to choose what kind of spoils you want. You've got spoils of legendaries and uniques, and there's some absolutely great new uniques and legendaries in Season 5, and you can probably farm about half of them, over half of them from the Infernal Hordes. You're also able to spawn spoils of materials and buy into that, and that will get you gem shards, that will get you angel's breath, and of course that'll get you masterworking materials, which you absolutely need to complete your items journey. You can also cash out and get a bunch of gold, which, for those folks who are re-rolling their items in order to masterwork them or to enchant their items, is going to be hugely beneficial. And then finally, there's a special bonus chest at higher tiers where you can get a guaranteed roll on a greater affix item. And so since that's one of the main chases in the final steps of the end game, we wanted to make sure there was an opportunity for players to really, get a little more lucky with it. So final thoughts on the Infernal Hordes. Remember that it unlocks at World Tier 3. You need an Infernal Compass in order to unlock it, and there's 8 levels of difficulty for it. And so, yeah, that's a quick recap.
Awesome. Thanks for walking us through, Dan. Super excited to jump in and try to grab some of those uniques. Now, I know considering the Infernal Hordes was such a big part of PTR, we did have a lot of community feedback with regards to getting into the mode and some of the pacing. So can you walk us through some of those learnings we had based off the PTR feedback?
Oh, absolutely. So there was a lot of feedback that came in, and so much so that we weren't able to address it all. But we did distill down some big trends and feedback that we were able to tackle. And so the first off is that we wanted to improve access to the Infernal Hordes. So yeah, it was just too hard to get into the mode regularly to test it. And folks who wanted to get into it very quickly couldn't get into it either. So we've pretty much overhauled access to the Infernal Hordes at this point. Compasses still exist, but the drop rates on those have been boosted quite a bit. We want you to earn around 4 or 5 compasses an hour so that you can do about 4 or 5 hour runs per hour. So, you've got, 50% chance to get them from item chests and HellTides, unless it's one of those item chests that costs, 250 cinders, in which case that's 100% chance. I mean, you put in the time, we'll just give it to you. And then, Nightmare Dungeon and Whispers, there's about a 75% chance to get one from a dungeon complete there. Compass tiers at really high levels. We wanted to make sure drop naturally from high-tiered activities like Nightmare Dungeons and the Pit. And we've also given you a path to just crafting these outright with the Occultist, with Sigil Power and Forgotten Souls. And then finally, it was a bug that the first compass that dropped from the Eternal Quest, it was actually a World Tier 3. And if you were playing World Tier 4, you had to switch back to actually get in the Infernal Hordes, and that didn't feel great. So we updated that as well. Moving along, the next big thing that we focused on was combat. The pacing of combat wasn't hitting our goals. And, we had done a lot of internal testing on it. And, folks who weren't as in-game focused gave us a lot of feedback where, oh, this is super intense. Could we dial it back a little bit? So we did, but then we put it out on PTR and clearly all said, hey, no, we want more. So we're giving you more. The first thing that we did, though, is we fixed some bugs that actually had a really big impact on the experience. There was a boss health bug. Man, that is hard to say. Boss health bug that caused all the bosses to be super tanky. And at Tier 8, there were some folks who were spending almost an hour's worth of time in the Infernal's Horde. And that's not what we wanted. So we fixed those bugs and retuned everything, so it's a much tighter experience at this point. Similarly, there was a bug where difficulty wasn't scaling appropriate in multiplayer, so we fixed that. And then some tuning things. So the pace of mini events are pretty much rapid fire at high tiers now, and so you're going to be spinning a lot of plates in this mode. The monster spawn rates have also been increased to, really capture that feeling of being overwhelmed. And then finally, we reduced the wave timer down to 60 seconds, which, just creates a much punchier experience for players, and of course, retuned everything. And then on top of that, we said, you know what, let's just make it easier for players to pick up Burning Aether to increase that pace. So the pets now pick up the Burning Aether as well. And that's not all. Now, of course, we're all playing this for the rewards, right? And so it was really important for us to improve rewards across the board. You spend time with the mode, you want to be rewarded appropriately, and we weren't hitting that mark in the PTR.
Definitely not.
So we raised the minimum amount of Burning Aether earned from any single run. First off, every single source of Aether got boosted by 1 Aether. And then we added Aether drops to the Fell Council so that you're also getting, a lot of bang for your buck just by defeating the boss as well. And that actually scales per tier as well. Next up, we retuned all the costs of the Spoils of Hell. So, the greater equipment, that one with the greater affects in it, used to cost $250. Now it only costs $60. Similarly, we retuned the Spoils of Equipment and the Spoils of Materials. So now they only cost 20 Aether a piece. And then finally, we retuned all the rewards that were inside, the chests as well. So, at your bare minimum level, when you first start playing the Infernal Hordes and you're not sure exactly how it works, we still want you to feel rewarded just for the time that you invested. And so the rewards at that bare minimum feel pretty good now. But, if you are spending a lot of time with it, you know how to optimize this mode. We wanted to make sure that, the rewards reflected that too, so that that higher, ceiling of rewards has been raised as well. So you're playing at Tier 8, you are going to get significantly more rewards than you would at Tier 1.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
quite a bit. That's a lot of
that's
stuff.
Also,
to change.
I just want to call out, Dan, your shirt is amazing.
I was going to interrupt, but I didn't want to while he was
I'm like,
talking. but
now
I'm
I just
digging
want
it.
that shirt, and I'm very jealous that I don't actually own that shirt. So
Yeah,
I
I think-
will message you after the stream to let me
Yeah.
know where I can get this shirt.
Yeah, I think someone on the team made it. So I was
okay.
like, yeah, I needed a new shirt for the live stream. So
That is her art, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, now we know.
Okay, now I know.
and it is totally awesome.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Where are the uniques in the builds?
It's fine. I totally know.
I mean,
we will be touching base after the stream.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan, that's a ton of changes. It sounds like
Yeah.
we're really cranking up the intensity for the Infernal Hordes. Really, really cool to see. Super excited to jump into it. So I know for the Infernal Hordes. That's one part of the season that's coming, but there was a lot that players didn't get to experience in the PTR that will be coming with the season. So can you kind of share what's going to be new for players coming into Season 5?
Yeah, absolutely. So the PTR was really focused on features that were on both the Eternal Realm and the Seasonal Realm. And we have a number of seasonal exclusive features that y'all haven't had a chance to play with yet. So we're going to tell you about them now. First up, we've got the seasonal progression. So you're going to see what we call the reputation system and some footage here in just a second. And the reputation system is something that we had in Season 4 and actually earlier in some events. And we've brought it back here because it serves as a great backbone for the season. And we've evolved it in some significant ways. So first off, how you earn reputation is a bit different now. It was really important for us in Season 5 to give you more of a give you more choice in how you wanted to earn your reputation. So previously in Season 4, you earn reputation through just playing HellTides, as you should, because we made a lot of improvements to HellTides in Season 4, but here we wanted to broaden it out a bit more. So you earn reputation in Season 5 by just defeating powerful servants of Hell, elites, Hellborn, champions, bosses, so on and so forth, right? And so that gives you a lot more choice to say, hey, you know, I can earn reputation in HellTides, or I want to earn it in the Infernal Hordes. Or honestly, I want to take a break and do a stronghold. You'll get reputation there too. Another small tweak that we made that's pretty important is that when you pick up reputation, you actually get a small boost in XP as well. So as you're continually filling out your reputation track, you're starting to level up just a little more quickly than you did before. Now, another thing that you might have seen are these big green tiles in the reputation system, and those are seasonal quests. So we made it very clear that hitting certain tiers of your reputation system now unlock the seasonal quests, and it actually starts to weave the narrative through the progression a bit more, which we really like the feel of, and we hope to build on in the future. And then finally, you know, again, it's all about the rewards, right? So there's lots of great returning rewards in the reputation system. You're going to be able to earn uniques, specifically class-based uniques. They're going to help you figure out what you want your build to be early on in the season. You're also going to be able to get other powerful equipment, big drops of crafting materials, and of course, at the very end of the reputation track will be a resplendent spark that you can use to ultimately craft a mythic unique. Next up, we've got the seasonal quest line. You know, I was teasing it up a little bit with the reputation system there. So the Season of the Infernal Hordes has a rather unique narrative flow because we have an Eternal quest line that introduces, you know, a big new feature that takes you back to Hell, right? And so we wanted to make sure that was available to everybody, not just seasonal players. And that also starts at World Tier 3. Now, for those of you who played the PTR have already seen it. That's the one that features Lokrin helping you to get back to Hell and confront the Infernal Hordes. But we've developed an additional secondary, well, not really secondary, an additional seasonal quest line named of Lambs and Wolves, which we're kind of teasing right here. And new NPC named Estelle is guiding you to become more powerful before you join Lokrin to journey back to Hell. Now this one's going to be a little closer in tone to the Iron Wolves quest in Season 4, but it's going to be a bit more expansive than that. And like I said, it weaves in and out of the seasonal progression. So how do they relate to one another? Well, the seasonal quest line is exclusive to Season 5. And so you are able to get a really more complete picture of the story by playing both the seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line. You can kind of think of the seasonal quest line as almost like a prequel to you unlocking the Infernal Hordes. And but we also wanted to make sure that our eternal players don't get left out. This is an eternal mode that we're introducing after all with the Infernal Hordes. And so, you know, the infernal, or rather the eternal quest line here, which is named Eyes of the Enemy, is going to be available for all players and won't go away after the season ends. So it's going to be there forever. So if you decide sometime down the road that you want to check out the Infernal Hordes and say, I don't know, Season 6, you can do that, right? And so, yeah, that's where we ended up with the quest lines this season. And then the final thing I want to introduce are the Hellbreach dungeons, which we've gotten a few teases of before, but we can go into more detail here. So these are all new micro dungeons to show that Hell has started taking root in Sanctuary. Now, since the Infernal Hordes is an endgame activity, World Tier 3+, we wanted to make sure we had some content that targeted our World Tier 1 and 2 players. And so you go into these, it's going to be a great source of reputation. It's going to be a great place to get some powerful items. And it's a pretty cool place to just kind of experience what the gameplay is going to be like down the road. Now, originally we had kind of patterned these off the Donheim tunnels, if y'all remember those. But, with the introduction of HellTide in Season 4, we had to change it up a little bit, because I don't think that alone would have sufficed. And so what we did is we pulled in a lot of elements from the Infernal Hordes, and we're using this as an opportunity to introduce those elements. So you see right here, we've got a simple infernal choice that shows, that basically says, okay, do I want my boss to be a little simpler or a little more difficult? And you get to choose. Hopefully the person playing chose the more difficult one. I didn't see, but you're going to be rewarded a lot more for taking that risk of making the boss more difficult. And you're going to be earning Burning Aether, and at the end there are going to be some spoils that you can spend on. And like I said, you'll get some really powerful gear that should help you on your journey toward encountering the Infernal Hordes. So if you want more details on these, I recommend that you check out our blog that came out 2 days ago. And yeah, thank you.
Dan, that's awesome. I got to say, chat got pretty excited when you mentioned domain tunnels. They kind of blew up there. So definitely a fan favorite.
Everyone remembers the dopamine tunnels. Yeah.
right.
And it's great that there's now like opportunities for players within like World Tier 1 and 2 to actually be able to have other options of leveling up. And with these new Hell Breaches, it's
a good way to
for people.
The Hellbreach dungeons look more fun than the other dungeons.
World Tier 3 enough.
than the one at the end.
That's awesome.
I agree.
Dan, thanks so much for joining us. As Dan had mentioned, we did publish the Season of the Infernal Hordes blog a little bit earlier this week. We are going to have patch notes that will publish following the stream. So for any details we reveal across the stream, you can check those out for more information. Dan's going to join us towards the end of the stream for our Q&A. So if you have any questions, please drop those in Twitch chat, and we'll be pulling them to get into those towards the end of the stream. So we just touched on a ton of stuff that's coming in Season of the Infernal Hordes itself. But based off the PTR, we also have a ton of changes coming across Sanctuary.
Yes.
And to walk us through from the other end of the stream, Mr. Adam Fletcher.
I get to pretend like I'm the person on the panel. I'm gonna.
You designed and did all of this?
Exactly.
Yeah,
this was
put in all the
me.
changes.
No, we have a fantastic design team here, and I am gonna bring in my inner Colin Finer. To talk about some stuff. But yes, as Marcus mentioned, there's a lot of changes. A lot of the stuff that we actually did talk about in the blog, and some of the stuff that people heard from PTR, but there have been changes even since PTR.
Yep.
And we have a few new things in here that will also squeak in here as we're talking about it. But one big topic I know that everyone brought up after PTR, and that we even brought up even during our PTR stream, was HellTide specifically. One big topic within HellTides was Baneful Hearts. If you guys remember back during the PTR stream, we talked about how Season 4, everyone had a plethora of Baneful Hearts. I mean, it felt like everyone was always carrying about 100 to 150 at any given time, and you could deposit as many into your heart's desire and still always have that same amount. We wanted Painful Hearts to feel a little bit more special. And so during the PTR, we actually did take the number down in terms of how many you would be able to earn. We did hear everyone's feedback. People were like, that feels kind of crappy. So we most definitely readjusted the drop rate of Baneful Hearts to really kind of close that gap in between Season 4 and Season 5 PTR. We wanted to make sure that was, it feels better. Like you won't have 150 on you at all times, most likely, but you still have plenty now to be able to summon the Maiden as well. So some of the changes that we have coming up for Baneful Hearts and the rates that will help with this is we're bumping up the drop rates off of chests within HellTide specifically. Players will also be able to get a guaranteed heart drop off of HellTide commanders now. And then one big thing is within world bosses, yeah, we actually have an image of like where you'll be able to now get your hard drop rates guaranteed, is world bosses. Sometimes world bosses actually do spawn within a HellTide zone, and we thought it would be kind of cool that, you know, hey, you killed the world boss there and a HellTide happened to be present in that specific zone where the world boss is. Now you'll just get a guaranteed 3 within that world boss kill, which is kind of nice. So
That's super cool.
We're also bumping up the drop chance to like local events, mastery chests within HellTide, and of course Harbingers within it as well. And then one big change that we're doing within this as well is the Blood Maiden within World Tier 1 and 2 in Season 4 and even Season 5 PTR, you would have to deposit 3 hearts, just like World Tier 3 and World Tier 4. We're actually tweaking that down to just 2, so for World Tier 1 and 2. So there'll be one less like altar pedestal for you to deposit a heart for to summon the Blood Maiden within World Tier 1 and 2, which should help out with, you know.
It just makes your farming a little bit quicker in the early levels.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And it doesn't feel like you're needing to put in that many for those earlier levels.
That
as
much
well.
easier to
Yeah.
chain a ton of blood maidens back to back to back.
Exactly, yeah. So next thing we did want to talk about is within HellTides as tortured gifts, another change for World Tier 1 and 2, there'll be less cinders required to open up the tortured gift chest within World Tier 1 and 2, so it's dropping from 100 to 75 specifically. And then this is something we talked about in the last stream where it was like really difficult for players to actually kind of go through a HellTide and complete you know, a full-on like, you know, Tree of Whispers like progression line within HellTide. So now you'll actually be able to earn all 10 Grim Favors within a HellTide for sure when it's in one subzone, and actually deposit that within the Tree of Whispers and get the Whisper cache out of it. I know sometimes it would take like sometimes 2 HellTides to actually do it, or you would have to leave the HellTide and go to a non-HellTide zone to kind of finish it off and stuff. And so we wanted to make sure that was more efficient, specifically within HellTides. And then this was a big thing.
Big one.
So, you know, we talked about during the Season 5 PTR stream that we were, that Profane Mind Cages were a Season 4 mechanic. It was
Well,
only
they were,
within that.
technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was removed from Season 5. Heard the feedback, and people were like, wow, we really miss Mind Cages, bring them back, what's going on? So we did bring them back, and we brought them back in like a cooler form. So now you can actually stack up, so one, Profane Mind Cages are coming back for Season 5. You can actually stack these now up to 3x in Season 5. This is seasonal only, so this is only on the seasonal realm specifically. But now stacking up to 3x does actually boost up monster
Better
levels
rewards, better
pretty
XP,
significant.
better everything,
Yeah, so you'll end up, you could knock monster levels up, you know, 30 levels if you wanted to, and you will benefit or maybe suffer.
Huge. Quite a lot, yeah.
But it does give players the option now to use that, and so Profane Mind Cages are back and in a kind of a cooler form for Season 5, which is really cool, and we really appreciate the feedback we heard from players.
That's a big win across the board. Everybody likes the Profane Mind Cages.
Next, overall, just general game updates that we do have. One big thing that we're doing is we are boosting legendary drop rates off of really pretty much almost like most content, like HellTides, Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes, for any monster that is level 100 or higher. So you'll be able to see and just obtain more legendaries that way, less rares, things like that. Separately, enchanting, one big thing we heard is, you know, people were somewhat, you know, blocked a little bit with Angel's Breath. And so we did remove Angel's Breath as a cost towards enchanting. It's no longer required. We've actually now kind of just swapped this over to the respective legendary salvage. So for instance, armor, it would be Coiling Wards, weapons, Baleful Fragments, and then jewelry, Abstruse Sigils. Tongue twister there.
Abstruse Sigils.
Abstruse Sigils. But you now have the ability of being able to do enchanting. Just note that, of course, gold costs are still associated with enchanting, but now it's a little bit, removing a little bit of that friction with the Angel's Breath requirement. And then this is something that we had talked about beforehand, which is just crowd control. Overall, within Season 5 is going to be a lot better. I know crowd control can be sometimes painful, or either knocked down, or
here knocked down
stuck,
and frozen
like
for a million
this
years,
this
and
poor
crying,
barbarian,
and then dying horribly.
And so CC duration has been essentially just pretty much reduced like across the board to like 1.5 seconds max. And then one cool feature is you can also spam potions now while you're CC'd. Really good for like you know, people in hardcore, or like maybe it's like it creates more desperate moments of like I'm still dying no matter what. But you now have the ability of being able to spam potions specifically if you are CC'd, which is really nice. You know, we were talking about like, you know, charging like
bloated corpse fiends when they like all stun you and they do the poison AoE. Yeah.
Exactly.
As a keyboard slammer myself, thank you. For,
yes, exactly.
For this change.
Next update we have is world bosses. So funny enough, this actually fell into Season 5 PTR, but that we forgot to actually put it in Season 5 PTR notes. And we actually forgot to actually mention it. We got a lot of reports of people going like, hey, why are world bosses like tankier and harder to kill?
They actually fight back now. Wait, what?
It's
I'm
like,
not
what's
used to
going
this.
on? So they actually had a feature called Resilience on there. Essentially, Resilience normalizes damage across like all world content. So it's like if you shared world content. So like if a bunch of people are all coming into a world boss, you should expect to find that the world bosses will be a little bit more tankier, a little bit longer in terms of the experience that you're having as you're fighting against them.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
And less, you know, like, hey,
we'll see.
I blinked and it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. The boss was here for 3 seconds. Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
3, man.
So,
Mine, they barely even spawn in. I don't know about you.
It was actually present in PTR, and we actually got a lot of people that were going like, hey, I think this is a bug, and it actually wasn't a bug. It was just something we forgot. We forgot to actually mention in the patch notes, so that is our bad, but we do want to make sure that everyone's aware that world bosses now have a feature called Resilience, and that will end up helping out with those encounters specifically. Separately for bosses, pit boss damage has been reduced pretty much across the board. And then one big thing that we did want to call out is we got a lot of feedback within, you know, Season 4 and of course the PTR for Season 5. We saw some people address the changes that we were having there, but pit bosses had this tendency within Season 4 to have like very sharp damage, where it would scale up really hard, and there were times where you would run into a specific pit boss and you could potentially just get one shot based off of like the shadow boss, that would
the extra ones coming in would just come one shot you and laugh as they left and you died.
Yeah, so now there is a feature within Season 5 where those shadow pit boss affixes will appear, and they'll actually leave kind of a stacking debuff onto players now. So and it can go up to 3 times, and then obviously when it gets to the max, you have a very good chance of getting heavily punished for taking up to 3 debuffs from that end. This is really to allow a little bit more flexibility for players, you know, based off of the feedback we heard regarding a lot of the one-shots and things like that. You now have the ability of being able to, you know, take a couple of these debuffs and maybe not completely get punished from that. It's less about the perfection kind of involved, but more so being a little bit more forgiving in some of those opportunities. Now, if you are a person that just face tanks things and goes in and immediately takes 3 debuffs, you're probably still gonna learn that, you know, that damage is still going to be very sharp with the 3 debuffs. So, but it is something to help out in regards to that.
Yeah. To be clear, how that debuff works is every time that you get hit with one of those shadow boss mechanics, you'll take the debuff and it increases all of your damage taken. So the regular boss is going to hit you harder and the shadow bosses are going to hit you harder too.
Exactly.
So, you know, you just don't want that to ramp up too much because then everything is going to be more punishing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's a few people already asking about those debuffs in chat, so.
Yeah, it just increases all your damage taken. So basically, you know, you get some freebies of getting hit by them. You really don't want to, but then after that, you got to watch out because then it's about as hard as Season 4 was.
Exactly. So, and then another big thing. So this was something that was actually not present in the PTR, but it's something that we've heard a lot of feedback about, and actually a ton of feedback about. And this is group play in pits. In Season 4, the way that it worked was if you were in the pit and you were the party leader, and you had 3 friends that joined along, you would essentially get through the pit, you would get all the masterworking materials for yourself, 100% of them, and then everyone else around that joined you would only get about like 50%. And it felt pretty punishing for people to really kind of join up with friends and run through pits. And we heard a lot of feedback of like, hey, it'd be great if I'm just joining my friend, we can all just get 100% of the pit material rewards. And so that is being tweaked for Season 5. Now the whole entire party itself will end up receiving 100% of the materials that you end up receiving at the end of the pit. So we appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys for letting us know. And this is something that wasn't in PTR but will be for Season 5. Next up, we have endgame bosses. So this is something, of course, we talked about during the PTR, and we do want to highlight again because I think this is amazing and will save a whole lot of time.
So nice.
You can now resummon endgame bosses immediately after you end up killing them. So as you're going through the different boss ladders and stuff, you can just resummon. The altar will reappear, as you can see in the footage, and throw in the mats, and bam. Again, you're fighting Duriel, which is really nice. No more exiting the dungeon, resetting the dungeon, running back, and then having to do it over again. This should save up a whole lot of time. This should help a whole lot with farming as well, specifically for gear. And you'll be hearing a lot about all this new gear from Adam here in a second. But there were some additional changes as well to some of the endgame bosses that we do have. Like, for instance, the first one we're going to talk about is the Beast in Ice. The Beast in Ice, of course, required a sigil to actually summon, or to actually create the dungeon to go in to fight the Beast in Ice. There's no longer a sigil that will be required. And also the Beast in Ice is now way closer to the dungeon. It's going to be a short dungeon crawl similar to the other endgame bosses, so you're not having to, go through a lengthy dungeon
a whole dungeon
for
just to get to the boss.
Likewise, no more sigil dust will be required for summoning the Beast in Ice. And then, of course, we thought about internal players in this situation because some of them have actually crafted a bunch of sigils. And now, since sigils are no longer required, you can still use those leftover sigils to immediately resummon the Beast in Ice without needing the mats that are still required for the Beast in Ice. So it's kind of a nice benefit to them. And then, of course, Varshan also got some updates. Varshan required a bunch of different body parts, and now Varshan just requires malignant hearts. And, of course, we thought about Eternal players in this specific instance. Eternal players can convert their old body parts to hearts by going to the alchemist. That's a magical alchemist. I can tell you that. But if you ever need a spare heart, you just go to an alchemist. That's just how it works.
Swap it out.
Yeah, that's just how it works. But yeah, some changes coming to that. And then separately, endgame bosses, for endgame bosses, the boss ladder bosses, they won't be dropping rare items anymore. They're actually just going to drop additional gold. And of course, you'll have your opportunity of getting legendaries and uniques and mythic uniques from them. So, but now we just remove the rare item drops from them, so it takes up like less mythics. Of the drop chances that you get in terms of their specific tables. And then on tormented bosses now drop 5 times as many boss mats as before. And of course, all tormented bosses have a better chance of dropping a mythic unique. So we are boosting up the mythic unique drop. There's actually specifics on all this stuff in the patch notes that people can read afterwards. And we've also reduced the Stygian stone cost for the tormented bosses. Before it was 2. And now it's dropping to 1, so it should help out with players wanting to experiment or try out some of the more difficult endgame bosses that are available, which are their tormented versions. And then one big thing that is happening, and this is something that was kind of mentioned in the blog, but and people will see more specifics in the patch notes. Experience is changing in terms of like the XP bonus from killing higher level monsters. It's no longer capped in. I believe it's now. Well, it's.
I think it used to be 10 levels higher.
Actually,
you didn't get more.
It's still capped, shall I say? It's capped at 30 levels. That's actually incorrect on the slide, but. It used to be 10 levels. It's now 30 levels,
Nice.
and that's across all world tiers. So if you have, for example, if you are a level 50 character and you kill a level 80 monster in Season 4, you would only get level
Up to
60,
level 60
experience.
credit, and now you're
You'll
level
get up
yeah.
to that level 80 experience. So it should help out a lot. If you are willing to go through more challenging content, bam, you get more XP for it. So which is really cool. And it's also really nice that because it plays really well into the stacking profane mine cages,
Yeah.
which
Look at
are now
that.
available
Credit,
within
yeah.
HellTide, because that can actually also increase monster level by 30 levels as well. So it's kind of a
So additional reward for
cool,
fighting hard content. That
on
sounds nice.
from there. So yeah,
Pretty sweet.
yeah, I think that's it for general game updates. Yeah, but,
Holy
but
smokes, already a lot
Oh
of
my
stuff.
God.
Yeah,
That's it.
Holy moly.
as I talked about a bunch.
Yeah.
It's all in the patch notes. You guys will see the patch notes afterwards.
Are we looking at the
but,
patch notes?
Yeah.
Y'all better stick around for the patch
amazing to have
notes,
all
because
those
we gonna
changes.
read the patch
Chat
notes.
was absolutely lighting up
Cool,
with regards
good.
to all the changes to the pit, and of course, even though we've shown the boss summoning reset again, they got just as excited. So
Awesome to see, and we really appreciate everyone's feedback during PTR and hearing, especially about the HellTide stuff. And we totally hear you guys, and we want to make sure that people got to experience, still enjoy HellTide to the fullest.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
exactly. No, it's really cool to see
talk too
those.
much.
Yeah, those profane mine cages coming back. But yeah, Adam, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And now, everyone, hope you're comfortable because we got a ton to go over with regards to updates, uniques, some bugs
Yep.
fixes, and a ton of class
Class
balance
updates, yeah.
changes. Who better to walk us through, Mr. Adam Jackson?
Yeah, let's do it. So we got a lot to talk about today. I'll try and go as quickly as possible. So yeah, firstly, thank you all for your feedback and comments. We got a lot of class-related feedback on the PTR, a lot of balance feedback, a lot of just how it feels to play things. And we actually reacted pretty heavily and did a lot of changes between PTR and Season 5 launch, some of which I think some people know, and some things are going to be new for you today. So really, yeah, we have a lot of things that changed. In many ways, honestly, it's going to feel like almost from a balance perspective and kind of what your class can do in your journey, it's going to feel almost like a very different game compared to what you experience on the PTR. I'm going to go through a lot of like the systemic reasons why, and then some specific things that we did to every class, as well as, of course, updating all of our uniques and kind of the impact that you can expect from that. So lots to talk about. So first, we're going to be talking about bug fixes. We've got quite a few to go through that I think are pretty notable. Again, we're going to be doing the class balance updates after that, and then the unique changes. So those will be the
Unique
three
item
things we're
overhaul,
covering today.
yes!
So firstly, as usual, we're going to be publishing the patch notes right after this, so you can read all of them. I'm not going to cover everything today, but just some of the more notable ones. So first is one on the Necromancer that we've heard about for a while now. It's Shielding Storm. This is a legendary that when your Bone Storm damages enemies, you get a barrier equal to your max life. It used to be based on your base life instead of your max life, and now we finally fixed that. To be clear, this is a pretty huge buff. We may have to reevaluate the power of this a little later, but we're going to see how it goes. But now that barrier is going to be very significant as you're hitting enemies with this aspect. Next, we've got a couple on the Barbarian. The first one is the Twister Glyph. This is a Paragon node glyph. It wasn't properly giving you bonus multiplicative damage when casting Dust Devils, so Dust Devil builds will be a little bit stronger. We also fixed an issue with the Tempering Earthquake duration. Beforehand, there was a bug where it was actually lowering the DPS of Earthquake because it was increase the duration, and then your DPS would go down, so we fixed that, so it's now actually just going to make you hit harder. Next one, I'm going to call out one of our content creators, Woody Joe, here. This is why we have PTR. He found a neat little oversight that we had with a passive called Trick Attacks, and I'm actually going to go over this in a little bit of detail because the tricks will be coming a little later.
3 seems completely
Yeah, 39 ranks, so
Nothing to see here.
offensive passive is pretty good. So a little bit of background to this. Basically, we changed how this passive Trick Attacks, what it does. It went from something that was more utility-based, where it was around CC, and we turned it into damage. But we didn't update under the hood for like tempering and where it can appear from a utility to a damage recipe of where it would show up. And so it was appearing on utility, which is a lot more common than damage, and then you could get it to silly ranks like this. So to fix this, right now, or on the PTR, I should say, it was on this recipe called Alchemist Control, where it was with Chilling Weight and Shadow Crash, which are also like CC-based passives. For Season 5 launch, we're actually going to be disabling this recipe from dropping. You won't be able to see it for a patch while we fix this bug. And what we're going to do is, once we re-enable the Alchemist Control recipe to drop, Trick Attacks won't be on here anymore. What we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be taking Flurry Size from another recipe called Rogue Innovation here. We're going to be moving Flurry Size, which is more of a utility-based thing, and moving that over to Alchemist Control, and then just removing Trick Attacks from Alchemist Control. So the net effect of this will be that now both recipes will have, both tempering recipes will have 3 different options of what you can have there, and Rogue Innovation will actually have a little bit of a buff here too, because instead of having 4 things to roll for your tempers, we're only going to have 3. So it'll be a little bit easier to get what you want. Next, we're going to be talking about some generic class balance updates.
Barb
so
nerfs.
kind of to
Nerf
set
Barb.
you up, a high-level theme that we're going to see in our feedback from PTR was Barbarians are really, really good, and every other class is kind of a little bit weak, it feels like, compared to Barbarians. So we did a lot of things to address this. So first, I want to go into detail a little bit of how we feel about Barbarians and where they're at and what we want to do. We feel like one of the bigger reasons why Barbarians are so strong is that they kind of have 2 class mechanics compared to other classes, right? They have the expertise system, which is like a normal class mechanic where, they have this fantasy of leveling up their weapons and then they get bonuses. But then they also get more item slots compared to other classes, so they get more access to more legendary powers. As far as how we tackle this, we don't want our only solution to be to nerf Barbarians,
Nerf
right?
Barb.
Like a common thing that we hear is
Nerf
like,
Barb.
hey, they have more item slots. Maybe you should just get rid of the item slots so that everybody has parity, right? Like
Nerf
that
Barb.
is a way to make parity, but it takes away from their theme of being a master of weapons, and it's not very fun. So that's not the only thing that we want to do in this situation. The other thing is that we want to keep their class identity, right? Another common suggestion we hear is, well, just give all the other classes more item slots so that they're the same as Barbarian, right? And similarly, kind of like how Necromancers have minions, we don't want to give every class minions just because, they don't have access to the cool thing that Necromancers do. We don't want to just give every class, more slots so that they're exactly the same as Barbarian. We want to really try and keep what makes them feel special as a special thing and find other ways to kind of bring parity to the classes. So here's kind of our strategy of what we're thinking of with Barbarians. We have a few different things that we're going to be doing. One is we're actually going to be adjusting how much damage all the classes get from their core stat. And this is going to bring other classes up to the level of Barbarian. I'm going to be going over that in a little bit. We are going to be reducing the power of Barbarians as part of our solution. But again, I want to point out it's not the only thing that we want to do. And then we also want to target the other class mechanics and really bring them up to the level of the Barbarian effectively having too, and making the other classes feel cool in the way that makes them thematic and awesome. We already actually experimented with this in Season 4. This was an intentional thing that we did, and we wanted to see how it went with the Necromancer. If you remember, we buffed minions very heavily, and we also buffed the Book of the Dead, their class mechanic, very heavily. Not just numbers, but also in the cool factor, right? You have mechanics like, your minions can throw bone spears, or, your golem can do bone spikes everywhere and make enemies vulnerable. We want to do this kind of treatment to the other class mechanics. Just to be clear, we're going to be probably doing this after the Vessel of Hatred expansion launches, so it'll be a little bit. So we are doing some things in the meantime to catch them up, but you can expect in the future we're going to be doing kind of a big overhaul to the other classes similarly to the Book of the Dead, and so their cool factor and their power level is going to be going up. So let's talk about that core stat update that I talked about previously. So basically what we're doing here is we're going to be changing the amount of damage that every class gets from their core stat. So if you didn't know, on live right now, when you log into the game, you get about 1% more damage per 10 stat of your class. So as an example, I don't know, pick one, the Sorceress, with Intelligence, you would have 10 int, and then you would get 1% more damage. If you had 100 int, you'd have 10% more damage, and so on. So now it's going to actually depend on the class what that ratio is of how much damage you get per your core stat. So the Barbarian is going to be staying exactly the same, 1% more damage per 10 strength. The Rogue is going to get a little bit of a buff here because they do have a little bit more slots compared to other classes. So they're going to be getting 1% more damage per 9 dex. And then the other 3 classes, the Sorceress, Druid, and Necromancer, are going to be getting 1% more damage per 8 core stat. So, without doing a lot of math, the TLDR here is Barbarians are staying the same. Rogues are going to get a bit of a bump, a bit of a buff, and the other 3 classes are going to get even more damage. So as you get that core stat, which you get very commonly, in Gear and Paragon and other places, you're just going to be doing more damage. It's just a passive way that we're going to be catching up the classes stat-wise. So next, let's move on to kind of our class updates. So I'm going to be going through all the different classes and talking about kind of what our updates are going to be for them. Some of the things you can expect that are different from PTR to launch. So Barbarian, currently Barbarians, in addition to having more item slots, have some of the best key passives in the game, like in Season 4 and on live. One of the very main ways that we're targeting bringing them down is reducing the power level so that really their key passes are comparable to other classes. We on the team felt like, they already have all these other things that are really strong going for them. They don't need like overly statted, way powerful key passives that do like, over 100% multiplicative damage when the other classes are doing way less. So you did see that on the PTR. We did see a lot of feedback on like, why are we bringing down Walking Arsenal to have parity when, it wasn't even really meta compared to the other key passives. And I just kind of wanted to bring some light to this of how we think about it. The reason why we brought Walking Arsenal to be level with the other ones when we brought them to be equal to other classes is that, we want all the key passes on Barbarian to have parity with each other. If we just brought down the other key passes that were way overperforming and didn't bring Walking Arsenal down to be even with them, then really Walking Arsenal is just going to be the best mandatory pick, and every Barbarian build is going to have to interact with this system. And we really wanted them to be equal with each other so that, there's actually a choice when you get to your key passive of which one to take. So I just wanted to clarify that of, what our thinking was there. But, it's not all doom and gloom for Barbarians. We did hear feedback of like, man, it really sucks. I understand that they're being brought down and it's fair, but, we want to have some things to look forward to. So we did introduce a number of buffs coming in between PTR and live so that you have some things to look forward to and new build paths or your, underperforming builds are not being brought down as well. So I'm going to give a couple of examples here. One is Hammer of the Ancients. We increased its damage baseline by 10%. And we also adjusted the of Ancestral Force legendary. One of the troubling things that this build has problems with is like single target damage against bosses and things. It does really good in AoE and brings down enemies, but its single target's a little bit lacking. So we're upgrading this legendary power, so now it's going to be doing more damage against bosses, so it'll kind of help you with that single target issue. Another one is Upheaval. Upheaval builds can rejoice, and also a little bit of a preview of kind of how we're changing uniques, which I'll be going over a lot more later. But we're increasing Upheaval damage by about 15%, and we also rounded out Hellhammer now. It's quite a bit more powerful. I can point out a bunch of things here of how it's better, but you can see it gives more skill ranks of Upheaval compared to before. The damage of its burning on the ground, just baseline went up. It also has scaling on the burning damage. So, before the burning damage wasn't really a meaningful part of the unique. One of the things you're going to see with uniques across the board is that they're going to be a lot more about the thematic of what the unique is, and that's where their power is going to be. So here, the burning ground actually will scale with your strength at a pretty significant degree. So, it'll actually be doing meaningful damage, hopefully. You can also see its inherent affix now is damage to burning enemies. Instead of overpower damage, so it's going with that theme of Hellhammer burning the ground. It's also giving you skill ranks of Wall Up, a passive, so that's more multiplicative damage. You also get Upheaval size, so now your burning ground and your Upheaval is going to be bigger. So there's just all kinds of new things going on. It's going to be a lot cooler, a lot more powerful,
300
and
strength
hopefully
is
a lot more fun.
Yeah, Hellhammer looks
I want to play that
absolutely
now.
360.
300 strength also, by the way, no
Yeah,
big deal.
300 strength.
300% damage
no
to
big deal.
burning enemies, too.
It's going to be pretty good.
No greater affix, no
So next, the
master.
Sorceress. We got a whole lot of feedback that, the Sorceress isn't powerful enough compared to other classes.
We got so much. I'm going to stop us right here. We got so much feedback about the Sorceress.
Just a little bit. And the Druid.
And the Druid.
And the other
and the
and
Necromancer. I will just
Necromancer.
note, we hear you guys. We absolutely do.
Yeah.
Okay, now you may continue.
Okay. So, for the Sorceress specifically, we heard feedback that they're not powerful enough. So we did quite a few things to address it. Firstly, they've got a lot of large buffs to their uniques. I would say even more than other classes. Your uniques are going to feel really good, is the hope, and I think we've hit it.
I certainly hope so.
And I'll be going over some of them a little bit later. We also buffed all of their core and mastery skills by about 15 to 20%. So just baseline. Remember, this is in addition to the core stat buff. All of your core and mastery skills are also getting buffed baseline by a pretty significant degree, so you're just going to hit harder. We also did multiple defensive buffs. We heard a lot of feedback that they have trouble surviving in situations that the other classes could kind of get away with. These are some examples. We did more than this, but Ice Armor, your base shield amount is going up from 40% to 56% of your max life.
Didn't they just nerf Ice Armor?
Aspect, this one was updated from PTR to launch. So on PTR, it was that your Ice Armor gave you Unstoppable and gave you armor. And on launch, you're still going to get Unstoppable, but you're going to get damage reduction, which, anyone who knows how the defenses within this game work is way more significant than just getting armor.
Yeah, when you hit that armor cap, it's kind of like...
Yeah, you just want to gobble up DR like Pac-Man as much as you can get, the more the better, and this is going to give you...
Yeah, the DR is going to be huge. Very big.
Also, we did multiple buffs to the Paragon board. Again, this is not covering everything, but one of the things is that, we put a lot of caps to make sure that some Paragon nodes just didn't go out of control compared to everything else, but we heard feedback that, those caps were a little bit too punishing, so we increased them. An example here is Burning Instinct, where, on PTR it capped at 40% more multiplicative damage, and we increased that up to 80%. So now your burning damage, that's based on your crit strike multiplier, is going to be going up. Your total amount is going to go up, but then also the rate that you get it. It used to be 1% per 50 int, now it's 1% per 20 int. So you're going to be getting more efficient bang for your buck for your int and a total cap that's much higher. So Druid, similar to Sorceress, surprise, surprise, got a lot of feedback that it's not powerful enough compared to the Barbarian or other classes. So we've got a lot of multiple quality of life and damage buffs coming in. Again, these are just some examples. Also, you got to remember the uniques are going to be coming in as well. Boulder damage went up. We increased the damage across the board of their core skills mostly, and we missed boulders, so we're increasing their damage a bit. We also got a lot of feedback that we came out with this really cool unique for Cataclysm that made the lightning bolts smart and target enemies. And then a lot of people were like, "Hey, why does it have to get a unique to make my skill be smart?" And we agreed, so we just made the skill smart baseline. So now those lightning bolts from the ultimate will just target enemies. Perfect Storm, the Storm key passive is getting its damage boosted from 30 to 40%. Seismic Shift, this was an aspect that we think is really cool, where your Earth Spike kind of goes in a line and does a bunch of Earth Spikes. Used to have a Kiss Curse mechanic, and it no longer does. So before, it used to give you this big bonus of way more resource reduction gen and more damage on it. But it added a cooldown, and now it just doesn't add a cooldown, so you can spam it and cast a bunch of Earth Spikes everywhere. Should be a lot more fun.
I like that.
Also, similar to the Sorceress, we're buffing their
I wanted to make an Earth Spike build for
Paragon
forever.
nodes. So an example here, they went from 40 to 60%, so you've got Thunderstruck, Earthen Devastation, and Survival Instincts. We've got a little visual there at the bottom node, but you can see that top end of the damage is now 60%, so it's going to be better than PTR. Also, we came out with that new unique I mentioned for Cataclysm. It used to be on the gloves on PTR, which a lot of people, which we agreed with, kind of felt bad that, you've got the two Storm-related uniques on the same slot, and you can't take them together.
Yep.
It was competing with Unsun Aesthetics Wraps. This was the Lightning Storm unique. But now it's going to be on the range slot, so now you can take them both together, so they're not competing with each other anymore. Next is the Rogue. So to be frank, the Rogue we feel like it's in a pretty good spot, so we didn't do as many changes compared to other classes. We did still do a few that I'll mention today, but they got the least changes. The first one is Flurry. So as you know, if you played the PTR, Flurry got some pretty dramatic updates, right? Both of their enhancement and both of their choices that you could pick on the base skill got changed and made a lot better. We saw that, a lot of the output of Flurry was related to doing the mechanics that the enhancement and the advanced Flurry were requiring you to do, like casting it a bunch of times in a row and stuff like that. And we wanted to move some of that damage from those enhancements and things into the base skill. So the enhancement and the advanced Flurry are still going to be pretty potent, but we lowered their damage and instead just juiced the base skill even more. And what this is going to mean is really just that you're going to be more consistently doing that damage, and you're going to be less reliant on doing the stacking mechanics to get it. Next, Wind Force. This one has had a troubled history of just trying to find ways to make it really good and useful. Instead of knocking back enemies when it procs, it's going to knock them down now. So you no longer have to worry about knocking enemies out of your CC, or you want them to be grouped up next to you, and then you're just knocking one of them or a few of them away. Yeah. Now they're just going to go in place. We have a before and after here. Again, a little preview of what we're doing with our uniques. But yeah, Wind Force, you can see some of the things here as a preview. It's going to give you move speed baseline, which is pretty interesting as a stat on a bow. You've got chance for double projectiles for your barrage. You've got a couple passive upgrades there. And then as you can see, the damage went up, but also now it knocks down enemies instead of knocks them back. Last but not least, the Necromancer. We've been hearing a lot of feedback that Blood Necromancer players are a little sad. They just aren't really catching up to the other versions of Necromancer. So we've buffed up a bunch of their tempering recipes and the damage on them. We're also buffing their legendary Paragon nodes. Here's some here that we did. Bloodbath. This one just makes your overpower damage go up. It's being doubled from 35% to 70%, so that's pretty meaty. Blood begets blood. That damage bonus when you're picking up blood orbs is being doubled, and the maximum amount is being doubled, so you're getting more per stack, and you need less stacks to get to your max damage. So pretty good there. And then last but not least here, Lucky Hit. We've heard a lot of feedback from Necromancer players that, they kind of rely a lot on the Miasma Corpse Explosion to get their Lucky Hit procs off. and that their other skills don't really compete, and so they can't really have fun with lucky hit based builds, more generally. So we just buffed lucky hit on a bunch of different skills, so you could see there what all the numbers are. Again, those will be on the patch notes, but really they're just going to be lucky hitting more often and getting cool procs more. All right, so next, let's talk about uniques a little bit, right?
I'm super excited about this.
Yeah,
super
so as we promised, in the PTR stream, we said that, we had this kind of different philosophy when it comes to uniques, and we went into detail there. And we updated our uniques coming into Season 5, but we didn't update all of our existing uniques in the game yet. So we've done that pass now. We've updated nearly every unique in the game, and I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of kind of how we thought, and then giving you some examples of what we did. So these updates are fairly dramatic. They're going to be showing you 3 from each class, as well as 3 generic ones, to give you a really meaty idea of the different categories and ways that we thought of updating uniques, and kind of what you can expect for your builds.
Yeah, and I know, and Marcus is going to remind us about this at the end as well. But
you'll be hearing it a lot.
Yeah, but I will say, we are showing 3 here and 3 for every class and 3 generic ones. But every single unique is actually in the patch notes.
Yeah.
And we have a before and after in the patch notes, so you guys will have easy access. And
you can easily compare the two and see what was the difference.
So after the stream, you'll be able to compare. And so we're just only covering a small amount here. We'll see everything.
Just a little sample.
Everything.
Patch notes are
notes.
absolutely massive, so you'll have lots,
Everything.
lots of snack on there.
Before and after, that's a long patch notes stream.
So one of the things is your general power level of
snacks.
unique effects is up, and by unique effects, I want to be clear. That is like the thing at the bottom that is like deals 40 to 60% more multiplicative damage or whatever. That number is going to be up on the higher end. So instead of 40 to 60, it'll be 40 to 80 or 40 to 90 or 40 to whatever, right? So that power level is just going to be generally up almost across the board. And then really what we targeted for these updates is the stats on the uniques. So the stats are going to pretty much break every rule that we had in the game before when it comes to being a cool item. So some things that you're going to see, and I think I got an example of most of, if not all of these, but you're going to see uniques that have different inherents compared to other stats. So, your boot inherent, could be something that's not even related to boots or movement anymore. It could be something else. Or sometimes we add more inherent stats. So something that didn't exist before, some items can have 2 inherents instead of just 1, which is a pretty big difference. We have a lot more that have stats that break normal slot rules. So, things like movement speed on bows or cooldown reduction on weapons, stuff like that. Uniques also can now have tempering affixes, right? None of them really did this in Season 4, but now that tempering's in the game and uniques have to compete with these really great tempered items, uniques can have that too. They can also have much higher potential stat values compared to normal items. So, if a normal item has 20 to 40% more damage, a unique can be like, 1 to 300% more damage or whatever, right? And we even do this with the tempered affixes. So, a unique can have juiced up versions of tempered affixes that make them solve those problems much quicker. Also, we've introduced a lot of stats that really have powerful effects on them. Sometimes even a single stat on a unique can have the impact that a legendary power normally would on an item as far as what it does to a build. And we'll have a couple examples of that where like a stat on an item is actually giving you a new effect that didn't exist before that you could do.
Damn, that's awesome.
So again, we're going to be going through 3 examples per class and 3 generics. And I'm going to just try and quickly go through and kind of point out some of the key things that are kind of neat about the items. So we're going to shotgun this a little bit, and you're going to see some cool items. So let's get to it.
Woo.
Yeah, so first, Penitent Greaves. This is a generic unique. You can see here, this one now has 2 inherents as opposed to 1. Another thing that you can notice is that normally, the evade that grants more move speed is only for 1 second, and this one is not only has 2 inherents, but it's for 2 seconds. So you'll evade and boost around at crazy sonic speed for a couple seconds, which is pretty neat. And now you can run through enemies while you do it. We've also got some neat stats there like crit chance against chilled enemies and chill potency there that are new to the game. Here, Fists of Fate, this one a lot of people saw a little bit early and they were very happy about. So one thing I think that's kind of cool is that with our uniques, we're really trying to double and triple down on the fantasy of the item. So, if something's about cold or something here, like Fist of Fate is about RNG to the max. So we're really going hard on what the theme is. So here you can see your attack speed can go from 0.1 to 8.7, and everything on it is has a huge range of what you can roll. So a greater affixed Fist of Fate could be a best in slot item for a lot of builds.
The lucky hit chance on this.
Yes, this is the one that people point out that we.
It's just crazy.
I talked with one of the people on our team. I want to shout out Alex on our team who did a lot of this work, and we had a choice here, and we're like, are we gonna go crazy or go
Insane.
conservative? Like, let's just go crazy.
Those look like they
this
will
might
be best in
insane.
slot
it
for
might
most
actually
builds.
be best in slot and break stuff, but it's really cool. So, yeah, Greater Affix Fist of Fate there is gonna be really cool. Next, the Grandfather, mythic unique example here. A lot of people had issues with the ignored durability loss. Where you would like Masterwork hit that or something.
I
and you're not
loved
getting
it.
anything. We just moved that into be a baseline inherent affix now, so you don't have to
nice.
worry about that, and then replaced it with something useful with max resource.
And I will note, even in season
20
4,
max
because that
resource.
durability loss was kind of was actually a hidden stat item. Sometimes when you found a greater affixed version of a grandfather, it would actually apply to that. That is now.
Yeah, that's all gone.
Dunzo.
It's just inherents can't be graded, which is something that we thought of a lot with this. So. Yeah, so now let's go into the classes. Barbarian, this is Battle Trance. This one exists already on live. Probably the two big things here. One is, you have 2 different passives now that you get. A lot of times we're adding skill ranks to passives because that's a way to add multiplicative damage or just buffs to really cool effects on a unique via their stats. The other thing to point out here is the actual effect. Before it was giving you increased attack speed to all of your other skills when you had frenzy stacks. Now you're going to be getting damage and attack speed. We heard a lot of feedback from players that they would hit attack speed cap, and then this unique wasn't really doing very much for them. So now you're also just going to get damage in addition to making it easier to hit that cap.
They took
for
away
your
the
other
Max
skills.
Fury, though.
So it's just, more stats, stronger.
Sadness.
Next, Reign of the Ravenous. A couple things here. One is it's giving you skill ranks of Rend, which is pretty significant. And remember, that 2 to 3 might not seem so significant, but when you greater affix that and then masterwork it, your potential of more damage on this goes up very significantly. We're also giving you skill ranks of brawling skills still. Thing to point out here is your Rend's duration. This will also just increase the throughput damage of it. Has been doubled, so that's just more damage on Rend in addition to the skill ranks. And then also at the bottom, a small little detail, but before you could only apply that special effect of your brawling skills, applying your Rend's bleed every 4 seconds, and now it's every second. So now if you're able to spam brawling skills, you're just going to be applying Rend bleeds to enemies and, stronger Rend bleeds like crazy. So it's a pretty big power boost.
Well, Ren sounds OP.
Next, the Fields of Crimson. The thing I really want to call out here, there's a lot of things that are kind of unique and different, but is that one kind of rule that we had with item stats that we're now changing and breaking is we never really buffed things like enhancements or like the AB, like the different choice upgrades that you could do for a skill. This one actually buffs Enhanced Rupture's explosion size. So, normally when you rupture an enemy, it does that explosion. This will make that explosion be way bigger. So it's kind of a neat way that we can manipulate player power via stats. Next, let's move on to the Sorceress. So the Staff of Endless Rage, we actually have a combo here that we're going to show a little video of before and after with this. Fireball builds. The Staff now does some, and the gloves would be doing some unique things to fireballs. One is plus fireball projectile speed. So this is actually going to make your fireballs fly through the air faster or bounce quicker. And so you'll be able to get through them and they'll, finish their path faster. You've got the tempering recipe now, so it doesn't compete with your chance to cast twice. And you can see there, it goes up to 75% just on that one stat. So it basically almost solves it for you by itself, which is pretty huge. You've got some massive skill ranks to fireball. So now, again, way more multiplicative damage than before. And then, you can see at the bottom that the upper end of that damage is going up per the same as most of our uniques. And next is combos with the Gloves of the Illuminator. A couple things to kind of gloat on here is the fireball attack speed is going up by a much bigger amount than other classes, or than normal attack speed, sorry, on other slots. Also, you get mana when Fireball explodes. I played with this build, and I think it was Season 1, and I constantly ran into mana issues because you always want to spam this as much as you can. So when you think of this stat, you can greater this, you can temp or masterwork this.
And you kind of combine this with the attack speed here, and then you combine it with the projectile speed.
Yeah, and you get a lot more fireballs. Remember, it's every time that it explodes, which when it bounces, it's exploding.
Yeah.
And when you're splitting and getting more from multiple projectiles, you're getting more bounce explosions. So it's giving you a resource engine.
Yeah, you're essentially a fireball machine gun.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit of a Season 4 to Season 5 comparison here of what it looks like. A little video. So in Season 4, you can see, every third cast gives you 3. But Season 5, you're going to randomly get 3, and then sometimes even more when it combines with the double projectile bonus. So you can actually really fill up your screen with fireballs everywhere. And every one of those bounces is giving you mana back to cast more.
That's ludicrous.
So it's pretty cool. It's its own little engine.
Eyeball sword.
Next, we've got Blue Rose. Probably the cool thing to point out here is there's a chance for ice spikes to explode twice. So this is also something that we haven't really done, where we have these, we call them sub powers internally, but these things like dust devils or ice spikes that are like powers that generate when you cast a skill that are usually through legendaries or uniques. We generally don't manipulate them too heavily like this, but we're going to be experimenting more with that in unique stat affixes. So here, your ice spikes can actually like double proc, so they get double explosions, and then any other things that would proc off that would be doubled, which is pretty neat. Next, let's move on to the Druid. So Waxing Gibbous, this is the Shred Druid unique. So what we did here that I want to point out, in addition to the fact that you're getting a bunch of skill ranks to Shred and Toxic Claws, which is a bunch more multiplicative damage, so power level is going up significantly, is Blood Howl grants stealth for a few seconds. So what's really cool about this is, we basically added a new mechanic via a simple item stat in this unique, and it combines with the unique effect, right? So before on live, you kill enemies with Shred, you go into stealth, and then you come out and you guarantee crit. So as you're killing enemies over and over, you're just critting constantly as you go in and out of stealth. But you couldn't really do that against bosses. You had no other ways to get into stealth. But now we've created an alternative way where if you cast Blood Howl or get the Blood Howl effect in other ways, you'll go into stealth and get this proc, and now you can get this, against single bosses or in situations you couldn't before. So we've given you a potential way to create your own engine. Which
That's
is
a hell of a
neat
lot
to get
better than
those
it was
infinite
before.
crits.
Way better.
Next, Great Staff of the Crone. I believe we showed this one earlier to people, but just wanted to point out, what was special about this. Storm Strike, chaining to additional targets, things like this. Again, it's a single stat that does something that kind of really changes how the unique works, right? You're gonna get all the different procs and different effects by chaining to more enemies more often. You can also see here that the upper end of that damage that you could get is going up from 150% to 200, so it's just better. And last but not least, we got Storm's Companion. This one I again wanted to highlight another new thing that we're doing, and I want to call it here is the lucky hit chance for the Pack Leader Spirit Boon. So normally we never really manipulate class mechanics, but here, this Pack Leader, this isn't like a passive or a thing in the skill tree. This is in the Spirit Boon, your class mechanic, and this increases that lucky hit chance to get a reset on the cooldowns of all your companion skills. So again, this is something that, normally we don't get to manipulate, and now you'll be able to do, and I think it'll be pretty cool.
We have also decided that Pack Leader is 2 words instead of 1.
Yeah,
Everything's getting updated.
yeah, everything's updated.
Everything's changing.
All right, moving on to the Rogue, Eagle Horn. Let me see, what did I want to... I think just pointing out here, this was about moving the tempered recipe. The penetrating shot projectiles can cast twice. Again, another example of that. We're also giving you a bunch of skill ranks to penetrating shot. Again, this is a way that we're adding just like raw power and damage in ways that aren't in the unique effect. So these stats...
I just got to pause it for a second here. There's a lot to take in with these unique changes. These unique changes are crazy.
Yes.
We're going to be going over these, and we're going to be talking about these for a while, and I know I'm kind of falling behind on the stream right now, but like look at just the passive change from 40% damage to distant enemies to 130% vulnerable damage. Even just the passive changes themselves on the weapon is massive, ridiculously massive. If you go back and you take a look at the freaking Waxing Gibbous or the Great Staff of the Crone, the Great Staff of the Crone has nearly, 130% plus 270%. So 307, 8, 9, 10. So that's 300, 400% basically damage to close enemies. And your Thunderstruck passive scales on damage to close. So your Thunderstruck passive is going to be instantly capped out by putting this item on. Just instant. Oh, you're using the Thunderstruck passive? Okay, well here. Now it's instantly capped out for you. Congratulations.
On these things can be very strong out the gate. And then again, tempering and masterworking just makes these go really, really high. Next, Word of a Con. This one was a really silly, fun one that we liked. You see there, the one I want to point out. Well, one is the ultimate damage. Actually, ultimate skill damage for the Rogue is kind of a premium because they have that Paragon node that makes it turn into multiplicative damage for all your skills. So that's actually pretty meaty. It's also way higher value than normal.
Yes.
Also, the chance for Rain of Arrows waves to cast twice. So normally we don't do, chance to double cast on ultimates, but again, uniques get to break the rules. So now you've got juiced up Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction, they can cast twice, and they hit way harder on the Rain of Arrows themed unique. So again, really trying to bring out
Sounds
the
like my Rain of
theme and
Arrows
the
build is
fantasy
coming
of
back.
these uniques in the stats, in the effects, to really create something special. And next, Saboteur Signet. I was running this in Season 4. I'm a little sad that I'm going to be doing something else in Season 5, but I loved my stun grenade build. But here you can see a bunch of grenade damage, obvious theme for the grenade build. We're also giving you a lot of your stun grenade size here. And then again, a new affix that kind of creates your own engine. You're getting +1 energy when a stun grenade explodes. And this is each individual grenade, right? So you usually release a cluster of these things. So now, again, I spent a lot of my time in Season 4 trying to solve resource and get ways to cast this a lot to throw out those stun grenades, and now this kind of helps its own engine. Also, one thing to point out here is that it's no longer just a flurry unique. It's casting a core skill throws stun grenades, so it's a lot more generically applicable. You can use this with all the different core skills, not just flurry. Next, Necromancer. The big one I wanted to point out here, we're going to be showing both of the Blood Surge uniques and how they've been updated and they combo with each other. We have a stat here that Blood Surge drains more times from elites. So to be clear, this is the drain, not the explosion. But the drain does feed into the explosion damage, and there's a lot of synergy and things based on draining enemies. So now, one of the problems that Blood Surge has always had is when you're fighting a single target or a boss, you only drain one enemy, and then you're not getting your explosion damage up. But now you're going to be draining multiple times from those elites, so you're going to be getting more life back and other procs when you drain, but also your explosion will be more significant now against them. Next, Death Speaker's Pendant. This is the other Blood Surge unique. We also added another thing that combines with the other unique where you're getting essence per enemy drained, right? And so now, as you drain enemies for the explosion, you're going to be getting more essence back to cast the skill and spam it more. We're also giving you a bunch of ranks to Blood Surge, which, just makes sense. So, 50%, before Masterworking and Tempering multiplicative damage is already a giant buff to this. But then also you can see that, the numbers also went up on this as well. So it's just going to be pretty significant.
Can't wait.
And last but not least, Greaves of the Empty Tomb. This is your Sever unique. Lots of stuff to point out here. One is you have multiple inherents. So, normally you can only get 3 max of 8 charges. You get more here. We also had a fun little thing where your evade now leaves behind Desecrated Ground because this is the Desecrated Ground unique. We also have chance for Sever projectiles to cast twice. We have Sever Size here. We also give you ranks to Reaper's Pursuit. So this is really about just moving and grooving, going around. One thing I want to point out here as well is this new aspect of Creeping Mist that came in, and you can combine this with the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. So this new aspect, we heard that Necro players want mobility, and boy did we give you mobility. So what this does is when you evade first of all, you get evade cooldown reduction, so you evade more. But when you evade during Blood Mist, you travel twice as far, and both when you enter and exit Blood Mist, it resets your evade cooldown. And one of the things that makes this crazy, where we might actually be crazy, and I hope we don't have to revisit this, but we're going to see, is that reset of your evade cooldown counts for all of your charges of evade. So what this means is, and we have a video, is that you can evade 5 times, then evade in Blood Mist, and then evade 5 more times. So see here, then you're evading in Blood Mist, and you're leaving behind that Desecrated Ground everywhere.
Just
and just
skating around,
Yep.
It's like an ice skating rink.
So every time you cast Blood Mist, you're going to be getting 10 evades. It's silly and hilarious, but we're putting it in the game, and I hope we don't regret it.
Necros are going to be zooming.
Yeah, they're going to be zooming with this. So
wow.
Yeah, so that's kind of our preview of our uniques and kind of what's coming into the game. Again, we're pretty excited about it. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Professor Adam Jackson, take a bow. That is that is incredible.
And again, that's not even everything. There's a lot of stuff.
I mean, everything that I saw was crazy good and made me want to check out those builds. Just saying that right off the bat.
Yeah, link to other
there's a
uniques
lot.
that are at that level.
Patch
so.
notes after the stream. We will be showing a comparison of every single unique and their changes from Season 4 to Season 5.
Oh my goodness.
So you can go in there and check out all those changes. But that was a great overview of all those changes. That is really, really exciting. This brings us to our Q&A portion of the show. Let's all shift our legs at the same time.
Yeah.
So we've been following along in Twitch chat, and we've picked out a bunch of questions, and we're going to kick it off, tossing it over to Mr. Dan Tangway. How do reward choices work in multiplayer parties for Infernal Hordes? Does the leader choose the reward for everyone, or can each player choose?
All right, so yeah, let's talk about this. In the Infernal Hordes, when you're collecting Burning Ether, each individual collects their own burning ether. And we did this for the very reason that you're asking questions about. We wanted players to be able to go in and choose the rewards that they want to choose, not necessarily what somebody else gets to first or what the party leader wants. So every individual party member will have their own choice of rewards.
Awesome. Awesome. Thanks for letting us know.
Marcus, you got to read the names.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my
did I not say Eldrick?
Oh my
Eldrick.
God.
I won't forget you. Thank you,
the
Adam.
names.
Eldrick, thank you for that question. On the
Of course, you're going to be a stickler for that. You
Yeah,
have to
no, it's a
suffer.
great-
Everyone
exactly.
must
It's a
Exactly.
great thing to call out because
pull the ladder behind you.
our next question is from Dartless.
Or actually, I think we have a question here on the lower third, which is this one. We've gotten a lot of these questions, so I do want to actually address this one. This is when are we going to hear more about Vessel of Hatred? Because you know we just had the Spiritborn reveal. We showed off the Spiritborn. I will note that we also are going to be at Gamescom. There's actually some Gamescom news that came out this morning. The Spiritborn will be playable at Gamescom. So if you go to the Xbox booth, you'll be able to play it there. So if you're attending that show, it'll be really awesome. There's actually going to be more news coming out at that time. So of course, tune in. And I will say, like, you guys have only heard a very small
No, there's a lot.
like, fraction of
The tip
what's
of the
coming
jungle.
of Vessel of Hatred. So we're really excited for Gamescom. So you guys will hear more then. So stay tuned.
Yeah, grab your tickets to come to Gamescom because we'll be there. I'll be super
Yes,
exciting.
exactly. Go to Germany.
Go to Germany. Come to Cologne.
Cologne.
Come to Cologne. There was some people confused in chat. This is a question from Dartless, who was saying, we can temper uniques now. Did I mishear that? Maybe that was a mistake being said. So Adam, if you want to
Yeah,
speak
100%
to
clear.
that.
Cannot temper uniques. We want them to be different in that they do not engage with that system, at least for now. But no, you're going to be what I wanted to say or be clarify on is that you can get tempering affixes on uniques. Like they'll just drop with those affixes or whatever, but you can't like go to the blacksmith and manipulate them in that way. You can't temper them.
Gotcha. Cool, cool. Thanks for clarifying that.
Truly unique.
Adam.
Yeah.
It's Doffy has a question for Dan Tangway. Are there any plans to continue iterating on the Infernal Hordes in the future since it's a permanent addition? Are there going to be more boons and banes coming?
Yeah, that's a great question. And yeah, just to reiterate what you had pointed out there, this is an Eternal Realm feature that's going to appear in the game forevermore. And so this is just the first version of it. I mean, you think back to what HellTide was in the base game and how we've iterated on that over time to get it to where it is. We're going to continue investing similar levels of effort into the Infernal Hordes too. And so boons and banes is something we heard a lot about feedback during the PTR. And so we absolutely want to make more improvements to the boons and banes. And so stay tuned. That's not going to hit in season 5. But we'll figure out where we can get it in future seasons.
Awesome. Great to hear that we're going to continue tinkering on that feature in the seasons to come. I've got a really interesting question from Mano_imp with regards to those Mano Imp.
We know Mano Imp.
With regards to the damage increase per class resource.
Sure.
They're asking, is the Spiritborn getting 1% damage at 7 points if it's their main stat, just because they have a lower amount of weapons?
Yeah, TBD.
TBD.
I don't want to go into math on Spiritborn yet, but they'll be getting similar treatment to all the other stuff. All of this is kind of evergreen, so.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Luke Wee. When will we see the overhaul of the Paragon system? Would you consider removing the Paragon limit?
There are going to be changes to Paragon, but we aren't talking about those changes yet.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
TBD.
We're not talking
TBD.
about that
Stay
yet.
tuned. Love this name. Chicken Wing 929.
Love it.
Can the reputation rewards for Season of the Infernal Hordes be earned on only one character or all your seasonal characters?
I believe it's all characters, similar to like what we had for Season 4. So you can actually go back in and just play go through the reputation board and then get another Resplendent Spark.
That's really the question, let's be honest.
Really, that's truly the question.
Yeah,
Yes, you can get
Pretty sure it's
additional-
character specific, and so you can,
Yeah.
Nice. Systematic 5K, Adam Jackson. Will our existing uniques be updated with these new unique changes?
Yeah, we get this every round that we update them. It's the same rules as always, which is the unique power, when we update that, is your existing uniques will get that, right? So when we increase your damage range or whatever, that's going to get. But the stats, those are going to be legacy on any items that exist. So you're going to have to refarm your unique to get the new stats that are on them. And that's kind of the way that they're going to work going forward, unless we say otherwise.
Yeah, it's just how things work under the hood from when we do changes on them. So.
Yeah. Nice. Pudge _BP. Are there any plans for clan rework / improvements?
I know there are some changes coming for some social features. We're just not ready to talk about them now, but you guys will hear about them soon.
Awesome. This one's kind of a design philosophy question for Adam Jackson.
Sure.
Evans423 wants to know, how future-proof is this system of static uniques when adding new / better tempering effects and new content?
How future-proof are static uniques when adding new tempers? Let me think. Semi, right? Because like I think it is something where if we add like new tempers or new affixes or whatever, we will probably need to go back and update uniques that we wanted to apply to and make it work again. Our hope is that these uniques are going to be pretty like future-proof in that they're going to be very meaty in the amount of power that they give you. They're also extremely thematic, but I think we do reserve the right, like if we find a new idea for existing passive or existing tempering that is introduced to the game and we want to put it on, we can do that. I will say also one thing that we want to do more is like just come up with really crazy new ones that aren't even really tempering recipes, but just like crazy effects, right? Like Blood Howl grants stealth, or you drain more with your Blood Surge, stuff like that. So I would expect we'll probably be updating them as we go forward. Not probably as dramatically as this all at once, but I foresee this probably likely, yeah.
Nice, yeah. Always tinkering, always updating.
Yeah. Speaking of which, about tempering, one thing that we forgot to mention, and I know we mentioned it at the PTR stream last time. I'm sorry, my earpiece just keeps falling off. So it looks like I'm like scratching my ear, but I'm not. The Greater Af. I know there was a lot of like feedback after season 4 regarding tempering and potentially bricking items. And one update that we talked about during the PTR stream, and I want to mention, it wasn't in PTR, but is in season 5 specifically, is greater affixes will actually get additional temper rerolls on them based on the greater affix, quality of what they are. So for like greater affix 1-star ones, you'll end up getting 1 additional temper reroll, and then it grows by how many stars that there are. So that is going in season 5. So we mentioned it last stream. I just wanted to reiterate it because I actually forgot. We should have mentioned it again.
Sweet. So. Yeah, great to mention that, Adam. That's awesome. We've got a easy one here from Z Weapons. What is a mythic unique? There was a purple item.
Yeah, you can tune into our last stream for it. But yeah, basically what was Uber uniques is what people call them. It's basically like, the really best items in the game that have like perfect stats and everything. We rebranded them to mythic uniques. They now have their own special color, special beam when they drop. They just got a whole treatment to really make them feel like the penultimate items that they
super
are in
juicy.
the game.
Yeah, that's awesome. Sophie0257, are they going to make it so that we can pre-download the update, or will it be available only on the 6th? That's a great question.
That's a good
Based off feedback from Season 4's launch, the patch will be available to download roughly an hour before Season of the Infernal Hordes launches. So that season goes live at 10 a.m. and roughly an hour before you'll be able to pre-download the patch to get into the game and get ready for the season.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are probably going like, why not multiple days and things like that. We're getting there. We're trying. But no, we got a lot of feedback about how things started immediately on the you could download and actually start the season. And of course, we want to make sure that people can be as prepared as possible. So 1 hour before the actual season starts, you should be able to actually download and get that all prepared. So as soon as the season, the time for the season begin, which is roughly 10 a.m. Pacific on the day of, you can just jump in without needing to download. So
yeah. Skull MTV, hey, great job, thanks. Any plans to rework masterworking in brackets higher cost, but you can choose upgrades and tempering to make these systems have less RNG?
Nothing to announce at this time. We definitely have heard the feedback. We are starting with the first step of one of the things that we know feels really bad for players. I got how do I say? the more greater affixes you have on an item, the higher stress and investment you have to like make it work the way that you want. So we are relaxing that, make it a little bit easier. Another thing that we're thinking about that's a little lighter is like the tempering recipes, making them have like 3 on average instead of 4 or more. Something that we're talking about moving towards, but nothing like of overhauling the system and doing a major change at this time that we have to announce.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Dan Tangway from Holy Smokes. Their name isn't for Holy Smokes. Their name is.
Their name was Dan. I thought it was Dan Tangway asking a question, and I was like, wait, what?
No. Their name is Frodo Bolson. Frodo Bolson, but all the O's are zeros. How does the Infernal Hordes work in groups? Do you need only one compass per group?
So the Infernal Hordes, you only need 1 compass per group in order to be able to get in. Yeah.
Sweet. Just like Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Awesome. Yep. All right, Ravask. Any news on reworked Nightmare Dungeons?
Nothing
for
announce,
today.
Yeah.
Nothing to announce today.
Yeah, nothing to announce today.
Sweet. Green Zombie Studios. Can we expect cool new transmogs in Season 5 from salvaging items?
I am not sure. I know like the Season 5 has a lot of new legendary aspects and uniques. Like there's like 50 new legendary aspects and uniques being added into Season 5. So there's a lot of like more the back end type of stuff that affects a lot more so on the gameplay, but I'm not exactly sure if there's a ton coming in.
Yeah. So we can actually. There are a couple of new uniques in Hell that you can earn that will have all new looks to them that you can salvage and then use as a cosmetic. Yep.
Bam. There you go.
Dan, the savior from Albany.
There you go. Frodo Bolson. Hot pancakes. Are there still plans for rare and magic items? I guess in terms of like a rework or changing their functionality in any way.
Yeah, I'd say nothing to announce today for that. Yeah.
Cool. Nice. All right. Checking through Mac and D's. Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way skills work?
Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way the skill works? I mean, we're not doing any skill tree overhaul right now in Season 5. I do think we have talked a bit on the team about having a desire of the upgrades for skills being like more impactful and really impactful. Nothing to announce today, but it is something that is on our radar and I think is cool. I think one example that we talk about a lot on the team is like the kick upgrade for the Barbarian, where normally, you know, when we were originally designing kick, it was this idea that you have this like skill where you hit an enemy and you care about the geometry of the place around you and you want to hit them into the wall and then they get knocked down, take a bunch of damage and all this stuff. That part hasn't really played out, I think, as well because the pace of our game is so fast. But one of the upgrades for kick, especially I remember in the early beta, like way before, maybe it was alpha even, kick, you know, it converts kick from this cooldown-based geometry skill into just a powerhouse where it just spends all your resource and does a buttload of damage to an enemy. And it was like one-shotting world bosses and stuff back then. Like it was hilarious.
I think I remember that.
But the skill still has that upgrade. But I reference that upgrade a lot because I think it's really cool when you can convert a skill to like used to be cooldown and now isn't, or used to be about this utility and now it's just damage, or vice versa, where it like really changes what a skill does. We think it's really cool. It definitely would be a lot of work to like do that to every skill, but I think it's something that's worth talking about and pursuing. So it is on our radar of something to do, but nothing to announce today for it.
Awesome. Yeah. That's really cool. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of our Q&A. So I want to give a huge thank you to Adam and Dan for answering all those questions.
Adam squared.
Adam squared, back in
And
action.
Dan.
Hey, just like the PTR stream. You guys are back.
There we go.
Screw those Joes. Got them.
Yeah. Eliminate. No, I'm just kidding.
And that brings us to the end of our Season the Infernal Hordes developer update stream. Just a few notes before we close out the stream. Just want to take a moment to thank everyone for tuning into our Spiritborn showcase a few weeks back.
Yeah.
It was really cool to show off that new class. It was such a huge moment for the team. So really want to thank you all for coming to check that out. And if you want to play the Spiritborn in person, as Adam mentioned earlier, we are going to be at Gamescom. So get your tickets, come to Gamescom in Cologne, Germany, and
Sound cut out? Did his sound cut out? Okay. That's funny. So just no sound now. We don't need sound.
it just went up through the roof. But speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today and instantly.
Can they hear audio?
Oh, can everybody hear us? Twitch chat? Where did the sound
they
go?
say
Okay, we're good
Yeah,
now. We're good now.
Okay,
We're good.
awesome. All right, thank you, chat, for keeping us up to date.
Oh man.
Speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today to get instant access to some items in game before the expansion goes live this October. For Season of the Infernal Hordes, this season goes live on August 6th at 10 a.m. The patch will be available for pre-download roughly an hour before, and 10 a.m. is in Pacific time, for anyone wondering. Patch will be available for pre-download about an hour before the season goes live, so you can get in and get ready for the season to start. The 1.50 patch notes are going to go live after this stream for Season 5. So for anything we talked about across the stream today, that'll be available.
And see all the uniques and everything.
Yeah, check out those gifts. They're pretty spiffy. Team worked pretty hard on those. We also had the Season of the Infernal Hordes deep dive blog go live earlier this week, so a ton of information there as well. Stick around after the stream because we're going to be rating some Diablo content creators, so go and check them out. For Adam and Mr. Dan Tangway and Albany, thank you guys so much for joining us for this developer update stream today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Really awesome
Thanks,
to go
guys.
through all the changes. And from all of us here, thank you so much to everyone at home for watching and checking out the stream. And we will see you all in Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uniques.
Woo!
So we're waiting on the patch notes. I've already got the patch notes up. We're waiting on those. As soon as those come out, we're going to be spending a lot of time. We're going to spend a lot of time in here. Let's take a look at some of these uniques and talk about some of these changes, shall we?
So much to think about.
At least what they showed us so far while we're waiting on the patch notes. All right, so we've got quite a few here to talk about. Let's start with the obvious, like, low-hanging fruit here, which is, well, Great Staff of the Crone is a really good one. Let's start with Great Staff of the Crone. So, one of the things that I noticed right away was that they were removing the passive effect on the abilities, like on the items. Like, normally the passive effect for Great Staff of the Crone is 35% crowd control damage. They changed it to 130% damage to close. Not only is that just a ridiculously, like, I mean, good change, because you're probably going to be using Thunderstruck with this in the first place, but also, like, it's a massive additive bonus over what you had before. I mean, 35% is literally nothing compared to 130%. It's literally 100, or rather 95% more than the previous example. And then on the weapon themselves, you notice that it says damage to close enemies on the weapon at 47% before, and they buffed it up to 270%. So the additive bonuses on the unique items, like, went up to insane levels.
Yes.
And honestly, I'm not 100% sure, but won't this pretty much just cap out the Thunderstruck passive on its own at nearly 400% damage to close? Like, I think that's enough to cap it out.
It goes up to 60%. I forget the ratio, though.
But you're pretty darn close to capping out your Thunderstruck passive just by putting the staff on. I mean, they did some other interesting things here, like the Storm Strike having the ability to chain to 2 additional targets. That's kind of neat. All in all, I mean, it's definitely going to be something that's going to be crazy for, you know, Great Staff of the Crone builds. It should be nice for, like, actually setting up the characters. I think as of right now, nobody's using Great Staff of the Crone, so it'll be interesting to see whether this becomes, you know, like a solid item that people choose. Waxing Gibbous seemed kind of crazy too, like the ability to basically just trigger stealth at will. So you can trigger a 3-second stealth on Bloodhowl. So whenever you Bloodhowl, you just get 3 seconds of stealth, which allows you to get your auto crit. Sounds pretty great for PvP too, because you're going to be able to just stealth up whenever you feel like it, essentially. Like, especially if you get the cooldown of your Bloodhowl really low. But again, same thing here. Like, look, it's 28% damage to healthy enemies, up to 85% critical strike damage. And then they added like an additional 115% critical strike damage on there as well. Just kind of like absolutely nuts. The Toxic Claws passive also kind of insane, to be honest, because the Toxic Claws passive is really where you get most of your damage if you're running like the poison builds. And I mean, combine that with, you know, like a greater FX roll and then upgrade it and then also get Toxic Claws on your amulet. And you're looking at like anywhere between like what, 6 to 9 plus to your Toxic Claws there, which is going to make a big difference in your damage output. Pretty huge for poison builds. Not entirely sure if it's going to be the best option for every poison build, but it's certainly not a terrible option, that's for sure. I'm not entirely like the guaranteed critical is not like the most amazing thing though, because as a werewolf you kind of have like guaranteed criticals anyway, if you especially if you take that passive. It depends on how you build it. The blue rose ring having the chance for ice spikes to explode twice. Apparently this doesn't exist. They said it doesn't exist in tempering. So this is going to be a unique kind of like temper style effect, which is only going to be possible on the blue rose, which is really cool. Let's refresh the patch notes again. See if the patch notes go live. Still not up. But the blue rose definitely looks a lot more intriguing now. I mean, first off, it has the double chance for the ice spikes. It also has 350% ice spike damage. Talk about a crazy amount of additive bonus. And then 170% cold damage. Like, the additive bonuses that they threw on these things are just kind of redonkulously insane. I mean, we're not, if you look comparatively to the damage bonus that they were giving before, like the 42% ice spike damage that you were getting on the blue rose before, to a 350% bonus. I mean, I don't know what kind of multiplicative that is, but it's definitely a hell of a lot more than what it was before. I mean, we take 350 and divide that by 42, and we get approximately 8.3 times more than what it was previously, which is just nuts. I mean, not only that, but they also increased the damage of the actual ability too. So, all right, looks like the ice spike builds. I actually had some pretty good ice spike builds before. They could be probably insane with this ring now. One that I think everybody's going to be interested in is the Fists of Fate. They kind of like really made these insane. I don't know what to think about these. However, if you look at this, they stated that like the roll range on these is going to be insane. So 0.1 to 8.7, which means that you're going to find a lot of really crappy Fists of Fate, unfortunately, especially with the roll range of this being 200 to 300 and all of the individuals being from relatively low numbers to relatively high numbers. However, if you did find a greater affix version of this, because the greater affix guarantees the highest roll, a 4-roll greater affix Fist of Fate might actually be worth some real like serious money. I mean, I'm not even talking about like gold. I'm talking about actual dollars in your pocket at this point, because you're talking about 4 really ridiculous rolls. 300, if it rolled 300% and max on everything, 100% pretty much the best pair of gloves that you're probably going to put on, with an 8.7% crit chance, a 51.8% lucky hit, a 25.6% chance to randomly apply a crowd control effect for 2 seconds, 8.7% attack speed, and of course it's going to be a hell of a lot higher than that if it rolls into a I mean, if their goal, like to say it, just put it this way, if their goal was to make the uniques more intriguing and more interesting to put on, because they realized that in Season 4, the uniques had basically were kind of pointless and nobody wanted to put them on anymore, then I think they're definitely succeeding. They are 100% succeeding. People are interested in putting these on. I will make a comment about this one. So they made a change to the Penitent Greaves, and it had this, where was it? Trying to remember. He was talking about how it would like give you a movement speed bonus, 125% movement speed bonus for 2 seconds when you evade, grants unhindered. 2 seconds, 20% movement speed. Where was the other thing he had here? I'm not entirely sure. I could have sworn he said something along the lines of you would get like a huge boost to speed like temporarily, like in between. But I guess it's pretty much doing the same thing as it was before, except it's got a longer duration. So 2 seconds now instead of 1 second. Chill potency. Well, they kept the cold resistance on there, but they like really beefed it up, so it's 60% cold resistance now. I always have like odd feelings about these individual resistances because you usually end up capping out all your resistances anyway, and then this one ends up being overcapped. I mean, the movement speed is definitely nice at 25%. The critical strike against chilled enemies seems rather interesting, so definitely it would fill into a build. But the funny thing is that it's going to give you the chilling effects, right? So all the monsters around you are going to be chilled anyway because you're chilling them all. So you're just going to get an additional 6% crit chance. Wind Force, I kind of had mixed feelings about them changing it from knockback because, you know, Wind Force in Diablo 2 was always knockback. But I can kind of see what they're talking about, that knockback seems, you know, not as good as potentially like knockdown, which might be more useful. I guess I can understand that. They definitely took the Wind Force and made it less generic, though, and made it a lot more specific, focusing it on Barrage specifically. So Wind Force went from a generic bow that could be used by anybody into a more specific bow that's going to get used, you know, obviously specifically by Barrage characters. The Hellhammer looks kind of insane with that 360 strength on there. I don't even know. And then it's got the upheaval and the wallop passive now, which they even enhanced the upheaval to 6 ranks, which is pretty nice. It looks like the burning damage went up quite a bit too, up to a cap of 12k. And then they even gave it the multiplier for every 100 strength. So you can get a huge multiplier on the burning damage. That's pretty freaking sweet. This one might actually be really good this season. Might be a good idea to do a Hellhammer build. That 300% damage to burning seems really interesting too, because there's also like the that aspect that makes it so that you burn everything around you when you're in your berserk state. And I think there's a couple other like burning items in the game for barbarians, isn't there? I don't even remember them all. I know this was one of them. The aspect that makes you burn while you're berserk was another one. I think there's one more. The changes to Grandfather seem like just stupid good. I don't know. It's like somebody finally tuned in to understand, like, you know, what people were interested in. Like the addition of the maximum resource on here is the big brain move, because a lot of builds are utilizing maximum resource these days. Obviously, you know, like the Necromancer with Bone Spirit and Bone Spear, the Barbarian when using the Ramalades, and so forth and so on. There's a lot of characters that utilize maximum resource. So having maximum resource on there makes sense, because then you're going to get a hell of a lot more damage out of those classes. And all they really did, they didn't really take anything away. They just took the ignores durability right here and they moved it up to the passive so that it no longer gets the that greater affix roll. So now you can get 4 greater affix rolls on your Grandfather. They pretty much doubled, or more than doubled, the all stats, which is insane. Is it just me, or is the Grandfather pretty much like best in slot at this point for just about every character they can put it on? I mean, 300% damage, 150 all stats. They even pumped up the life to 3,359. And then that maximum resource just makes it even more juicy. They took away the critical strike damage, but they also added 150 additional damage, which means it has a total of 450 damage, and the 300% can be a greater affix roll and upgraded. So it's going to give you a ridiculously huge additive bonus. Just flat.
It's definitely something you put on if you get it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you get a Grandfather at this point in Season 5, you're putting it on your character. And there's pretty much no going back. Like, even if you're like a Bone Spirit Necromancer or something, like you're just gonna wield the Grandfather. That's it. You're taking off all your other items and you're putting the Grandfather on. Battle Trance, I'm not really sure what they were doing with Battle Trance. Like, I think Battle Trance has always been kind of a confused item. Like, it beefs up Frenzy, and I guess a lot of people would probably prefer to use Frenzy as your main ability. But instead, they've always kind of engineered Battle Trance to be an item that was supposed to beef up other skills and not the Frenzy skill itself, which was kind of weird. And they've kind of like doubled down on that. So Battle Trance has kind of like moved away from any kind of basic Frenzy build that you might have used. So you probably are not going to use Battle Trance on a basic Frenzy build anymore. Because now they took away the Frenzy ranks. So instead of 6 Frenzy ranks, it's only 3. They did add the Duelist, which is attack speed. But at the same time, like, They took away the maximum fury, which again kind of hurts the basic build, and then reduced the damage reduction from close as well. So it ends up being even less ideal for a basic build. They're trying to push it more toward, people actually who are going to be building, say, like Whirlwind or Frenzy, or, like something other than that, than the combination of just Frenzy. So like Whirlwind Frenzy or like Upheaval Frenzy or something. They're trying to get you to use Frenzy as your main basic, but then have another skill as your actual main ability. I mean, and it's kind of neat. I guess it would work now. One of the things they probably should have put on here, though, in my opinion, and it was kind of a miss on their part, is they probably should have changed the plus to Frenzy, if that was the case, to Frenzy duration. Because one of the biggest issues with the whole Frenzy problem is that the Frenzy doesn't last long enough for you to actually use it properly, the bonus properly on other skills. So Frenzy duration would have made a lot more sense than plus to Frenzy. And that's one small change that they should probably make, honestly, right now before the season goes live. It's probably really simple for them to just edit a little bit of code and go, okay, delete +2 Frenzy, add, like plus 30% Frenzy duration or 50% Frenzy duration or something. Honestly, that would be ideal in this case. It's still really good, I think, for what they're trying to achieve, and you can get Frenzy duration in other ways. But it would be nice if this item gave you Frenzy duration. Because it's definitely not aimed at Frenzy anymore. It's aimed at other abilities. Like the entire purpose of it is for you to build a core skill like Double Swing or something else. Ring of the Ravenous. Are the patch notes up yet? Come on. Yes.
Yep, I like them.
Okay, the patch notes are up. Let's go take a look at these patch notes. View this blog for the entire patch notes. Wow, they had to put the patch notes in a separate blog. That's terrible. All right, boys. I hope you are ready for these ridiculously long patch notes, because I'm not. My butt hurts. I've been sitting down too long. All right. Key updates from PTR. Thank you, everyone who defended Sanctuary in our PTR and provided feedback. We have assembled a few key updates and provided bug fixes that have made a direct result of the community's feedback. Continuing reading past the select section to get a complete view of all changes releasing this season of Infernal Hordes. I don't know about you guys, but I kind of want to skip past all this and go to the unique items if I can go to the unique items first. And we'll come back to the rest, but I'd like to go to the unique items first. Where's our unique items at? Oh my god, these patch notes are like 7,000 miles long. What the hell is this? They're like 8 trillion miles. 7 trillion miles long. Unique items. Okay. Whew. All right, we made it. All right, Ring of the Starless Sky is the first one. 17.5% increase attack speed, 12.2% critical strike chance, 12.25% lucky hit chance, +2 core skills. Interesting. So they've pretty much like done a 180 on this one. They bumped up the crit strike. I mean, it's more than double. Attack speed, it wasn't on there before at all. I mean, honestly, pretty good changes. The +2 core skills is interesting as well. They haven't touched the actual ability. I mean, that's a pretty fearsomely powerful ring there. If you got your hands on a Starless Sky, I think you'd be pretty hard-pressed not to use that at this point. Doombringer. Did they change? Oh, they gave it freaking 114 all stats, 100% increased damage. Maximum 35% maximum life, so the maximum life has gone up from 26%. That's insane. And it can roll greater affix as well. 10% flat damage reduction. That's interesting. Did they take away the 20% damage reduction from the effect? No, they didn't. So now it has 20% damage reduction when they're hit by the shadow effect, and an additional 10% damage reduction on the actual sword. Now this thing is like ridiculously tanky, and they upped the healing amount for 2,687. They might want to like shy away from these flat numbers and start working toward percentages. With how high people's HP is getting, a percentage might make better sense. But those are pretty good changes to the Doombringer. Osvarion Spear of Lycander. 18% all stats? What the frickin' hell? So a bonus to every single stat? And the passive was changed to 159.5% critical strike, vulnerable, and overpower damage. Holy freaking Jesus. What is that? A cumulative amount of like 3, 4, like 500% additive damage, basically. 33% movement speed, 66% to all elements resistances. I guess they kind of got upset that people weren't using the Avarion Spear of Lycander because it looks insane at this point. I mean, not only is it going to fix all of your resistance issues with a 66% all res, a 5% chance to restore 66% primary resource. What the hell is this crazy thing? I think this I think this is broken. Like, this is just straight up broken. 18% all stats, that means you're going to get all of your stats and of course your main stat as well. So 18% to everything. Of course, stacking your main stat means you're going to get even more. And then on top of that, you've got nearly like 500% additive bonus damage, a 66% primary resource restore on a 5% cooldown or 5% lucky hit chance. 66% all res means that you're literally not going to need resistances on most of your equipment. So you're going to just like get a skate by and you can have like massive amounts of other stats on your equipment besides resistances. Because of course this is going to literally fix all of your resistance problems. We already went over the grandfather, which does look insane as well. Melted Heart of Saleg. What the hell did they do to my baby? It looks like he got an upgrade from 25% to all res to 30% all res, as well as a 3% maximum resist to all resistance elements. Wow, a 3% max bonus to all elements. That's insane. 15% lucky hit chance, 25% movement speed, so it's even stronger now. 15% damage reduction while healthy. Okay. 15% resource generation, even more resource regeneration. So instead of damage while healthy, they gave you damage reduction while healthy. It still gives you 60 maximum resource and still is OP in the one regard that it's always been OP. Honestly, it's even more broken than it was before. About the only thing that kind of is sad is losing the 36 all stats, but I mean,
it's very tanky.
It's even more tanky though. So, Tyrael's Might, which I don't really think needed any changes whatsoever, but we're about to find out. 16.5% movement speed, so didn't have movement speed on it before. Ignores durability loss, so they gave it the grandfather treatments. The ignores durability loss, by the way, for those of you who don't know, applies to all of your equipment, not just the piece of equipment that it has it. So basically, if you have ignores durability loss on the Tyrael's Might, or if you have the grandfather on, you just don't take any damage to any of your equipment, like when you die or at any time, basically. So nothing breaks ever, as long as you have an ignores durability loss item on. So having Tyrael's on will have the same effect, basically, as grandfather at this point. 7.5% max to all resistances, so they bumped it up by 2.5. That's crazy. 60% all res. It had 11.2 all res before. They bumped it from 11.2 to 60. And it's now 20% damage reduction instead of 10. Well, that's just insane. So Tyrael's...
What the heck?
There was nothing wrong with Tyrael's Might before. It was already like best in slot for basically every character. Now it's just even more best in slot for every character. 60% all res and 20% damage reduction.
They're gonna love that.
With 7.5% maximum resistances. And they gave it movement speed. It's so good right now. I cannot believe that it will stay like this, and it's probably going to end up getting nerfed, but all right. Andariel's Visage, 666% poison resistance. Okay. All right. Never have to worry about poison resistance ever again, guys. Never again. They bumped up the all stats to an insane level. They gave it 437 life on hit, which is pretty crazy. So they took away the lifesteal and they gave it life on hit. I kind of like the lifesteal better, but And especially since it's a flat value, it might not be very good. I don't know. That'd be interesting. So they took the 60% poison resistance away as a stat and replaced 10% maximum poison resistance with it, and bumped up the attack speed from 10 to 30. I mean, overall, pretty interesting changes. I'm not really sure why you'd take away the lifesteal, but I guess maybe life on hit and lifesteal are approximately the same. I guess maybe the lifesteal probably favored people that did more damage than it favored the so it didn't, so the people who were doing less damage were probably just getting less for it. But now it means that the people who are doing more damage are going to get less, and the people who are doing less damage are going to get more healing. Whatever. Harlequin Crest. The Harlequin Crest got ridiculous changes too. We saw this earlier, which is the 1850 maximum life, 18 maximum resource, huge armor bonuses, 20% cooldown reduction, so it goes up a hell of a lot higher than that. I mean, honestly, these changes are kind of ridiculous. Azavarion Spear of Lycander looks like freaking ridiculously insane. Tyrael got buffs, and I don't even know why the hell Tyrael even got buffs. It was probably one of the most overpowered Uber Uniques next to Melted Heart. Melted Heart got a whole bunch of buffs too, and it was already overpowered as well. I don't even know what to tell you guys. Let's take a look at the multi-class stuff. So Tybalt's Will was lacking in previous patches. Looks like they didn't touch the maximum resource. Damage reduction while unstoppable from damage reduction from close. I mean, I guess it fits thematically with the set, but damage reduction from close was a hell of a lot better than damage reduction from unstoppable. I'm gonna say that's a nerf in my opinion. Took away, they added max life. They added all stats. They took away the potion capacity and the flat damage. I mean, it seems okay. I feel like the damage from close to damage reduction while unstoppable is a direct nerf. And the reason, and follow my logic on this, damage reduction from close is always active, basically, unless the monster is really far away from you. So if you're in melee combat, you're fighting a boss or whatever, it's always active, because the monster's always close to you, especially if you're melee. Damage reduction from unstoppable is not going to be always active. It's only going to be active when you're unstoppable. And unless you can maintain permanent unstoppable status, there's going to be gaps in the field of how it works, and it's going to be far less effective, in my opinion. I mean, they did give you a 1 extra %, but it's not going to be as good, in my opinion, as the previous version. I mean,
the most underwhelming.
Yeah,
Underwhelming one.
that's pretty underwhelming. Mother's Embrace changes. Okay, so we got 47 all stats, so big upgrade on the all stats. 15% increased attack speed. That's pretty neat. 8% critical strike chance. That's a good upgrade. 8% lucky hit chance. I mean, it's okay. It's not the most amazing. They also bumped up the resource cost refunded by 10%. Mother's Embrace has always been one of those uniques that when it's useful, it's useful, and when it's not useful, it's really not useful. So, I mean, it's definitely better than it was before. X-Ball's Corroded Signet. All stat bumped up. Lucky hit chance, about the same. Vulnerable damage instead. That's an interesting change for vulnerable damage. I guess that's specifically for rogues, barbarians. It doesn't really help out some of the classes, though. And then they bumped up the damage over time considerably. Okay. I'm not really sure. I mean, that one's alright, I guess. Some of these other ones are a little underwhelming. Butcher's Cleaver, attack speed. I mean, that's always nice. Movement speed, physical damage, and critical strike chance against feared enemies up to 25%. So they bumped that up significantly. Also, it's now up to a 95% chance to fear and slow them for 4 seconds. 100% chance to fear and slow them by 90% for 4 seconds. Okay. All right. It's still one of those items that's very niche. Azure Raft, 53 all stats, 8.5% increased attack speed. So it didn't have attack speed before. That's kind of nice. They added on cold resistance. Not really a big fan of individual resistances on items. It usually just doesn't work out well. 40% chance to deal 6,500 additional cold damage. That's pretty crazy. I guess that goes with your elemental build there, Leon. And then they bumped up the cold damage, looks like, too. I mean, it's going to do a hell of a lot more cold damage. They took away the non-physical damage, though. So it lost 52.5% non-physical, and they took away the core. Like, you get a chance. Banished Lords, the lovely Banished Lords. What did they do to the Banished Lords Talisman? 10% maximum life, 9% increased attack speed, at 60% overpower damage, and +2 to core skills. So they took away the critical strike chance, and they added increased attack speed instead. I'm noticing a theme here across them all. There seems to be a lot of increased attack speed across like all these items. Tons and tons of increased attack speed. Penitent Greaves. This is the one they showed in the thing. It basically has that huge movement speed bonus, and they bumped it up to 2 seconds, and then gave it another 25% movement speed bonus with chill potency, cold resistance. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it was always like a decent item to begin with, but they also increased the multiplier for cold damage, so it's up by another 10%, so we get 25 times multiplier. I mean, it makes sense for cold builds, unless you have something else to put there. Flicker Step got a little bit of movement speed increase, 0.5%, not much. 300% ultimate damage. That's a lot of freaking ultimate damage. So there's a special passive. They talked about it during the campfire, and on the rogue that actually multiplies based on ultimate damage. And with the changes that they made to Word of a Con and also like Flicker Step and things like that, you can easily get like 600, like 700% ultimate skill damage relatively easily. So it could be interesting to run a rogue this season based on that specific passive that increases the damage of all your skills when you use an ultimate. Using Word of a Con, using Flicker Step, especially using Flicker Step to make your Word of a Con, I mean your ability reset faster, you could probably have some really nice damage on the rogue with that passive, that Paragon node. Overall, I mean, it looks okay. There's nothing like too crazy about it. The damage reduction from close actually got a little bit of a nerf there to 12.5%. I wonder why that is. I guess because they moved it more towards like a speed damage type item. I don't know. Attacks reduce evade cooldown by 2.5 seconds. Evade grants 30% movement speed for 1.5 seconds. So they also added an increase to movement speed when you evade. So that's interesting, is they're adding like 2 passives onto the boots now instead of just 1 passive on the boots, or at least some of them
I like
anyway.
those changes.
Yen's Blessing. This was a new one. It's kind of surprising to see them change this one at all. It looks like they kept the unique effect the same. Resource regeneration was added. That's kind of neat. 35% to all resistances on Yen's Blessing. Wow. That's pretty nice. That's a big, like, you're looking at it, you know, potentially to add it into your build, but you're not really sure if you want to. 35% all res is going to open up a lot of additional slots on some of your other armor for potential secondary effects. So that's really nice. It looks like they bumped up the movement speed same as the other one by 0.5, and then they added all stats. They took away the damage reduction from close, though, completely. So it doesn't have that 14% damage reduction from close anymore. It's interesting. Razor Plate. What kind of update would Razor Plate have to it? The thorns look like they're the same. Armor's the same. They bumped up the 10% chance to deal damage. It's now from 150% times to 200% increased damage. Yeah, 200% times. So you get another 50% times added onto your thorns bonus there. This armor is going to be really big, by the way, in the expansion. I can guarantee you that the new Spiritborn class, which has a lot of thorns-based abilities, is going to be eating up some Razor Plate. Soul Brand. Oh, what did they do to Soul Brand? Life is the same. Potion capacity. Ooh, amazing. +2 potion capacity. They could have made that +10 potion capacity and it still wouldn't look very interesting. 40% barrier generation. That's a nice change, especially considering that it's designed around barriers. 12.5% damage reduction while healthy. I mean, that makes sense and would be better than damage reduction from close, as long as you keep your barrier up. It looks like they changed a unique effect, too. Your healing potion no longer heals instantly and instead grants a barrier for 200% of the original healing for 4 seconds. Looks like the second part has changed. You gain 30% damage reduction while you have a barrier and may drink your healing potions while at full life. Interesting. So 30% damage reduction now instead of 20. And an additional, what is that? 26% barrier generation with a 12.5% damage reduction while healthy. So that means you're getting like a total of, what is that? 42.5% damage reduction as long as you have a barrier active with a pretty huge barrier generation increase. They might have actually brought Soul Band into a fun barrier build. I'm not.
Yeah, basically until you get Tyrael's Might, and then it's done again.
Yeah.
But yes, it's usable.
Tyrael's Might is insane. I mean, it is. It's freaking insane. It's going to be hard to compete with that thing. I think it's going to be best in slot body armor for just about every single class. Fists of Fate. This was the one that we saw earlier, and it's like absolutely ridiculous. This one's going to be best in slot for a lot of characters, I think. It's just, they made it too good. Like, I mean, 8.7% increased attack speed, 8.7% increased critical strike chance, 51.8% lucky hit chance, and then like the crazy lucky hit to get crowd control effects is actually really ridiculous too. And then of course you always get that random chance to deal 300% damage. Ooh, Frosties. What did they do to my Frostburns? I actually really like Frostburns. 14, they gave it 15% increased attack speed, so they bumped up the attack speed by 5. Looks like they made them dual purpose, so now they're fire and ice, which kind of makes sense. You know, frost, burn. I get it. Haha. 182% fire and cold damage. Sounds like you're using those for your upheaval build. Lucky hit up to a 40% chance to deal 4,000 fire damage. Lucky hit up to a 40% chance to deal 4,000 cold damage. 60% chance to freeze enemies now instead of a 25% chance to freeze enemies. That's ridiculous. They're way better than they were before. The only difference is that we lost the critical strike chance, which is unfortunate. But honestly, they're really freaking scary. I mean, an additional 8,000 free damage on lucky hit combined with 182% bonus to fire and cold. And then that attack speed is really nice too. But the 60% chance to freeze enemies for 3 seconds, they even bumped up the duration. I didn't even notice that. So instead of a 25% chance to freeze enemies for 2 seconds, it is now a 60% chance to freeze enemies for 3 seconds. I guess because they took away the 20% freeze duration, they bumped up the duration of the actual effect. But that looks insane. Pain Gorgers. It doesn't look like they changed the unique effect. Just taking a quick glance between the two. But they did +3 to basic skills or +4 max. That's amazing. Pain Gorgers are set up for basics now. That's freaking great. Lucky hit up to a 22.5% chance to stun for 2 seconds. That could be very interesting for a bleed build because you get that the stun effects cause your bleeds to solidify on the target. 8.8% cooldown reduction and 9% increased attack speed. They lowered the attack speed by 1%. That's interesting. The basic
That's
skill
the crit chance too.
The basic skill damage is gone and the crit chance is gone. I mean, I'm not really like too worried about the crit chance. I feel like you get crit chance enough from tons of other items in the game. It's not that big of a deal. I like that +4 basic skills though.
Yep.
Godslayer Crown. Ooh, what did they do to the Godslayer crown? The effect is still the same. But they added against bosses, this effect triggers when dealing damage instead. I thought it always did that. Mobilize enemy or damage a boss. I guess I just kind of reworded it. Cooldown reduction, 8%. Damage to elites, 67.3%. 873 life and 42 all stats. Looks like they bumped up the cooldown reduction by 1. The life stayed the same. They moved from damage to elites. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it's a good change because a lot of people don't have issues with regular monsters. They only have issues with basically bosses and like really tough monsters. So it does kind of make sense. I can see that. And the all stats is kind of nice. It's got 42 all stats on it now.
Yeah, it's nice.
Temerities. What did they do to temerities? 7.5% maximum life. So a percentage-based maximum life item. That's going to be very intriguing. 25% healing received. The damage reduction while healthy stat again. They're bringing that damage reduction while healthy in. That's interesting. I'm not entirely sure that I like damage reduction while healthy because it's just another damage reduction that's temporary. So if you get like donked on the head really hard, yeah, it'll help you when you get donked on the head. But as soon as your HP falls below 80%, it's gone. And then you're going to feel naked afterwards. Looks like they bumped up the barrier from 80% of your life to 100 though. So a nice 20% variance there. They didn't bump up the minimum though, so you're still going to find a bunch of crappy ones. The lucky hit from heal got bumped up too by 500.
I feel like 5% is just so low that to rely on.
Yeah, it's not going to be like all the time, that's for sure. I don't know. I mean, it's good changes. I mean, the 20% bonus on the barrier is nice. The damage reduction while healthy is definitely a neat addition. I like that 7.5% maximum life. That could be fun to play around with. Tasks of the Darning Sky. So they added a movement speed. They bumped up the resistance to all elements. I think they're realizing that the little tiny resistance to all elements that they put on items just wasn't really enough. Because you notice then they're bumping up the resistance to all elements on basically everything. And 33% is a lot. So from 11% to 33%, that's a 3 times bonus. It's also got the 2% max all now on it, which is interesting. So not only does it give you max when you take damage up to 15% now instead of 12, but it also gives you 2% max all resistance as well for a total of, was that 15, 16, 17? So 17% bonus to maximum resistances. Those are going to be really tanky, actually. And the 33% all resistances is going to be intriguing for people who are having trouble with resistances early on. I could see throwing these on at some point, yes. Like especially if I don't have materials. I could see throwing these on to make my character die less early on in the game. Those are interesting now. Barbarian, oh no, Romulan needs Magnum Opus first. Hold on, let me... What did they do to my baby? Oh no. They made it even more ridiculous to find a perfect one. Now it's 0.2 to 0.5. So now there's going to be an even higher disparity. So now we're not going to be looking for 0.4s. We're going to be looking for 0.5s. Like, did you find a 0.5 yet? No! I got my 16th 0.2. So 90 strength. That's a decent little amount. Looks like they changed the passive from critical strike damage to flat damage. So 50% flat.
Yep.
The maximum resource is the same... but it's changed from maximum fury to maximum resource. Does that mean that more people can use this except for the barbarian now? Does that mean? I would
assume that, yeah.
Does that mean, like, because it still says barbarian down here at the bottom, so I'm a little hesitant. But does that mean we can like throw this on a druid or something and have like a max resource druid running? Because that sounds really fun to me. I like putting Ramalanis on
the just future proofing, yeah.
We got critical strike damage. It looks like they took away the damage to close enemies, which I guess is alright. It wasn't really that much anyway. And the damage to dual wielding, and they gave it overpower.
I don't know how I feel about the overpower part, but everything else is nice.
I mean, an extra point on there also means that it multiplies even better. So, wait. They did do something to the unique effect. I'm not paying attention. Increased per point of fury you have, but you lose 2 fury every second. Increased damage per point you have, but you lose 10 fury every second. I mean, that's not a big deal for basic builds, but it's going to be a big deal for other builds that are using this. Like if you were using it for a whirlwind build or something, 10 fury per second might be enough to detract you from using this on like a whirlwind barb. Ancient's Oath, massive strength there, 270 damage to close. 16% cooldown reduction. That's a lot of cooldown reduction. Plus 6 to Steel Grasp, and it looks like the Steel Grasp ability is still pretty much the same. I mean, that cooldown reduction is really nice, and that 270% damage to close is going to be intriguing for. Now why am I forgetting which build uses close? I can't even remember. Blood Rage is berserking. Which one was the one that actually used close on the Barbarian? Still a lot of additive damage. And they changed it from healthy to vulnerable, which is going to help out bleed builds as well. That's kind of ridiculous. A lot of these additive bonuses are so high. I'm not entirely sure like what kind of damage this is actually going to do. I mean, like the Hellhammer, we were looking at this one earlier with the 300% burning damage, and then like it's got 360 strength on it. I mean, it's a lot of additive bonus. I mean, I would assume that they've like figured it out, but look down here, like with the Hellhammer, how they have like 10% per 100 strength you have, and this boy's sitting at 220% multiplier. Whoever's holding the hammer.
I like it.
Overkill. 270% strength, 170% vulnerable, 450% physical damage, plus 6 to death blow. Death blow creates a shockwave. 45% of its base damage. Enemies who would die in this effect also reset death blow's cooldown. Sounds like death blow could be coming back too. That's all. 350% damage to injured enemies. That's a lot of damage to injured enemies.
Yeah, they want to make sure you kill that injured enemy.
Yeah, if the enemy's in range to be killed, they want to make sure it dies. Fields of Crimson got like some kind of crazy changes too. 130% vulnerable, which makes sense, of course, because you got to build vulnerable for what, hemorrhage, and 550% damage to bleeding enemies. That's not damage to bleeding. That's damage to bleeding enemies. That's a lot of additive bonus just to, like, if the monster's bleeding. You don't even have to be a bleed barb to take advantage of something like that. Rupture explosion size is kind of interesting. So Rupture does have like this little explosion that comes out. Rupture cooldown reduction, and then you also get the blood pool. Did they enhance the blood pool in any way? 30% multiplier. Can't really tell because they don't have this on like the proper character to scale it properly. So it's scaling based off of like no damage. We already talked about Battle Trance. I'm kind of disappointed in this one. I feel like it's really just designed toward people who are not using Frenzy as their main ability. Which, you know, maybe this will come in handy for some characters that want to not use Frenzy as their main ability. 100,000 steps. What did they do to this one? It didn't have dexterity before, did it?
It did. It did.
It really did?
Yep.
What? 16%, 18% movement speed, 7% movement speed per walking arsenal bonus.
That's interesting.
There's 4 walking arsenal bonuses, right? So 7 times 4. 105% damage to stunned enemies. That could work really interesting with some of the stunned aspects. Ground stomp size. Okay. And then they also had gain 100 fury when they automatically cast ground stomp instead of 50, so they doubled it.
10-second cooldown.
And then they also brought it down to 10 seconds instead of 15. So it's doubled, and then the 5-second reduction also increases it again. So it's going to be a hell of a lot more often than it would be before. Plus, you're going to be pretty fast if you're doing the walking arsenal. That's interesting. And then evade grants 10% attack speed for 3 seconds. So every time you evade, you get an increased attack speed instead. So they took away the charges and they just put evade grants attack speed.
Interesting.
Not sure how I feel about that, because if you don't have the charges or you don't have the thing that resets your evade's going to be on a kind of a longer cooldown. Rage of Haragoth. They changed the ability, bumped it by 20%. Inflicting a bleeding enemy has up to a 60% chance to reduce the cooldown of your skills by 1 second. They gave it 873 life, which is pretty common. 8% critical strike chance, so they took away the 8% physical critical strike chance against elites, and they just put it into a flat critical strike chance, which is a good change. It was far too specific before. 95% damage over time. I didn't even have damage over time before, did it? And they took away the thorns and added damage reduction from bleeding enemies. No, they actually brought that down a little bit, so it went down from 14% to 12.5. I mean, it's decent changes. I don't know why they would nerf that specifically, but I mean, a 60% chance to reduce cooldowns by 1 second versus the 40. I mean, that's pretty good. That might actually be a halfway decent, but I really doubt you're wearing that over Tyraels.
Yeah, it's like a starter chest.
I really doubt you're wearing that over Tyraels. Dude, Tyraels is just ridiculous. I don't even know what to think about Tyraels. It's freaking ridiculous. Goer's Devastating Grips got 15% increased attack speed, so they gave it the attack speed back finally. 12.5% movement speed. Interesting. So you can whirlwind around faster. 22% damage to critical strike chance against close enemies. 22.5% critical strike chance against close enemies. 5 whirlwind. Whirlwind explodes 2 seconds after it ends. 70% of the base damage. Dude, 22.5% is a lot of critical strike chance. And if you're a melee character, that's just like... Am I wrong in thinking that this doesn't even like need to be on a whirlwind barb? Like, even if you cut out the unique effect and the whirlwind ability, like it's still 22.5% critical strike chance, 12.5% movement speed, and 15% increased attack speed. It's still like a ridiculously solid pair of gloves.
Yeah, you could just throw them on for fun.
You just throw them on and get 22.5% critical strike chance.
Unless the whirlwind's base gets increased, though, it doesn't do enough damage to matter, that item.
Twin Strikes, that was the double swing gloves that were added recently. 79 strength up to 90, 20% increased attack speed bonus, 11% critical strike chance, and 3 double swing. So they took away the chance to restore a primary resource. I guess they realized that people didn't like that. They bumped up the attack speed by 4.5% or 3.5%.
They're just better overall. They're just way better.
They're just better. I mean, they also bumped up the damage of the ability too. So instead of 25% increased damage, it's now 40% increased damage. It looks like they're just way better overall. Tusk Helm of Jorrits the Mighty, one of the few helms that actually still competed with everything else that was going on. And I don't know, glancing at it right now, just glancing, mind you, it looks like they gutted it. That's terrible. So it used to be 13 maximum fury, increased attack speed. You also got the aggressive resistance, which was really nice for bumping up your damage reduction. And then the damage while berserking was kind of like meh. But you also got the really nice effect of the berserking while already berserk gave you the 15% increased times, damage, whatever. All right, so they changed it to 873 health, 8% increased attack speed while berserking. So they dropped the attack speed by 2%. It now has 135% damage while berserking, which doesn't really matter anymore because you can hit that cap like ridiculously easy at this point.
This is just worse.
15% movement speed while berserking. It's just objectively worse across the board.
Yeah.
I can't see using this anymore over other options. I mean, aggressive resistance was amazing damage reduction. They cut the attack speed by 2%. They took away the maximum fury. I mean, it's overall worse in just about every way. They gutted it. Like they just absolutely gutted Tusk Helm of Jorrits the Mighty. That's really quite sad. Because it was probably one of the few uniques in the game that could actually compete with the Ubers. I mean, I don't know if it's competing with the new Ubers in their ridiculously mythic state, but like it was something that would literally get you to take off your Harlequin Crest Shaco. That's how good it was before. And now it doesn't even look like I wouldn't even consider taking off my Harlequin Crest Shaco for that. That's really quite sad. Ariat's Bearing. We got same life, ultimate damage. So they're throwing
I used
ultimate
it.
damage on stuff. They got 350% ultimate damage. That's not bad. 35% all res. Holy crap, that's nice. 32.5% Call the Ancients cooldown reduction.
Wow.
So they changed it from 10% ultimate cooldown reduction to directly to the Call of Ancients, which makes sense because it was supposed to be specifically for the Call of Ancients in the first place. Which, you know, that's that. There's nothing wrong with that. Looks like the unique effect is the same. I'm just doing a quick
You
back
can't
and forth.
tell because the way they screenshotted it, they should have had the same weapon.
Well, I can't see the scaling, but I'm just looking at the actual effects to see if there's any changing in the wording or what's going on. But it doesn't seem like there is. So unless there's a change in the actual damage, like calculation of like per, like whatever your per level or per weapon damage or whatever. I mean, they look better. They look overall better. I mean, you lost the damage reduction, which was unfortunate, but 35% all res might give you the ability to add some kind of damage reduction somewhere else because you won't need as much resistances in other places. So that's not exactly a bad trade. I would trade 7.3% damage reduction for 35% all res. That's a
Barb.
yeah, that, especially on a barb. That's a decent trade. And then the cooldown reduction going to 32.5%, I mean, that's going to make it so you can keep it almost up permanently, right? I mean, you could already do it before, but...
Yep.
Ring of Red Fuhrer. They bumped up the maximum fury by 2. Gave it attack speed. No, they took away 1% attack speed. Why are some of these nerfs? I don't even understand. Like, why nerf them? I thought we were under the assumption that they were not interested. People were not interested in these items, so why go through the process of nerfing them? Now they brought it up from 30% bonus critical strike damage to 40, so a 10% increase there.
The stats are worse though. Like it's itemized. Like strength is better than fire resist. What happened? Research generation is good.
40% fire resistance. I don't know about that one. Like I said, and a lot of the times these individual fire bonuses don't really end up working properly because you end up having like way too much. Like you'll be wearing like Penitent Greaves that has like 60% cold res, and then like by the time you're finished and you get all your gear set up, you're like 60% or like 50% over on your cold res or something stupid. Ring of the Ravenous. They showed this one off too. This was the one that had the it was like critical strike chance, vulnerable damage. I'm not really sure why critical strike chance specifically. I guess because of the Gushing Wounds passage.
Gushing Wounds.
But Rend
doubles the rend duration. Is really nice.
I mean, it seems interesting. And then they also doubled the what was it? This effect can only occur once every 1 second, whereas it was before it was once every 4 seconds. So you can basically get a free Rend bleed that lasts double the duration, like 3 times as often, because it's every 1 second for 8 seconds. So you're going to be able to stack quite a few of these on the target, a lot more than previously. Like in a same 4-second duration, you would have 1 Rend bleed on the target for 4 seconds. And now you're going to have, in that same 4-second duration, 4 8-second Rend bleeds on the target, which is a pretty ridiculous increase in damage. I mean, you're talking about, it's not even just 4, it's because it's double the duration as well, so it's more like 8 times the damage output of the previous version. I would say about 8 times. And then on top of that, you've also got the fact that Gushing Wounds can potentially proc from all these additional bleeds that you're putting on the target, so that could be really interesting how that turns out. Let's move on to the Druid. So we already took a look at Waxing Gibbous. That one looks interesting at the very least, especially from a PvP standpoint, being able to get 3 seconds of stealth every time you use Blood Howl. What did they do to Flesh Render? I had a whole build around Flesh Render. Could be really interesting. Looks like they kept the passive the same, so no real change there unless there's a change in the numbers, which we can't see. They put a huge amount of willpower on it, which is going to beef up the damage of it, because of course The damage of the effect is actually based on the willpower that you have. A lot of life, 1,259. That wasn't there before. 8% cooldown reduction, which does feed into the way that the ability works, and they bumped up the defensive skills considerably to 3. Yeah, I was actually testing out a potential build for this in season 4, and it already looked insane. So this looks even more insane. That 225 willpower, if you could get like a greater affix roll on there, and then stack up willpower to the moon, the multiplier goes through the roof. I mean, you can get like 3, 4, 500% multiplier on here, and then every time you use a defensive skill, you get basically just like massive amounts of damage. And then the cooldown reduction on there too just feeds into it, so you can just spam the defensive skills even more. Somebody was paying attention when they itemized this. This one looks ridiculous. And then they also changed the passive to damage to poisoned enemies, which looks absolutely insane as well. That's really nice as well. Because overpower was nice, but I mean, in this particular case, we're dealing with, obviously monsters need to be poisoned, so all the damage you're doing is going to be increased by the fact that they're poisoned. We already took a look at Grey Staff of the Crone. It looks insane. Lots of close damage. It's going to max out your Thunderstruck almost immediately, pretty much. I mean, if it doesn't, it's not going to require that much more. The Storm Strike chains to 2 targets. It seems pretty cool. We'll have to see how that works. Dolmen Stone. Movement speed while Hurricane is active, 30%. Okay, that's really cool. 25% Nature Magic cooldown reduction, so they beefed that up quite a bit by 11%. Plus 4 to all Raft skills. That's 1 more than it had before. And then 3 to Crushing Earth, which is the, what's the crit one? I can't even remember. It's one of the, I think it's one of the damage ones for the Earth Tree.
It is.
Looks like casting Boulder while Hurricane is active causes Boulder to rotate around you instead of Boulder's damage increased by 30% for each one currently rotating.
They say 15% multiplier for stun.
Well, I was just trying to see if it was different than the previous one, but it says 0% multiplier on the other one. Up to a maximum of 10 boulders. The maximum of 10 boulders has been removed? No, it's down at the bottom. Okay, I see it.
I want to try this build.
I mean, it could be pretty powerful this season. That 30% movement speed while Hurricane is active seems nice. And then you could, like, stack it together with some other things. I'm sure there's a lot of movement speed bonuses you could get. 18% movement speed. Attacking reduces evades cooldown by 1.5 seconds, so that's the same. 9% shape-shifting attack speed. Another resistance added on. 40% resistances. Plus 2 to heighten senses. I mean, they bumped up the multiplier to 3. There's also something else going on here. When you shapeshift into a werewolf or a werebear, you gain Wild Heart for 5 seconds. Wild Heart grants you 1% to 3% stacking damage every 2 seconds, up to 20%, up to 60%. So a really big buff, actually. It looks like they doubled it. This one's a little wonky to build. Like, it doesn't work the way you would think it does. So basically how it works, and I was testing it and playing around with it, is you shapeshift into a werewolf, and for 5 seconds, you start to gain Wild Heart. And then if you transform into a werebear, like before the 5 seconds is up, you kind of waste the way that it stacks, because it's not actually stacking it upon transformation. What it does is it puts a buff on you for 5 seconds that just kind of slowly stacks 1% or 3% in this particular case at a time, like per second over 5 seconds. And so like during those 5 seconds, you basically get like 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? And then if you don't transform before the 5 seconds is up, you lose the 15%, and then the count starts over. And if you transform before it actually stacks any of the 5 seconds, like for instance, like if you transform into werewolf, it would start the timer, but then if you transformed into a werebear, it restarts the timer. And like it takes a couple seconds for the buff to actually start stacking, which is really weird.
It
They
seems
might
wonky.
want to like work on. I mean, I think the boots are good, but they might want to work on the way that it generates the ability. Like maybe instead it could give you a stack every single time you transform with like a 5-second cooldown on like in between its transformation. But it's really easy to lose the buff, and it's also really sadly it's really easy to not get the buff if you're transforming like really fast. Like if you're constantly transforming back and forth between two different forms, the buff just doesn't happen. Like it, because you don't give it enough time to actually tick up. Mad Wolf's Glee. What did they do to the Mad Wolf's Glee? I don't think anything they do to it is going to work for like fixing it against Tyraels, but decent amount of HP increase. Werewolf attack speed up to 15%. That's interesting. They took away the damage reduction from poison enemies. That is unfortunate. So it went from a mildly okay tanky piece to now it's a very not tanky piece. +3 ranks to all werewolf skills. Now it's +5 ranks to all werewolf skills. Digit grade gate is the one that gives you movement speed, right? Lupine ferocity's damage bonus, 17.5%.
Yes.
Oh no, this one seems like kind of a miss. I mean, taking away the damage reduction kind of makes this into a very offensive piece, and armors are just defensive pieces in general. I mean, the increase in life is nice, don't get me wrong. And then, like, it seems like they seem to be turning it into a speed item in general. Like, you know, 5 to digit grade is going to give you a huge speed bonus, and then also the attack speed. It's strange. It's just a little strange to me. Insatiable Fury. This is the Werebear one. Huge bonus to maximum life. Wow, 12.5% maximum life bonus. 140% Werebear overpower damage. 4% Ursine strength bonuses.
That's cool. That's the keystone.
And then 4 to Iron Fur, that's the one that gives you like straight damage reduction for being in Werebear form, right? I think that's what that one is, right? It's just like you're in werebear form, and you just get damage reduction for being in werebear.
It's the one opposite of the werewolf one.
Yeah, the digigate, yeah. And then they beef that one up to +5 as well. This one's a lot more interesting. Like it fulfills the role of an armor. It's very tanky. You get 12.5% HP, and then the Iron Fur is going to give you quite a bit of damage reduction as well. I mean, you do lose the total armor while in werebear form, but it's kind of redundant now.
Nowadays,
it's kind of redundant nowadays. And then they also took away the damage reduction while fortified, which is a loss because you can get fortified really easily on the druid. But I think that 4 ranks in Iron Fur completely makes up for it though. And then that massive amount of HP, I don't even know. That's a lot of HP. The overpower damage did get converted specifically to werebear though, which is a little bit of a nerf to the non-werebear skills. But usually if you're a werebear, you're a werebear, so it shouldn't really matter. Unsung Heretic Wraps, 11% critical strike damage, or chance. 135% damage to distant enemies. I guess that makes sense for that particular ability. +4 Lightning Storm goes up to 6. So 3 more points on Lightning Storm. That's pretty crazy. And 2 to Defiance. That one was already there, but it goes up to 3 now. They bumped up the damage bonus by 20%. I mean, it's a pretty good change all around. I thought, I mean, it's not bad. It's definitely a lot more powerful than it was before. Tempest Roar. What did they do to Tempest Roar? 90 willpower. That's a good change. 13 maximum resource. So they just changed it from maximum spirit to maximum resource. Seems to be something they're doing across the board. They changed it from poison resistance to lightning resistance. I'm not really sure why. +2 to wild impulses. Storm skills have an 18% chance up to 35% chance to gain 4 spirit. Your base storm skills are now also werewolf skills. So they bumped up the chance to gain 4 spirits. I mean, it was always a good helmet specifically because of the effect it has. The stats on it weren't really all that amazing. I mean, the stats on it still aren't really all that amazing, but 90 willpower is a good change. I don't remember what Wild Impulses is. Is that one of the like the nature magic ones where it switches back and forth between Earth and Lightning, or is that the? I can't even remember. Wild Impulses. Diablo 4. Wild Impulses. Well, that was wow. Ooh. Your core skills cost 3% more spirit, but deal 5% increased damage. Okay. Well, that's a pretty nice change. So, for core builds specifically, that's going to give you an additional, what, 10% times, assuming, of course, that you have a core skill for it to enhance. Okay. Well, that's actually a pretty good change. That's a damage bump for anybody using core skills. Like if you're doing the
Tornado Werewolf.
Yeah, the Tornado Werewolf. Vasily's Prayer got 3 in defensive posture, or 4 in defensive posture. That's interesting. 1750 armor. I'm kind of interested in seeing the armor on stuff because it does make it easier to cap out your armor and not have to roll that on pieces of equipment.
Percent willpower.
7.3% willpower is a lot of freaking willpower. That is really nice. There's another item that has like a ridiculous amount of willpower on it too, doesn't it? Percentage.
Ring, I think.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the previous version wasn't very good. Damage while shapeshifted, like, okay, overpower damage. I mean, that's all right. Maximum life is decent. They bumped up, the maximum life is still there. And then the lightning resistance, like, who really cared? What did they do to the unique effect? It looks like they changed it. Your earth skills are now werebear skills and fortify you for 5% of your maximum health. Interesting. So instead of fortifying you for a flat amount, now they're fortifying you for 5% of your maximum health. That's actually pretty nice. That's a good change. That before, wasn't it like nothing? Wasn't it like the tiniest little fortify ever? If I remember correctly. It was like okay, a little drop in the water. Defensive posture. What is defensive posture? Isn't that the one where it's like when you use a defensive skill, the defensive skill gives you damage reduction? Increases amount of fortify you gain from all sources. Okay. So 4 ranks of 5% per rank. So 5, 10, 15, 20. So a 20% fortify increase from all sources. That's actually not terrible either. Storm's Companion, they showed this one. This one actually looks really good. I'm not gonna lie. The +5 wolves, and then they were talking about the 70 or 85% lucky hit chance for the pack spirit leader boon. That's kind of like the real draw there, is basically it's going to make it really, really easy to reset all your companions. Like, it's already pretty high, but with this one, with this pair of pants on, you're going to be resetting your companions like all the freaking time. It's just going to be, they're always going to be up all the damn time. Like, they're already up all the time, like, as it is, but if you put on this pair of pants with that 85% lucky hit chance for the pack leader spirit boon, I don't think there's ever going to be a moment where you don't have a button to press for your companions. All you got to be doing literally is just attacking stuff, and every single crit pretty much is going to reset. It kind of makes me laugh because I had times when I was using the remember that landslide build with the poison creeper, and I would hit the button and the landslide would just automatically reset itself, and I'd have like 3 or 4 landslides going at the same time from the poison creepers. Like with these pants on, I could just be going like poison creeper, 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 poison. I just never stop hitting the button. Hunter's Zenith. This is one that I've never really worked into a build. I got to admit, every time I've looked at it, every time I've thought about it, I've never really worked it into a build. It never really has made it. 82 willpower. I mean, 90 willpower. That's a good change. 2 to quick shift. That's the one that gives you damage every time you shift. It looks like they brought it down from 3. So a nerf. Heightened Senses is still there, so, but they put in Predatory Instinct and took out the critical strike chance. What the hell was Predatory Instinct? I don't even remember. I'm failing. Predatory Instinct, Diablo form. 3% increased damage to nearby enemies per point. So what, close enemies? So that's going to give you, what, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 12% increased damage. It goes up to 5. So actually, 15% increased damage from Predatory Instinct. That's interesting. Huh. And then you could get that with a greater affix roll, so that would go even higher. You can put in your points into it. I mean, that's not terrible. If you're doing like the back and forth build, Hunter Zenith maybe combined together with the new Wild Heart boots, with the 3% multiplier per, if you can get the effect to work properly. It could be interesting. Erida's Inexorable Will, 11% willpower, so it got bumped up by 0.5. The Lucky Hit got bumped up by 2. Damage to close to 135%. You know, it's funny now that they got all these caps on all the multipliers. They're like throwing additive bonuses at us like crazy. You notice? They're like, yeah, we don't care anymore. Like, here, have 7,000% close damage. But like, what does that do for your Thunderstruck ability? Oh, it doesn't do anything because your Thunderstruck ability is capped. It looks like what is it? It's still pretty much the same multiplier. Ultimate cooldown reduction got bumped up to 20%. That's really interesting. Especially considering the whole thing that it can suck things in, you know, forever. And then like the Cataclysm thing where you can literally have like unlimited spirit for Cataclysm. You could use like this one with Cataclysm to get like your Cataclysm into its like spam ability. And then every time you use Cataclysm, it sucks everything in. And doesn't it work for like the entire duration of Cataclysm? Doesn't it just like keep sucking them in like the entire time Cataclysm is up? So you would just have like a permanent suck in the entire time while you were using these together. And then we got Earthbreaker. So this was one of the new ones. 10%, 11% crit chance, 15% earth attack speed. They added the 25% for landslide projectiles to cast twice, which was a good move because you really just, you know, you need that if you're doing the landslide stuff. +3 to landslide itself. And it looks like the ability itself is the same. So no real changes there. 30% chance. Spawn 2 instead. Wait, there is a change. Spawning a landslide pillar within tectonics plates has a 30% chance to spawn 2 instead. Summoning landslide pillars inside the tectonics plates has a 30% chance to cause an extra landslide to spawn in the spikes. They reworded it, or is it actually different? I don't know. All right, on to the Necromancer, boys. To the Necromancer. What's up, Keith? Black River got an attack speed increase. An interesting choice. +3 to corpse skills, +1 to hued flesh, up to +2 to hued flesh, +2 to fueled by death. Looks like it's pretty much the same. They bumped up the intelligence on it pretty considerably. And it looks like they also bumped up the corpse damage to 160%. And a 25% larger radius per additional corpse instead of 12.5% radius. So it's, oh no, they brought the radius down. My bad. I was looking at it backwards. So only 12.5% per corpse. So they brought the damage up, but the radius down. Interesting. I guess that's probably to compensate for the fact that isn't their corpse explosion radius on the tempered now. So they're probably just trying to, like, I guess, balance it out a little bit. So a little bit of a damage bump there. The intelligence is definitely very nice. Overall, looks like the item stayed pretty much the same. Lidless Wall. Lidless Wall got 2,962 armor. Okay. 35% Bone Storm duration. That's really nice thematically with the item. 8% cooldown reduction. That's really nice. They took away the maximum essence, though. That's a little upsetting. And they gave it +2 to bone skills. Has up to a 45% chance to spawn additional bone storm at their location. Each of your sacrifice bonuses increases this by 25% and the possible number of bone storms by +1. So it's still pretty much the same, although they upped the percent chance of the spawning of additional bone storms. Honestly, it didn't even really need it because once you had, like the sacrifice bonuses in play, it was already at like 100% chance. But I guess this makes sense for anybody who might want to use this that's not doing the sacrifices. The armor's kind of nice too because it might make it so that you don't need additional armor on any other slots. Although the loss of the attack speed. Oh wow, they also changed the passive from thorns to 12.6% total armor. Yeah, this shield is going to completely fix any armor issues you have on your necromancer. With a armor bonus and a percent armor bonus, that's going to just completely cap out your armor for the necro, and you're not going to need armor on anything else. And as a necro, you don't generally need intelligence, or sorry, you don't generally need resistances. So in general, this is going to completely like fix your armor, and then your resistances are already going to be capped, so this is going to be kind of crazy. And then in combination with the buff that they did to Bone Storm, making it to 6% of your max life as a barrier. I think Lidless just went up. The stock on Lidless just went up considerably. Bloodless Scream, this one hasn't been really good for a while, so 270 intelligence, so a massive increase on the intelligence. 16% lucky hit chance, 70% freeze duration, and +2 to darkness skills. They bumped up the damage to frozen enemies by 50%, and 100% chance to generate 25% or 25 additional essence on frozen targets. So they basically just gave it a little bit of buffage. I mean, it's not like that much better. They took away the 80% cold resistance, but I think the +2 to darkness skills and the increased intelligence is a good move. Nothing really like bad on it. They also gave it 170% non-physical damage, which I guess definitely makes sense thematically with it. So, I mean, definitely a nice buff across the board. Deathspeaker's Pendant. Increased attack speed, 1 essence per enemy drain. They talked about this one during the campfire. Basically, they kind of like designed this to be used with the other blood item, and it kind of makes sense because you're getting essence per enemy drained. I mean, it looks decent, to be honest. I mean, increased attack speed is nice. The 1 essence per enemy drained is going to help you keep your bar full pretty much constantly. 3 blood surge and 3 coalesced blood. Both of those are decent ones. I don't think they changed anything about the blood surge itself unless they bumped up the damage. I'm not sure. Ebon Piercer was one of the newer ones. 20% chance for blight projectiles to cast twice, up to 25%. It makes sense because this is something that you're going to be looking forward to with like getting your projectiles twice. The tempers, when they came out with those like casted twice tempers, it just made sense. Like you're just like, okay, well I can double my damage, so I get like a 50% chance to do double damage. Well then, yeah, I'm going to take that. +2 to blight or +3 to blight, 5 to Reaper's Pursuit, and 2 to Gloom. They turned this into a passive necklace. It gives like ridiculous amounts of passives. That's crazy. So they took away the movement speed, they took away the essence cost reduction, and they took away the damage reduction from shadow enemies and the shadow damage over time. So they changed the entire amulet and just gave tons of passives as well as the blight projectiles to cast twice. It looks like a really solid amulet at this point. Like something that you would actually be hunting for, like something with multiple passives on it. That seems very powerful. Greaves of the Empty Tomb, 4 evade charges instead of 3, and evade leaves behind desecrated ground for 2 seconds. They showed a video of this one, like the necromancer literally just skating around on desecrated ground because of like the number of charges that you got, and combined together with a new aspect that lets you reset your evade charges when you use Blood Mist or whatever, and it looked absolutely ridiculous. I mean, overall, it looks like some interesting changes, mainly like, gearing it towards Sever. So you got the Sever size increase here, which is one of the tempers you'd be looking for. And then the chance for Sever's projectiles to cast twice, so they give you both of them here, which pretty much makes Greaves of the Empty Tomb like a no-brainer if you're going to do a Sever build. Like at this point, if you're doing Sever, why are you not wearing Graves of the Empty Tomb? Because it's giving you both of the tempers that you need, and then you can potentially use a different weapon in your hand, something that, you know, obviously you doesn't have the tempers on it. Damage reduction, 11% damage reduction from enemies affected by damage over time, so a little bit of a nerf there at 1%. And then 4 to Reaper's Pursuit, up to 6 for Reaper's Pursuit, actually. It's interesting. I mean, these are definitely very powerful now. It doesn't look like they changed the unique effect. They reworded it a little bit, but it doesn't look like they changed it. No. Mutilator Plate, that was a new one too. And now has 16% 17.5% maximum life on it. That's pretty cool. Bloodlance duration, 60%. I think that was one of the tempers. 17.5% damage reduction from enemies affected by blood skills and +4 to Bloodlance itself. Looks like they also bumped up the unique effect by 2%. So it fortifies you now for 4% instead of 2. And has a 10% chance to form a blood orb instead of a 5% chance. And does 40% times increased instead of 20% increased.
That's very nice.
That is a solid bump all the way across the board for the Mutilator Plates. I mean, honestly, it's just better. It's better in just about every way. It did lose that armor bonus though, which is a little unfortunate, but you know, I think 17.5% maximum life might make up for that. The Blood Artisan's Curios, one I've always been looking at for the Bone Spirit Necromancer. It definitely is a solid one. What did they do to my baby? They gave it 1,259 life. Okay. They gave it 135% increased damage after picking up a Blood Orb, which makes sense because the entire thing is about picking up Blood Orbs to spawn the Bone Spirits. Blood Orbs restore 12 Essence. Okay, that's really nice. 3 to Bone Spirit, and then they changed the effect. They did change the effect. When you pick up 4 Blood Orbs, it goes down to 3 now. Holy crap. A free Bone Spirit spawns damage based on your current life percent. So that's massive, because at 3 Blood Orbs, that means I only have to collect 3 to spawn a free Bone Spirit. Man, Bone Spirit might be on the table, boys. I think I might be doing the Bone Spirit Necromancer this season. We might have to theory craft up the best we can possibly get. And honestly, Blood Orbs restore 12 Essence sounds pretty neat, too, for the way that I was trying to build things, because that'll keep your Essence pool full constantly, even if you're firing off Bone Spirits yourself natively. Could be interesting to see how that works.
It's way better, I think.
Howl from Below. This is the one that goes together with the Corpse Explosion setup. Hey, make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Mutilator Plate, 16%, 17, oh no, sorry. Scroll down. There we go. 12.5% lucky hit chance. Okay, a little bit of bump on the lucky hit chance. 35% corpse attack speed, so you can Corpse Explode faster. Okay. Corpse Explode fears and slows for 0.6 seconds. I guess it always had a chance to fear, didn't it? Never really paid attention. Never really enjoyed fears in games, because it always makes monsters run away, and when they run away, I don't, you can't kill them as easily. But I guess since it's also slowing them, maybe they're running away slowly, and so that's not like as big of a deal. +4 corpse explosions. That's definitely a good change, because obviously it's a corpse explosion item. Instead of detonating immediately, corpse explosion summons a volatile skeleton, charges randomly at the enemy, and explodes. Okay, pretty much the same. They bumped it up by 10% though. I mean, a solid change to it across the board, but I am a little tentative about the fact that it fears monsters. The other one was a lucky hit that may or may not have actually triggered for the most part. This one is going to be like a guaranteed fear, which is a big change and could potentially ruin the item. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Did I accidentally click on the picture? I did. Okay. Cure's Embrace, 10% maximum life. I'm liking a lot of these bonus maximum lives they're adding all over the place. These are nice. Blood Surge drains 3 times from elites. That was one of the things that they said was a change to be in combination with the other one, which is giving you essence for each time it drains. And then it also gives you more damage for the elites. 4 to blood, 5 to Blood Surge, and 2 to Tides of Blood. Looks like the unique effect is still pretty much the same. Yeah. But it looks more powerful with that 3 times from elites. Because I know it like builds up damage depending on how many times you drain the target. So being able to drain multiple times from the elites is going to be good. The Deathless Visage, one that I haven't really used in a long time. They beefed up the maximum resource to 20. That's nice. And also made it into generic. 2,962 armor, so that'll help cap you out. The Bone Spear projectiles cast twice, so that'll be solid for the Bone Spear necromancers. I think a lot of Bone Spear necromancers are going to be using this early on. I mean, granted, you might still want to use, like Harlequin Crest if you get that, but I mean, this is very well crafted for a Bone Spear necromancer at this point. It also has the same effect. Trying to see if they changed it at all. It doesn't look like they changed it at all. So it's the same Bone Spear echoes with the multiplier based on your critical strike damage. I mean, it's good. It's a good change. They did, however, drop the 7.3% damage reduction, which is kind of big for a character that's not exactly very tanky. So that might be a cutting point for some people to try and use something else instead that has some DR, like Harlequin Crest that has 20% damage reduction. Blood Moon Breaches. This was always a weird one, and it did work, but it was always a weird one. 873 maximum life, so that's the same. 115% overpower, which makes sense because it's an overpower item. 35% curse duration. I mean, meh. I mean, it's okay, I guess. Curse duration is all right, but you can get it as a utility on just about any piece of equipment you want. If like for the tempering system, so it's kind of a meh item. +2 curse skills, I guess. Your minion attacks have 7% chance. It's the same. Randomly afflict Decrepify or Iron Maiden. They just kind of reworded it. You deal 150% increased overpower damage to enemies affected by your curses. So that's a pretty big bump from 70% times to 150% times. That's not terrible.
More than double.
And then also the overpower damage that they give you also is going to increase that. So it's less of a defensive item and more of an offensive item, basically. But it's still tied to the minions. So, Ring of Mendeln. They gave it intelligence up to 90. Flat damage of 42.5. Minion attack speed, which is what you need for scaling. So that's not bad. It did have minion attack speed before, though. And they dropped it. Okay, so they dropped the minion attack speed. A little bit of a nerf. Got +1 to Skeleton Warrior Mastery, Skeleton Mage Mastery, and Golem Mastery. That's pretty neat. So you just get a +1 to all of your masteries. Every 6th attack from minion is empowered for physical damage. It looks like that's still the same. The masteries is kind of nice. Like that's a nice touch. I'm not sure why they needed to nerf the minion attack speed though. Ring of the Sacrilegious Soul. They took away the maximum essence. Sad. The lucky hit chance got nerfed. Okay. They added movement speed. And what did they take away? The maximum life. They took away the maximum life and they added 18% movement speed. They grabbed Corpse Skills and Grim Harvest. It's still the same passive effect, except Corpse Tendrils is a little bit lower. So they took Corpse Tendrils down from 8 seconds to 6 seconds now on its top end. I mean, it's a decent change, I guess. I don't like the max essence being taken away, but it's not bad. It's not bad. Moving on to the Rogue, Ashira's Kanjar. We got 873 life, 8% critical strike chance, 8% lucky hit chance, and 2 to weapon mastery. So they took away the basic, they took away the crowd control, took away the movement speed after killing an elite. Most of that was garbage anyway. 11% lucky hit chance. Is that, yeah, the one, so it's lower now than it was before. Weapon mastery is pretty powerful. They bumped up the maximum speed to 40%, so it's faster now. I mean, I'd say it's like good changes overall. 50%, they changed the 20% to 50% damage too. That's interesting. I was just checking to see if there were any passives on some of these other items. Condemnation, huge deck now, which is good. Basic attack speed, 25%. Wow. 25% basic attack. That basically would replace a, what's it, a rapid aspect, pretty much. 65% damage per combo point spent. And lucky hit up to a 2.5% to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. I don't think the rogue really has much issue making enemies vulnerable. Your core skills deal 40% increased damage when you spend 3 combos points. Still the same. Your basic skills using this weapon have a 50% chance to generate 3 combo points, up from 30%. So now it's a 50% chance to generate 3 combo points instead. I mean, it's interesting changes, I guess. I mean, core damage with dual wielding was kind of wasted anyway. The basic attack speed was only 10%, bumped up to 25, which is a pretty good bonus. And having the main stat on there, I think, is good too. I think it's solid changes all around.
Yeah.
Sky Hunter, 18% increased attack speed. That's a lot. 250% critical strike damage, as well as the critical strike damage on the passive, which changed from 35 to 170% critical strike damage. So this thing is going to give you massive amounts of critical strike damage. 39% chance for marksman projectiles to cast twice. I mean, it's a generic one. Instead of it being specific to any specific thing, they just made a generic marksman projectiles cast twice because it's a generic item. +2 stutter step, 40% times up to 60. So they bumped that up by 20, and they also increased the energy return by 10. It's a pretty powerful effect, by the way. I've played around with it before, and you can almost make a character just like have infinite energy with this, and it has a pretty decent damage output too. Wind Force, we already saw. They turned it into a barrage item, basically, so now it's specifically for barrage. And they changed it from knockback to knockdown instead. And there are some nice passives on the rogue that can help knock down as well. And they gave it the chance for barrage projectiles to cast twice. So it's definitely a barrage item at this point. Eaglehorn. Eaglehorn is the penetrating shot one. 18% increased attack speed, 55% chance for penetrating shot to cast twice, 4 to penetrating shot, 2 to malice. Penetrating shot makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds, and every 4th cast of penetrating shot bounces off of walls, dealing 150% more damage. So they bumped that up significantly from 70% to 150%, which is almost double. Not quite, but almost. Or actually, it is double. 70 plus 70 is 140, right?
Look at the vulnerable damage on a bow.
Yeah, 130% vulnerable damage. Seems like a really solid pen shot bow at this point. Like, you would probably want to use this for penetrating shot, like, no matter what. Word of a Con, we saw this one. This one looks crazy, too, with the 90% chance for Rain of Arrows to cast twice and the 300% ultimate damage. There's a specific passive on the Paragon board. Rogue Paragon. It's called, I can't even remember the name of it. But it's one that gives you a multiplier, basically, for every single amount of ultimate damage that you get, and then every single time you use your ultimate, no witness, every single time you use your ultimate skill, all of your abilities also get the damage bonus as well. So utilizing the no witness with all of these new freaking multipliers that they have active, you can definitely get some crazy multipliers. I don't even think they've put a cap on this one yet. I think this is one that they didn't put a cap on. So your ultimate skills gain 10% damage bonus with ultimate bonus, and you grant this bonus to all your skills for 8 seconds when cast. So this is definitely going to make for an interesting build where you can stack ultimate skill damage, get as much damage as you can, spam your ultimate ability, even if your ultimate ability isn't doing very much damage, and then using your other abilities to get that huge damage bonus applied to them. I mean, it looks really solid. There's really nothing wrong with this item now. If you're using Rain of Arrows, you're probably going to use this at this point. Unless you've got like a freaking Word of a Con, or not Word of a Con, like a Melted Heart of Salig sitting around or something. Beastfall Boots, this is the one that lets you multiply your damage by firing off all your energy at once. They increase the energy restore by 10 points. Same damage, looks like. Ultimate, next core skill, okay. +2 to agile goes up to +4, 12.5% ultimate cooldown reduction, 17.5% movement speed, and 20 maximum resource, which is the same as what I had before. So they took away the damage reduction. That's unfortunate. Increased the cooldown reduction, but made it just for the ultimate skills. And that's about it. So not very many changes for the Beastfall Boots. Scoundrel Leathers, kind of an underperformer in the uniques. Let's see. Decent amount of life. They took away the dodge chance. That's unfortunate. 35% movement speed while inner sight gauge is full. 45% inner sight duration. Really stacking on the inner sight there. 12.5% damage reduction from enemies affected by trap skills, up to 15%. That's actually less than what was on the item, so it used to be 16.5% for that. Did they change the ability anyway? 80%, 80%. Doesn't look like it. I mean, I kind of see what they're doing, going for just, like, if you're using inner sight, you're going to be... This is an interesting inner sight item, because it's going to give you increased inner sight duration and movement speed while you're using inner sight. I'm not really sure if that's really going to make it worth using, though. Grasp of Shadow, 15% attack speed, so 5% bonus. We got 8% lucky hits. That wasn't on there before. Another ultimate skill bonus item, so 145% ultimate skill damage. I'm telling you, this No Witness ability on the Rogue is looking more and more interesting. I have a feeling we're going to see some No Witness rogues with some massive amounts of ultimate skill damage, which is going to like eclipse just about anything else, giving you huge multipliers for whatever you want to do. It's going to be like a generic way that you can just get massive amount of damage. Kind of reminds me of like when the druids would use the companions to get like the huge damage bonus that the companions would give, and they didn't really want to use the companions. They were just using the companions to get the damage bonus. Like at this point, you can pretty much just use any ultimate, spam the ultimate, and get the huge damage bonus, the multiplier that No Witness is going to give you. I mean, they seem pretty nice. I don't see they bumped up the damage of the Shadow Clone by 10%. That's interesting too. They brought down the core skills though from 4 to 3. I wonder why they decided to do that. Cowl of the Nameless got a bunch of passives. Holy crap. Rapid Gambits, Unstable Elixirs, and Trick Attacks. And they bumped up the damage against crowd-controlled enemies to 40%. Or increased lucky hit chance against crowd-controlled enemies. So, kind of like moved it away from the imbuements. It's interesting. I mean, 3 passives on a helmet is kind of crazy. Rapid Gambits. Rapid Gambits is your evade cooldown is reduced by 0.5 seconds when you daze an enemy. Unstable Elixirs is using a healing potion stuns surrounding enemies for 2 seconds and increases your damage by 6% times for 6 seconds. And then we've got Trick Attacks, which is when you critically strike a dazed enemy, they are knocked down for 0.5 seconds. So basically just gives you a whole bunch of things that have to do with daze, and then the Unstable Elixirs is a stun, an AoE stun, so kind of like just a crowd control helmet at this point. I'm not sure. I think I kind of like the original one better. Eyes in the Dark, another one that's had a troubling life, has a 300% ultimate damage on it. Okay. They bumped up the life considerably from 873 to 1427. The damage reduction when affected by traps, which is higher than the damage reduction it had before. +3 to Aftermath. They also bumped up the death trap, deals up to 150% damage now instead of 90%. And then death trap, increased damage, will rearm itself once after reactivating. That was another change they made to it, is that instead of it like only reactivating if nothing died, they made it so that it will just automatically reactivate a second time. That way it's not dependent on whether it kills like a fly or something inside the path. Writhing Band of Trickery has dexterity now. It didn't have it before. Crowd control damage. Okay. 225% trap damage. There we go with those ridiculous additive numbers. 12.5% subterfuge cooldown. They took away the critical strike chance, which is kind of unfortunate. Casting subterfuge leaves a decoy trap that continuously taunts and lures enemies after 2 seconds. It explodes after 3 seconds. It explodes. So they cut the cooldown on the explosion by 1 second. This is treated as a trap skill and can only spawn 1 decoy every 6 seconds. It didn't say it was treated as a trap skill before, did it? Although it does say decoy trap. But now they specifically stated that it's going to be a trap skill. So that means you can scale it with trap bonuses. That sounds interesting. Scoundrel's Kiss, 7.5% or 9% increased attack speed. 4% enhanced rapid fire bonus. 3% critical strike chance to each enhanced rapid fire bonus. Okay. Rapid fire, 20% chance for rapid fire projectiles to cast twice, +2 to rapid fire, +3 to rapid fire max. Rapid fire now, lobs exploding is a deal of 35% increase, so an extra 10% on the Scoundrel's Kiss. Sounds like a buff pretty much across the board for the rapid fire builds. I mean, it doesn't seem like they got nerfed at all. It is missing the critical strike chance, though. But they did add critical strike chance to each enhanced rapid fire bonus of 4%, which might actually end up being more than the 5% they took away. So that sounds nice. Saboteur's Signet Ring. 275% grenade damage. Stun grenade size, 42.5%. 1 energy when a stun grenade explodes. 7.5% cooldown reduction up to 8%. I mean, the previous bonuses weren't like amazing. It's got the same. They took away the crit strike chance again. It's interesting. Like, I mean, I've made this comment before that critical strike chance was like on everything pretty much for the most part. And so it feels like maybe they were listening and they're like, oh, critical strike chances everywhere, says Ginger. All right, well, let's take it away so that they've got no critical strike chance. And they're just taking off like every single item. Did they buff this up at all? I can't tell. 45%? Yes, they did. They also made it into a core only instead of flurry, so it looks like you can use the Saboteur on any character now instead of just the flurry builds. With a 45% chance instead of a 30. And then they also have the grenade skills have a 5% lucky hit chance instead of a 2%. But it's just stun grenades instead of grenade skills entirely. All right, Sorceress. This should be interesting. Man, I need a sip of water here. Whew, how long have we been going? 4 hours and 55 minutes. Jesus, like we're playing video games here. Fractured Winter Glass. Non-physical damage. Looks like they bumped that up significantly. 17.5% frozen orb projectile cast twice. It's kind of nice. Conjuration cooldowns are reduced by 0.3 seconds when a frozen orb explodes. Well, that sounds like a way to spam some conjurations. 4 conjuration mastery. Casting frozen orb has a 65. They bumped up that by 15% chance to spawn a random conjuration when it explodes. Your conjurations have up to a 90% chance to launch a frozen orb. It sounds like they made that even more spammy than it was before. I mean, it seems better. Seems more powerful. I mean, the Frozen Orb build is now even more powerful than it was before. Asu's Heirloom, a favorite among sorceresses to get that critical strike chance. They bumped it up to 40% of your movement speed bonus instead of 30%. I mean, that's definitely nice. All resistances on Asu's Heirloom. That's an odd choice for a sorceress that doesn't really need all resistances. And critical strike damage. Movement speed after killing an elite for 12.5 seconds. And then another movement speed of 18%. I guess they're just turning it into like a crazy movement speed boots. Actually, it looks like they brought it down because it was 28% and now it's 12.5%. But they brought it up to 7 seconds instead of 4 seconds, so it lasts longer. So I guess, honestly, that'll probably be a net positive. They took away the mana cost reduction, which is kind of a negative. I'm not really sure why you would take away mana cost reduction and put on all resistances onto a sorceress item. That seems like
I feel like it's unnecessary.
that's a misstep. Remnant of the Infinite. Buffed the intelligence. They buffed up the glass cannon by 1. And then they added elemental attunement and shocking impact. Shocking impact is the one where when you deal lightning damage, you have a chance to stun them. Is that it? I can't even remember. Shocking impact is every time you stun an enemy, you deal 15% lightning damage to them. Okay. And then elemental attunements. That one is lucky hit. Critical strikes have a 5% chance to reset your defensive cooldowns. Okay. It can happen only once every 10 seconds. All right. So basically giving you a way to reset your defensive cooldowns, which teleport counts as a defensive cooldown, right?
Right.
So technically you're going to be resetting your own defensive cooldown there. That's interesting. Let's keep on going. Gloves of the Illuminator. They were actually showing this one and it looked pretty OP. I was actually kind of like thinking about the fireball build. I was like, this looks actually really nice. It has the 11% crit strike, but it also has increased fireball attack speed and +2 mana when fireballs explode, which is ridiculous. And then you get +3 your fireball skill. So you get basically like this. I don't know. When they showed it on camera, it was so many fireballs bouncing, and they were getting so much mana back every single time they were casting fireballs. It kind of looked insane. And then it looks like also they took away the penalty here, so every time it hits the ground, an explosion deals blank less damage, but you can get 0% less damage. So if you get a nice pair with a 0% less damage, you're getting full damage fireballs on every single bounce. Flame Weavers. What did they do to the Flame Weavers? These things are OP already. 9% increased attack speed, which is really good for this build. 45% firewall size, which make it easier to shoot your firewalls through it. Of course, they added firebolt projectiles count twice, which makes sense. And they also added +2 to all pyromancy skills. That's pretty big. So that'll give +2 to firebolt, and it'll also give +2 to firewall. It'll also give +2 to like meteor. That's actually ridiculous. Casting fireball through your firewall causes it to split 3 bolts, dealing 100% increased damage. So they buffed that up by 30%. That's a pretty solid buff for the.
These are just strong now. Like they're just way strong.
Yeah, I mean, Flame Weavers was already like a item that you pretty much would always put on your character, because the thing is that if you're using this item, you're probably using this specific build with Firebolt, so you're going to be using this item no matter what. And it's kind of odd because, you know, I don't think anybody was complaining that like Flame Weavers were not powerful enough, or you know, like Fractured Winter Glass wasn't powerful enough. We were kind of complaining about the other items that weren't required. Like, these are required for your build. The other ones aren't. And they were already kind of like good enough for what they were required to do. The Starfall Coronet got a buff to intelligence, meteor size, which makes sense. Cooldown reduction is at 8%, so they got 1% buff there. 6 to meteor instead of 3, so huge buff there. Meteor's mana cost is replaced with a 4-second cooldown reduction, so they got even better now. So you can get it down from 6 to 4, and a total of 2 charges. Second charge cooldown instead of mana cost, and drops 3 additional meteors around the target. Still drops 3. Enchantment effect still drops 1 additional. So honestly, it looks like they just made that better all across the board. Except for the lucky hit. That's the only thing that didn't get, that got stripped off of it. But
It's an additional charge too, right?
I mean, 2 total charges.
Instead of 1.
Cooldown with a second charge. Yeah, so 2 charges. So Starfall Coronet looks insane. You could combine Starfall Coronet with the Flame Weavers and make like a ridiculous sorceress. I did that last season and it was already broken, and now it's going to be even more broken. Ice Art Bryce, what did they do to you? Frost Nova size, 75% Frost Nova size. Isn't 75% the cap for size?
No, 100% is the cap for
Oh,
size.
100? So it's like already almost there at the cap.
Masterwork it, yeah.
So masterwork it and you're done. You wouldn't need any Frost Nova size. 4.6% to Shatters Damage Echo. That seems nice. Shatter is the key passive, right? The one where you
Yes.
kill monsters that are frozen and they do like damage to the monsters around them or whatever. That seems very powerful. They also added a 10% chance to unleash the Frost Nova while frozen. So you get an extra 10% chance that the monsters are going to pop. They took away the 7.3% damage reduction, though. I'm noticing a trend here. A lot of the uniques are losing their damage reduction, which is unfortunate. They turned it into more of an offensive item as opposed to a defensive item. And then they added cold resistance, which is stupid because the sorceress doesn't need cold resistance. She doesn't need resistances at all. That one could be stripped off completely. I mean, I understand thematically it's a cold item. It gives you cold resistance. Like, all right, you could put that in the passive category. Nobody cares. Blue Rose, we saw this one earlier. This one's kind of crazy with the chance for ice spikes to explode twice, and then the huge ice spike damage. That one looks really nice. If you're going to build the ice spike build, I think this is like a no-brainer at this point. Like if you're doing ice spikes, this is most likely going to be on your character, because I don't think there's any other item in the game that's going to have the 35% chance for ice spikes to explode twice. So there's nothing in the game that's going to make your build better than this one. This item is just required, basically. Talross's Iridescent Loop, the one that everybody loves. Let's see. They bumped it up from 15 to 20. Interesting. And they bumped it up from 60 to 80. I guess giving those sorceress the extra damage that they asked for. We also got Lucky Hit Chance, 8%. Looks like they bumped that up by 2. Non-physical damage by 75%. Cooldown reduction is 1% higher. And then they added on Potent Warding. What is Potent Warding?
It's plus max res for the element you use.
So another way of making you a little bit tankier.
Yes.
Huh. After casting a non-basic skill, you gain 2% resistance to all elements and 1% additional resistance to that skill's element for 9 seconds. Interesting. I don't think a lot of people actually take that, but three in that is what? 3's at 6. So 6% to that particular resistance. Is that the max or is that just the flat? Because if it's the max, then that's different. I just had the page open and didn't even read it properly. You gain 2% resistance to all elements and 1% additional resistance to that skill element for 9 seconds. Again, like, what does the sorceress really need extra resistances? If it was max resistances, that would be different. Unless they changed it and we just haven't seen it. Maybe they changed it. We kind of skipped over everything. Flame Scar. Let's see. They added a huge intelligence of 225, 12.5% lucky hits, 37.5 to incinerate size, and 6 to incinerate. I mean, that's pretty solid. And then I can't really tell whether they beefed that up or not because they don't have a proper screenshot there. They also have lucky hit up to a 40% chance to just deal 6,000 fire damage, which sounds kind of insane for a build that's around fire. I'm sure that gets scaled up with all of your points and things, although you do lose the 10% lucky hit chance. The Oculus. Look at that massive teleport damage, 650% teleport damage. 3 maximum evade charges on a wand.
Wow.
Attacks reduce evade's cooldown by 1.5 seconds. Wow, they literally gave you both boot aspects. That's both boot aspects. That's not just one. That's both of them. So that's literally the plus 3 max charges, and that's the attacks reduce evades cooldown by 1.5 seconds in one little package, which sounds absolutely perfect for a build that revolves around spamming teleport. Kind of ridiculous. They also threw in the Nova size, the teleport Nova size, 70% increased teleport Nova size, and 12 to teleport now instead of 10. Alrighty then.
That seems fun.
Gain the effect of teleport enchantment for free. And then, so it's still the same as it was before. Okay. But it seems even more fun than it was before. It seems like the Oculus build might be kind of insane this season, if you guys want to do an Oculus build. Staff of the Endless Rage looked really insane too, with the 360 intelligence, 55% fireball projectile speed, 75% fireball projectiles cast twice, and plus
Which
6
is
to
easily
fireball.
100.
And then they bumped it up from 70 to 90% increased damage, so it's like, that looks insane. Especially if you combine them together with the bouncy gloves.
And implicit fire damage is insane.
Ooh, Staff of Lama Sem. Let's take this one in. I've wanted to do a charge bolt, a sorceress, for a while. 360 intelligence increase. That's massive. 75% chance for charge bolt projectiles to cast twice. 45% resource cost reduction. That's ridiculous. Plus 6 to my charge bolts, and then your cast of charge bolts has a 80% chance to be attracted to enemies and last 300% longer.
It's beautiful.
That's absolutely amazing. Charge bolt could be insane this season. We'll see. Isidora's overflowing cameo, 15% intelligence increase. That's massive. Of course, you can get that on a regular amulet though. 500% crackling energy damage. Okay, 500%. That's a lot of percents. It was 42% before. It's 17% up to 25% movement speed after picking up a crackling energy, which is pretty much permanent because you're going to have like crackling energies all over the place for the most part, especially if you're doing a crackling energy build. 2% damage reduction per crackling energy charge. Isn't there like 10 crackling energy charges? So that's like 20% damage reduction if you're at full charge. Did they change the effect? They did not change the effect as far as I can see. I mean, it seems like a solid change all around that might actually make people interested in using it. Well, these are freaking ridiculous changes. We still got a lot more to go over, guys. Like, this is... I feel overwhelmed. It's already been like 5 hours. I want to go take a nap. Can I go take a nap, guys, and come back and do the rest?
2 videos.
Just 2
Half patch.
videos. Nap after, before nap and after nap. That's what we're gonna do. I mean, technically, we've already gone over these patch notes, so like, it's not like we haven't gone over like all of these patch notes before. We're really just kind of like revising over the red portions of the patch notes. Holy Jesus! Like scrolling up to the top took forever. Infernal Hordes. I feel like we can bug fixes. Fix an issue where double swing did not strike an additional time on the 5th cast. Let's read the red stuff first, because I have gone over these patch notes before and I can kind of like surmise at least some of it. So previously, only the player who opened the pit will receive full amount of masterwork materials. This penalty for other party members has been removed. Very good change. That's an amazing change, by the way. The Majolnik ring unique ring. While Cataclysm is active, you gain unlimited spirit and deal 40 to 100% times increased damage. So they added a multiplier on there. So it's even more OP than it was before. They reduced the number of meters required for that healing potion grants movement speed thing from 30 to 20 meters before you spawn a healing potion. Damaging an enemy with moving skill, 30% chance to restore energy. Your maximum energy is increased by 30 instead of 25. That should work well with the Beast Fall boots. Flurry deals 40% increased damage and has 20% chance to stun, so they buff that one up a little bit. Actual Conduit. Actual Conduit got a buff of 30% for the explosion. So 600% instead of 570. But it doesn't look like they really changed Actual Conduit all that much else. I guess they're hoping that the other passive changes that they did will have an effect. Lightning Rod aspect, they changed it completely. So Chain Lightning now has a 25% chance to deal 80% increased damage. This chance is doubled against bosses or crowd controlled enemies and prefers them as targets. Okay. That's a huge multiplier. Just an additional flat 80% damage. So you're definitely going to be interested in getting the Lightning Rod aspect at that point.
That can go on a two-hander, right? That's a tame.
I heard people playing around with the Hydra thing, like the extra Hydra heads on cast. Was it any good? I didn't actually get to play with it myself.
I didn't get to either.
And I know Meow wants to make a Hydra sorceress like desperately. Yeah, all unique items have gotten changes, so we already got a picture of those. Barbarian, lunging strike, berserk duration increased from 1.5 to 3 seconds. Rend damage increased by 10%. Violent rend, bonus to vulnerable enemies increased by 5%. Furious rend, fury gained increased from 4 to 5, and maximum fury gained from 20 to 25. Hammer of the Ancients, damage increased by 10%. Furious Hammer of the Ancients. Previous Hammer of Ancients has 2% critical strike chance for every 10 fury. Now Hammer of the Ancients gains 2% critical strike chance for every 10 fury you had when cast, and its critical strikes knock down enemies for 1.5 seconds. That's interesting. So just like free knockdowns if you have ridiculous amounts of crit for Hammer of the Ancients. For Hoda. I guess they're trying their best to undo the nerf that they...
Upheaval just seems more interesting to me.
Violent Hammer of the Ancients, damage and bonus increased to 40 times. Upheaval, damage increased by 15%. Enhanced Upheaval, stun chance increased to 35%, and stun duration increased to 3 seconds. Violent Upheaval, base berserking duration increased from 2 to 3, and bonus duration increased from 3 to 5. Tactical Ground Stomp, fury gain increased from 40 to 60. That's really nice. Enhanced Iron Skin, barrier amount increased from 20 to 25% maximum life. Fury gain when taking damage increased from 3 to 6. Kick charge cooldown reduced from 13 to 9 seconds. Thick Skin, fortify increased from 1.2 to 1.8% of maximum life. Concussion, stun duration reduced from 3 to 2. Unconstrained, bonus damage reduced from 75% to 35%, so a nerf to unconstrained. Unbridled Rage, bonus damage reduced from 100% to 45%, a nerf to Unbridled Rage. Walking Arsenal also looks like it got nerfs from 12 to 8 per weapon. All 3 bonuses from 20 to 10, and attack speed bonus for all 3 bonuses from 20 to 10. I'm not really sure why they would nerf Walking Arsenal. I don't really feel like Walking Arsenal was ever really all that overpowered, to be perfectly honest. I feel like they're just... It's like a shotgun blast. They're just nerfing everything across the board on the Barbarian because like 1 or 2 builds are performing well in the Barbarian.
Right.
But there's so many builds that were not performing well in the Barbarian also. Like, it's not like all of them were performing well. It was like Bash, Flay, and Whirlwind Bleed. And I think Double Swing was doing okay. But like, that was about it. Gushing Wounds. So they nerfed to Gushing Wounds. Okay. Well, that's gonna hit the Bash build and the Whirlwind build pretty hard, and it's gonna hit the Flay build as well. Previous, when using an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 140% times your critical strike damage bonus. Overpowering a bleeding enemy creates an explosion that inflicts 85% bleeding over 5 seconds. Now, when causing an enemy to bleed, you have a chance equal to your critical strike chance to increase the bleed amount by 70% times. So half? And then 100% plus of your critical strike damage. So an additive bonus of your critical strike damage.
Yes.
Overpowering a bleed then creates an explosion of 120% bleeding damage. So they basically kind of nerfed the main bonus thing of gushing wounds, and then tried to buff up the AoE portion to like compensate. But it looks like a pretty hefty nerf across the board for gushing wounds. So I would expect Flay and Bash and even Whirlwind Bleed and whatnot builds to perform far less effectively. It looks like Flay, which is I think is the only one that doesn't really specifically need gushing wounds, might still be okay because you could potentially go with one of the other. You could maybe go with the Berserk one and still do okay with gushing wounds. I mean with Flay, but I don't really think the other ones are going to be able to pull off the same thing. Flay might survive. Of Sundered Ground. This is an upheaval one. Every 25 seconds, your next upheaval cast is guaranteed to overpower, deals 25% increased damage. Timer is reduced by 4 seconds when upheaval overpowers a boss or elite enemy. Reduced by 5 seconds, you're to 20. Your next upheaval guaranteed an overpower and deals 30% increased damage. Critical strikes with upheaval against elites reduce the timer by 1 second. So they nerfed the time reduction, but increased the frequency and the damage. So you're going to get, I mean, that's not terrible. That's not terrible. Of Ancestral Forest, previous Hammer of the Ancients quakes outward and its damage is increased by 17%. Now Hoda quakes outward for 20% increased damage, and this bonus is doubled against bosses. I like seeing this stuff. Bosses are already hard enough as they are. I like seeing the like double against bosses, or like this works this way against bosses, or like a free hit against bosses basically, or something like that. I feel like the bosses are always some sort of like exception to the rule and should be treated as such. Blood Feeder. Critical strike chance bonus against bleeding enemies increased by 5 to 10. Dominate Glyph. Time between guaranteed overpowers reduced from 30 to 20. That's nice. Executor Glyph. Damage bonus while wielding a polearm increased from 10 to 15% times. Tempering. Bash Cleave. Furious augments reduced from 105 to 20.
Yeah.
Oh, so they just gutted Bash then, huh?
You basically need the new unique.
They just gutted that's a gut right there. Barbarian Protection Manual and its augments have been removed. What is the Barbarian Protection Manual?
Is that the one with all the life? They just got rid of the life scaling completely. I would imagine that's what it is.
I'm looking on Pure Diablo. Hold on.
Because you know how
Plus
the
one
bards
imposing
like
presence, plus one martial vigor, plus one guttural yell, and
It's
plus
a
one
life
defensive
one.
stance. Okay, well, so they took that one just completely out for the time being. Flay duration was moved from barbarian innovation to utility to bleed augments weapon. So they're not dumb. So they're not idiots. So, this was something that happened during the PTR, is they took Flay duration and they moved it from the weapon to the utility, and it was the biggest buff that they could have done, because then it allows you to have full Flay duration on your utility slot, which is a slot that nobody cares about anyway, really, for the most part.
Use unique weapons.
And then
too.
you could use unique weapons, or you could use another augment on your main hand weapons, and it was such a huge buff to Flay. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, are they idiots? And they moved it back. So apparently they're not idiots. They realized the mistake that they made, and they fixed it. Druid now gained 25% more increased skill damage from their primary core stat. Gained 1% increased skill damage for every 8 primary core stat, reduced from 10 primary core stat. So it looks like the like this core stat thing is going to go into effect now. I thought it wasn't going to go into effect until the next season. They kind of made it seem like it wasn't going until the next season, but like 6.
I like that change.
I mean, it's basically going to give an edge up on all the classes.
That couldn't get as much stats. Yeah.
They couldn't get as much stats. I feel like the Barbarian really does get a lot more stats than all the others.
For sure. That is a great change for balancing of the game.
Boulder damage increased from 46 to 70% of weapon damage, so that's nice. Rabies, the increased spread rate granted by the natural rabies upgrade has been applied to the base skill. What? Oh, okay, so they just give you the buff. Okay, so natural rabies has been changed to a new ability, which is spread distance is increased by 70%. Spread distance? I didn't even know spread distance was a factor. What the hell? It's still like I've tried it. I tried to scale it. It kind of sucks. Like it still sucks, and I don't know what to do about it. Maybe I'm just not playing it properly. Cataclysm now more consistently hits enemies with its lightning strikes. Okay, well it's getting buffed considerably, so that's really nice. Blood Howl is now always a shout skill, not just when using the Night Howler's aspect. That's good. I kind of wondered why they made that aspect in the first place. Honestly, there's a lot of aspects that need to just be included in the abilities.
Base skills, yeah.
They need to just move them to the base skill. Perfect Storm damage bonus is increased by 40%. Well, 10%, so 30% to 40%. Earthen Might base lucky hit chance increased from 5 to 10%. Shepherd's aspect, previous your core and wrath skills deal 5 to 10% additional damage per companion you have. Now your companion skills deal 5 to 10% damage per companion you have. Interesting. So you just get 10% additional damage per companion. So if you're running full companions, what's that? 3. Well, actually, you can get more wolves now. So you can actually get the 5% chance to spawn additional wolves. I think you can get up to like 6. So like 6, 2, 2 or something like that, or 6, 3, 2.
And then when the ravens are called, there's more ravens than just.
Yeah, so that's like a pretty hefty bonus. I mean, that's at least like another 100% or more, depending on like how many you can potentially summon. I'd have to like run the math and see how many you can summon. Even the Poison Creeper technically counts as 2 if you're running an aspect that increases the total number.
Okay.
It's a weird thing. Even though you don't actually have 2, they should just make you have 2. Like when you hit the button, 2 of them should pop out. Skinwalkers, previous, when you shapeshift a skill, you get 2 to 5 life, and you get full life, gain the same amount as Fortify. Now when you use shapeshifting skill, changes your form. You gain 20% life if you are at full life and gain the same amount as Fortify. Okay, so you just get 20% of your life every single time you shapeshift? That's insane. And you get 20% Fortify every time you shapeshift? That's insane. That sounds insane. So I can just shapeshift back and forth over and over again and just keep getting life? Like, if that's the case, I could just have... Because this sounds really stupid, but hear me out. You could just have, like, the werewolf claw attack, and then you could have the werebear maul attack, and you could just go claw maul, heal, claw maul, heal, claw maul, heal, claw maul, heal.
Yeah.
And, that sounds absolutely silly. They're probably going to nerf that and make it like non-basic skills or something, because it makes more sense if it's like a non-basic skill, because then you might actually have some sort of restriction like cooldown reduction, or like a cost of the ability, which would make it difficult to just spam back and forth. But if you also think about this, if you combine this together with the Starlight aspect, which gives you resource for healing yourself, now you have a situation where you can just sit there and just spam back and forth and be immortal. That sounds absolutely stupid and insane. Delay from second set of landslides slightly increased on Aftershock. Didn't they slightly decrease it before? So I guess they decided that was a bad idea. Shred's critical strike damage increased from 30% to 40% of damage dealt. Aspect of Lure Beast, bonus damage to poison enemies increased from 40% to 55%. Aspect of Retaliation, core skills bonus damage on Fortify increased from 25 to 40%. Seismic Shift no longer adds a cooldown to Earth Spike. I'm actually really excited about this. And I kind of want to make an Earth Spike build now. Like because you got the basic sword now. I think he can use the basic sword, right? The new one. Like, I can't remember if the druids can use the sword.
Yes, they can.
So you got the new basic sword. You go with the Earth Spike. You could potentially like really build some really nice Earth Spike damage. I actually played around with Earth Spike for a while in one of the previous patches, and I was really surprised at how good it worked. And then, of course, you could also get the free cast of Storm Strike and also Wind Shear, which was kind of interesting. You could maybe combine in like, the that one that makes Wind Shear do poison damage, so you could just have free poison damage coming out. I don't know. Runeworker's Conduit got a change, so it is now critical strikes with storm skills that you cast charge the air around you for 3 seconds. causing lightning bolt to periodically hit an enemy in the area for 350% weapon damage, so 40% increase on that damage. Lightning damage, and your lightning bolts deal 40% times increased damage.
Oh,
Your lightning bolts. Like, isn't that a specific thing? So, like, there's specific things that count as lightning bolts on the character.
yes.
So that's not just going to enhance the damage of this. That's going to
This should
enhance
help like my other build.
Yeah, it's going to help like any build that's using the lightning bolt specific abilities. I think there's a couple passives that cast lightning bolts too.
It's pretty cool.
Balanced aspect, spirit regeneration. Generation while Grizzly Rage is active is increased from 20 to 50% times. Night Howler's aspect no longer makes Blood Howl a shout skill, since the Blood Howl is always a shout skill. Critical strike bonus damage increased to 15%. Thunderstruck Legendary Node cap bonus is increased from 40 to 60. That's a good change. Some of the cap bonuses that they installed are just a little too restrictive. I don't know how to put it. Like, I know that getting up to like 300% multiplier on one of the things isn't exactly acceptable, but you know, like the blood rage that they capped at 30% times seems kind of restrictive, especially considering how much berserking bonus you can get. Necromancer gains 25% more increased skill damage, so they also got the core stat change. So all those classes except for Barbarian, because Barbarian isn't special. I wonder if Rogue is not going to get the change, or if it's going to be a different change. It gets 9.
Yeah, it's 9 instead of 10, and then 8. So it's 8, 9, 10.
So because they have more weapons than everybody else too.
Yeah.
Lucky hit chance has been increased. Oh yeah, this was crazy. I saw this in the Campfire Chat. They increased the lucky hit chance of like every ability on the Necromancer pretty much. Like Sever went from 20 to 40, Bloodlance went from 33 to 50, Blood Surge went from 12 to 20, Reap went from 17 to 30, Hemorrhage went from 35 to 50, Bone Splinters went from 17 to 30, which is massive. Corpse Tendrils went from 17 to 30, and Blood Wave went from 20 to 50. That Bone Splinters actually could be insane if you're doing like the basic Bone Splinters, because I was playing around with a basic Bone Splinters build, and I was able to get some really nice numbers out of it. And getting extra lucky hit proc on that definitely sounds really nice too. Decompose, the explosion from the enhanced Decompose can now trigger lucky hits. Looks like my popcorn build is no longer a meme. I built a decomposed popcorn build, and it was actually surprisingly effective. Unfortunately, when I tested it in PTR, due to all the nerfs that they did to the shadow skills, it wasn't really quite as effective as it was before. But it could be interesting to with the lucky hit stuff to see how that factors in. If you're wondering what nerf I'm talking about, it was this one right here. So the blighted aspect got like severely nerfed. It wasn't even half, it was like less than half. It went from 120% times to 50% times, which half would have been 60, so it's 10% lower than half, which is pretty rough. They did make up for it a little bit with some of the other stuff, but not quite enough. Sever cooldown reduced from 7 to 5.6. Paragon Bloodbath Legendary Node overpower damage increased from 35 to 70%. That's pretty massive. It's huge. That's huge. That's gonna be nice for my Bone Spirit build, because I was building overpower. That's how I was making it work. So that's gonna be massive. Blood Begets Blood Legendary Node damage bonus per blood orb picked up increased from 5% to 10. That's gonna be massive too, especially if I do the Blood Artisan Curios path. That should be crazy. And then the maximum bonus was increased to 50% times. That's pretty nice. Tempering values provided for tempering recipes updates reflect their values at legendary rank. Magic and rare recipes also have been similarly adjusted. Blood damage increased from 55 to 80. Blood overpower damage increased from 85 to 105. Damage while fortified increased from 55 to 80. Shadow finesse tempering recipes. Shadow damage over time increased from 75 to 90. Darkness damage increased from 55 to 80. We got Rogue. Now has 11% more increased damage. Gains a 1% increased skill damage for every 9 primary core stat, reduced from 10 primary core stat. I mean, it's a really elegant way, honestly, to fix the issue with the barbarian having more stats is to make the other character's stats more potent,
Scale
so that
faster,
they're
yeah.
so that they're basically about the same. And I think this is going to work across the board. Now nobody's going to be able to say, well, hey, the barbarian has, 4 weapons and 2 of them are two-handeds and they have so much more stats than we do. Well, it's not really going to matter because your stats are more effective than theirs now. Preparation was changed. Spend 75 energy to reduce your ultimate cooldown by 5 seconds. Ultimate skills reset other cooldowns and grant 15% damage reduction for 10 seconds instead of 8. My butt's hurting. I've been sitting down here for like 5.5 hours on these notes. We approaching like double Ben-Hur levels here. I'm gonna go take a nap afterwards. Let's see here. Not a lot of changes in the rogue here. Flurry damage increased from 94 to 130, and lucky hit chance increased from 10 to 20. Another flurry change. Each time flurry damages an enemy, 10% chance to apply vulnerable for 3 seconds. 1% increased damage for 5 seconds after hitting a vulnerable enemy up to 25%. Advanced Flurry. Now successive casts of Flurry increases damage by 10% and reduces its energy cost by 10% up to 3 times. Oh, no problem. Sweden's #1. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I strive to provide the best content that I can at all times. Using a healing potion stuns surrounding enemies for 2 seconds and increases your damage by 6% for 10 seconds instead of 5. Okay. So a little bit of a buff to that aspect. After moving 15 meters, your next core skill deals 8% increased damage while the damage bonus remains. Your agility and subterfuge skills deal 5% increased damage. So a little bit of buff there as well. Dagger damage to healthy enemies increased from 5 to 7%. Casting cutthroat skills grants stacks of momentum. Casting a non-cutthroat skill removes a stack of momentum. For each stack of momentum, you gain 3% damage reduction and 3% maximum energy, and 3% energy resistance, and 3% movement speed, and 5% damage. This can stack up to 10 times. So they added in the damage on there. So now it can do up to 50% additional damage.
Yeah, it's a key passive.
Well, it's nice. Key passives should be damage related, honestly. Because they don't have damage, they're usually pretty bad. While at maximum stacks, the momentum key passive, your cutthroat skills deal 45% increased damage when you become unstoppable for 3 seconds every 8 seconds. Hits of barrage have a 30 to 50% chance to deal double damage and knock down enemies. Okay, so we went up by 10%. And I'm trying to figure out, it says knockback or knockdown. So they took out knockback and they went just to knockdown. So they buffed it up by 10% and took out the knockback. Okay. Oh, the wind force is in here? Exploit weakness legendary node. Hitting a vulnerable enemy has a 60% chance to increase your damage by 1% times for 25 seconds, up to 25% times. At 25 stacks, the bonus remains for 6 seconds and then expires.
Okay.
Interesting. So building it is going to be easy because it's going to last for 25 seconds. But then when you build it to 25, it's going to expire quickly. And then you have to rebuild it back up. So they nerfed that down from 50 stacks? Up to a 50% at 50 stacks. Now it's a 25% at 25 stacks. So that is a direct nerf. And
From
also,
the PTR.
and also not only is it a nerf, but it also kind of like makes it more difficult to keep the buff active. Because if it expires after 6 seconds once hitting the maximum number of stacks, I mean, at that point you've got to rebuild it from scratch from the beginning. So it's less than half effectiveness of what it was before. Like it's half just in the damage output, but then it's even less than half if you consider the fact that you're going to have to rebuild it if the fight lasts longer than.
Well, it was better than last season. It's just not as good as the PTR. The PTR, they're
Yeah.
doing Pit 200 with that execute thing. So I guess
Yeah.
they just wanted to redesign it.
I mean, the rogue has always been a class that's kind of like overperformed anyway, but it's now capped at a maximum of, so no, they did cap out no witness. So no witness is capped at 45%. I was curious about that. With all the ultimate damage that they added, it kind of seemed like it was important for them to maybe cap that out. I think no witness is still going to be something that everybody's going to be using though. Like there's no reason not to. I mean, if you can get a free 45% multiplier by having on a couple items that have ultimate skill damage, and you're running, say, like Rain of Arrows or Shadow Clone or whatever, like, I mean, it's just a free 45% multiplier every single time you use your ultimate, so why not? Oh, and they increased the duration from 8 to 10 seconds. So now it's going to have that 45% multiplier for 10 seconds for all of your abilities. Looks like we're on to the Sorcerer. Now gain 25% more increased skill damage from their primary core stat. So the same thing as all the others, except the Sorceress is getting the full 25% bonus. So skip 1% skill damage for every 8 core stat instead of 1% for 10. That's going to beef up like the base damage of the Sorceress quite a bit. Charge Bolt base damage increased from 30 to 45%. Nice, another buff to the Charge Bolt Sorceress. Charge Bolt Sorceress is looking pretty fun this season. Enhanced Charge Bolts explosion damage increased from 45 to 79%. I like that. Although it looks like it was a nerf from the PTR, increased from 150 to 175. Explosion damage increased from. I don't really understand. I'm having a hard time understanding. Like, I see they have it crossed out 150 to 175% of Charge Bolt's damage. But then it says explosion damage increased from 45 to 79%. But then it doesn't even say of Charge Bolt's damage. So,
Right.
So is it a nerf or is it a buff? I can't tell. Like, I guess it depends on what the explosion damage is and whether or not it's higher than the Charge Bolt's damage. I don't know. That one's going to be one we'll have to find out. Firewall damage increased 160 to 230%. Meteor damage increased by 16%. Incinerate damage increased from 84% to 101%. Fireball damage increased from 60 to 66%. So some damage buffs across the board there on the fire skills. Chain lightning damage increased from 36 to 43%. I pretty much expected that with how underperforming the actual conduit was in the chain lightning builds. It seemed like they needed to buff up chain lightning a little bit. Ice armor max life base shield amount increased from 25 to 40%. No longer gains increased shield based on damage. Base damage increased from 130 to 210%. Blizzard. Wow, big buffs for Blizzard. Blizzard is one of those really fun ones to use with like the blue rose too for all the ice spikes. Like you can get some pretty sweet ice spikeage going on for using Blizzard, and then you get like hundreds of little ice spikes going on underneath them. Throw the blue rose on for the double ice spikes. Seems like the Blizzard build might be back. Ball Lightning got a 4% damage buff. Ice Shards got a 4% damage buff. Frozen Orb got a 9% damage buff on the base damage, and then a 43 to 52% buff to the shard damage increase. I mean, I'm seeing damage buffs across the board for the Sorceress, which is definitely a good thing. It's one of the things that they need the most is lots of increased damage. Base burning damage increased from 20 to 60% on combustion. Shatter damage increased from 30 to 45% when you deal damage to them. Shatter no longer receives damage from itself. Warmth healing from non-elites increased from 1.5 to 3%, so that's double. Healing from bosses increased from 6% to 12, that's double. Align elements damage reduction from elites is capped from 40% to 60. Mana shield damage reduction increased from 8 to 10%. That's pretty nice. That's I think that one's like one I use on pretty much all my sorceresses. Isn't that the one where it's like if you cast a certain amount of mana within a certain time period, it grants you damage reduction? and then like
Yes.
you can get it like 3 ranks in it, so you get like 30% damage reduction. That's pretty nice. Aspect of splintering energy, casting lightning spear always spawns an additional spear. They changed it to critical hits with lightning spear cause lightnings to arc from it, dealing 25 to 55% damage to its targets and up to 5 other enemies. The damage is increased by your critical strike damage bonus. So they kind of turned it into what, a crackling energy. That seems kind of interesting, especially considering you can have multiple lightning spears running. So if you've got like 4 or 5 lightning spears and then you crit, it's going to cause lightning to arc between it and 5 other targets. And then you've got, what, say, I don't know, like 5 or 6 lightning spears on the battlefield. That's 6 times 5. That's a lot of arcing back and forth between all the monsters. It could be pretty
I don't think
powerful.
it has a cap either. Like the crit damage bonus, I don't think has a cap.
Snow Veiled Aspect, previous ice armor makes you unstoppable and grants 30% of armor for 5 seconds. Now ice armor makes you unstoppable and grants you 25% damage reduction for 5 seconds. That's way better than 30% armor. That's very nice, actually. I like that a lot. Critical strike damage bonus changed from 1% per 25 intelligence to 1% per 20 intelligence. And now caps at 80% times. So looks like a bit of a buff there for Burning Instinct, because it's going to give you, I can't really quantify that in my head. What is that? A 25% increase, right? And also they increased the cap to double. But if you reduce the amount per 1% by 5, and actually that's more than a 25% increase.
Yeah, because it's less than half. Like,
I mean, it's definitely a nice buff to the total damage output that you can get from Burning Instinct. That's for sure. It's going to be easier to hit that 80% cap as well than it would be before. Of course, it had a 40% cap before. So it was also 1% per 50 intelligence before, as you can see here.
it basically got doubled, and you can reach the cap much faster.
So they buffed it to 1% per 25 instead of 1% per 50, and then they buffed it again from 1% per 25 to 1% per 20, and then doubled the cap. So Burning Instinct is going to be really powerful this season, looks like. Ceaseless Conduit changed from 3% per 20% intelligence to 2% per 20% intelligence. Crackling energy damage now caps at 120%. Pretty powerful. Elemental Summoner, your now caps at 60% instead of 30. So there, I think, you know what? It's interesting because didn't I mention that like I felt like the caps were like really tight and they were kind of like coming down too hard on everybody, and now they're loosening up the caps a little bit. It's just it's like I think they realized that they were kind of a little bit too strict on the caps. Now they're not removing the caps, but they're kind of like dialing it back a little bit. Scaling from damage with cold, fire, lightning increased from 5 to 10%. Okay. That's the one that kind of mimics the Talras's ring, isn't it? The one where you dish out multiple types of damage and it gives you the multiplier. Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Frigid Fate now caps its damage bonus at 60% times. Scaling from damage with cold increased from 10 to 20%. I mean, I'm just seeing lots of buffs across the board here. Searing Hate now keeps its damage bonus at 60% times. Scaling from damage with fire increased from 10 to 20. So we're getting a lot of cap increases, which is going to help the sorcerers tremendously. And then scaling bonuses across the board. Looks like sorceress is going to be really powerful this season. Tormented bosses now drop 5 times as many boss materials. I don't know why this wasn't a thing in the first place. They cost 5 times as many, and they should have dropped 5 times as many materials. It was as simple as that. It wasn't like we weren't asking for anything special. It's like, if it took me 5 times the material to summon it, then give me 5 times the materials back. Like, what's the problem with this? And then didn't they reduce it down to 3 times the materials? And so now we're going to get 5 times the materials from the boss with 3 times the mats, which just seems silly. We didn't really need more. We just wanted the same amount that we were putting in, we were getting out. Like
just want to be able to do it quicker. Like,
yeah, just let us do it quicker, basically. Like that was kind of how we saw it. Is like, okay, we can go do the tormented boss, put in 5 times the mats, get 5 times the materials back, right? And it's like a 1-to-1 exchange. Now we're getting more than a 1-to-1 exchange. So now we're getting, we put in 3 times the materials and get 5 times the mats back.
It's 1 stone now too.
Rebalance the tormented boss loot to have a parity with each other. Does that mean that all the non-Uber bosses, like Tormented Grigore, does good Tormented Grigore now have like an equal chance to drop mythics and stuff? It says all Tormented bosses have 5 chances to drop a mythic at a 1.5% chance each. In total, a 7.5% chance to drop a mythic unique. The resulting effect of this change is that the bosses have a chance to drop multiple mythic uniques instead of just 1.
Wow.
The cost to summon a tormented boss has been reduced from 2 Stygian stones to 1, which is huge because we were always running out of Stygian stones. Sounds like we're going to be rolling in Uber uniques this season.
It seems like they're all equal now too.
HellTide. This was, they were talking about like the increased chances of the Baneful Hearts. So HellTide commanders, world bosses, local events have a small chance to grant hearts. I think after the knee-jerk reaction that it's probably going to be fine. The Profane Mind Cage is coming back is a big win. This is the kind of stuff where and if the developer is listening, I want you to hear me on this, okay? When you get a win like this, okay? This is a win. Like the Profane Mind Cage is a win across the board. I don't think there's a single person that's told me like, I hate the Profane Mind Cages. These things suck. They should be removed from the game. I've never heard anybody say that. Everybody has nothing but good things to say about the Profane Mind Cages, or they don't know what they are yet, and they will soon learn. But like when you have a win like this, just freaking barrel right into it. And I like this that you're letting us stack it 3 times, but honestly, keep going. Like you got a thread, you know, like you're pulling a thread and the sweater's coming off the hot chick, and just keep pulling this thread, okay? You have the thread, just keep pulling it, just keep on moving in this direction. Like keep going until we say stop, basically, and we're like, hey, it's too much. Like 300 levels of mind cages is just too much. We can't handle it. And you're like that, and that's the point at which you stop. But like right now, we can stack it up to 3 times. That's cool. Which means we can get what, level 130 monsters? Which, if we're doing like HellTides and stuff, what is it? Like if you're in like a 200 or whatever, they're like in the 160s or whatever, or 170s. I can't even remember. So, I mean, if you're capable of doing like really high torments, you can go higher than that. So I foresee that this is something that they're going to like play around with, and they're eventually going to just keep making it better and better. They're going to keep playing around with this Profane Mind Cage idea, and it's just going to keep getting into more and more cool things. World Tier 1 and 2, Blood Maiden now requires 2 Baneful Hearts, so that should help out some of the newbies who are having trouble. They also lowered the Cinder cost of the chests in World Tier 1 and 2, which is interesting. A new setting has been added to display the health and resource bars above the player character's head. Wow. So like World of Warcraft? Isn't that exactly what WoW does? I'm so.
A couple games do it, yeah.
Like, well, I'm just thinking like off the top of my head here, like.
PoE has that feature.
Oh, what's wrong with?
I used it.
What's wrong with the orb? I mean, that's fine. It's an option, probably. I was trying to see if I could find a picture. Can't find a picture. Map pins dropped by party members now display as a suggested path to match self-placed pins. Interesting. For this season, HellTide chests no longer contain obols. Obols received from HellTide chests were part of the Season 4 Loot Reborn blessings only. Interesting. We've made some updates to the crowd control sources. Hard crowd controls for monsters now last 1.5 seconds on average, down from 2.5 seconds. The maximum duration of monsters' hard control crowd control now is 2 seconds. Reworked some monsters' attacks that apply short hard crowd control effects frequently, so they no longer chain these effects on players. Additionally, potions can now be used while crowd controlled, which I think is a good change. Enchanting no longer requires Angel Breath. That's a good change. Instead, it requires the legendary crafting material for that item slot. Jewelry, abstruse sigils, weapons, baleful fragments, and armor coiling wards. Honestly, it's perfectly fine because I end up with like trillions of those by destroying equipment. We increased the character level requirements for unlocking Smoldering Ashes in the Battle Pass. We've increased the maximum level difference you can earn base monster experience from. The maximums have been updated. World Tier 1 and 2, 3 to 30. World Tier 3, 6 to 30. World Tier 4, 10 to 30. So basically you can have a 30 level difference between you and the monster that you're fighting and get pretty good EXP for having that 30 level difference. So if you're a level 30 monster or a level 30 player and you're fighting a level 60 monster, you're going to get pretty good EXP basically.
Which happens all the time when
yeah.
we level it.
Honestly, because we can set up our characters really nice. World Tier 4, maximum EXP 30,000. Oh no, boss health has been reduced across the game. Before World Tier 1, 0%, World Tier 2, 4,000, World Tier 3, 16,500, and World Tier 4, 30,000. 30,000. After, World Tier 1 still at 0, World Tier 2 at 2,000, World Tier 4 at 4,000, and World Tier 6 at 6,000. Holy crap. What is that quantitatively? Like a difference?
I guess that's what multiplier against their health, like their base health.
But like, so 30,000 minus 6,000. So they are going to have 24,000% less HP.
That is a huge amount.
So if we had a normal boss, I mean, I don't know how much HP they have, but I'm assuming it's a lot. Let's say they had like 600,000 HP normally, and then they had a 30,000 HP bonus. That would put them at 180.6 million, which is a lot, but not really like a lot. But let's say you took this same monster with 6,000, 100,000 HP, and now he only has 6,000. Oops, I did that wrong. 300,000 plus 6,000. So now that monster is, instead of at 180 million, they're only at 18 million. So it's basically 10 times less. Because if you multiply 18 million by 10, you get 180 million. So it's pretty close to 10 times less HP than it was before. I mean, honestly, the bosses are like one of the biggest issues. And if it's just the bosses, this might be fine. Like, I don't think there's an issue with this. Pit boss damage has been reduced by 66% across the board. Shadow pit boss attacks. They're doing this because they hate power leveling? What are you talking about? This is actually going to make power leveling easier. Unless I'm misunderstanding. It says that they've increased the max level distance you can earn base monster EXP from, and the maximum has been updated. It's not that they decreased it. So they didn't make it like, you know, if you're fighting a level 40 monster on a level 20 character, like that you're going to get less EXP. What they're saying is that before, the difference between like how far away the monster could be from you before you got the like the maximum amount of EXP that you could get from the monster, it was lower. So like if I was a level 30 monster fighting a level 60 monster, or a level 30 player fighting a level 60 monster before, there was a maximum somewhere in there that I could potentially ever get, and I wasn't getting any more bonus EXP for fighting a high level monster. They're saying they increased the maximum basically to 30 plus. So now when a monster is 30 levels higher than you, you're going to get at least up to 30 levels higher of EXP from the monster. So it's actually going to make power leveling faster, not power leveling slower. Shadow pit boss affixes now apply a stacking debuff, which stacks up to 3 times. So when they say shadow pit boss, what they're talking about is those environmental effects, like when you're fighting the pit boss and like, you know, freaking Lilith shows up and tries to like slam you into the dirt. Honestly, I kind of like this, but I also would have just preferred them like fixing the shadow pit bosses so they're not so ridiculously random. At the third and final stack, the pit boss's damage is the same as Loot Reborn. So basically, once you hit 3 stacks, you're now at exactly what you were before they added the stack system, which, I mean, at least you're not getting to, like ridiculous proportions where you're just getting one shot. I guess that's fine, even though you're probably going to get one shot. Bandit Sharpshooter boss has been replaced with Mother's Judgment. A lot of people hated the Bandit Sharpshooter boss. He just stealths away and he's annoying. Fixed an issue where the screen reader didn't properly identify Paragon nodes when navigating the Paragon board on the controller. Cody, why are you licking my arm, weirdo? Poop licking my elbow. Quit it. Fixed an issue where the aspect of giant strides did not reduce the cooldown of leap after killing enemies. Fixed an issue where the second boulder projectile granted by the tempering affix did not deal any damage when used with the Dolmen Stone. Fixed an issue where the tempering affix for granting bonus movement speed per active Dark Shroud did not function properly. Fixed an issue where the shatter would double dip when multiple enemies were frozen. Fixed an issue where the player couldn't be revived if the player trying to revive them died before the revive channeled would have finished. Fixed an issue where the effect of incense did not persist after death. Fixed an issue where using Town Portal and using the waypoint on interacting with World Tier statue at the same time could cause the player to get stuck. Fixed an issue where the farther together achievement couldn't be earned properly. And then we've got all the unique item changes. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff that's changing this season. Like, these patch notes are massive, and I'm hesitant to go over them in detail because I've already gone over all of them and talked about pretty much all this stuff in the previous PTR. I mean, there's a lot of good changes in here. I mean, and if we talk about them briefly, I mean, the changes for a lot of the caps kind of got reverted, which is really neat. A lot of this stuff is kind of superseded by these changes to the actual like bonus damage. I'm actually really kind of surprised at this bonus damage scaling thing, which is going to change things massively. I do feel like they're going a little heavy-handed on the barbarian, the poor barbarian. I don't know what to think about the barbarian right now. I feel like, with the exception of the new uniques, which are definitely really interesting for the barbarian, I feel like the barbarian got hit really hard for almost like no reason. I mean, some of the stuff, yes, they deserved it. Like the gushing wounds needed to be addressed, and perhaps the cleave damage bonus on the bash needed to be addressed. But but some of the things, like walking arsenal, I don't think needed to be touched. Like, why did they? Why? Even like walking arsenal is not broken at all, and there was nobody doing like ridiculous billions of damage doing a walking arsenal build at this particular point. So, walking arsenal kind of got punched in the gonads for no reason. God,
It was actually the most skillful one to keep up to because you had to actually do a rotation to keep the full bonus.
it reminds me when I was a kid. I don't know what happened. I still don't even know. But like, so I was at my house one day. I was like 10 years old, maybe 12 years old or something. I can't remember. And there was something going on in the family room. People were screaming. My mom runs in the room. She screams out, "Who did this?" Or whatever, right? I'm not even in the room. I'm actually outside the room. I was like in the kitchen behind her and, being a nosy little crap and trying to see what the hell was going on. And my brother, without skipping a beat, points at me, who's not even in the room, and says, "He did it." And my mom just like backhands me. Like, I'm not even joking. It was like she was like the Terminator, and she was just like, psh! And man, I started crying. I'm only like 11 years old. I didn't even do anything wrong. And I was like, I didn't even do anything. And both of my sisters were there too, and they knew I didn't do anything. But my mom, like, knee-jerk reaction, just like, psh! And I'm over here like just crying my eyeballs out. And that's walking arsenal at this particular point. Walking arsenal didn't even do anything. Like bash, flay, freaking whirlwind bleeds, like gushing wounds. That was the target. And they were all getting like nerfed, and gushing wounds just like points at walking arsenal. It's like, he did it. And Blizzard's just like, you know what? Get out of here, walking arsenal. You suck. How about that? And walking arsenal's like, what? Was I OP? Did I do anything wrong?
Like, it's like Harry Potter. He gets put under the stairwell because nobody likes him.
Walking Arsenal got put under the stairwell. Let's just call Walking Arsenal the Harry Potter passive now. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here for the barbarian a lot of freaking nerfs for no reason. I mean, they reversed the buff to flay, a little bit of it anyway. They nerfed gushing wounds though, which was kind of hilarious. You know, there's no talk about the Helm of Lucian. They didn't mention it at all. Come to think of it, there was no mention. It's not in the unique changes. There's no mention to the Helm of Lucian at all. How much you want to bet they're leaving that thing exactly as it is, and we're just going to end up with like ridiculously OP Helm of Lucian
Everyone
builds?
uses it, yeah.
Barb is
It's
still
gonna
going
be
to be OP because they've got the Helm of Lucian.
Yes.
You're going to be doing billions of damage. And they're gonna be like, why didn't our nerfs work? And be like, well, maybe because you left the Helm of Lucian in. How about that? Did you realize that maybe it was because you left the Helm of Lucian in? Because I don't know if you did.
Some of the unique changes are definitely going to make up for percentages of the nerfs, but those nerfs are pretty heavy-handed. Like 100 to 35 is a heavy hand change.
I mean, they reversed a little bit of the nerf to Thunderstruck by breaking it from 40 to 60. So that's not terrible. The stat bonuses are going to make up for a lot of this. Like, you're going to get a pretty decent amount. Like, to give an example, I mean, let's say you have a pretty average, character running around 2,000 of your main stat, which should be pretty easy to obtain. So before, you were getting divided by 10, which was 200% multiplier added to all of your abilities for having that. But now, because of the changes, like if you're a necromancer, instead of getting 2,000 divided by 10, you're going to get 2,000 divided by 8, which means you're going to get an extra 50% times multiplier just for free, essentially, just for existing as a necromancer, which is going to give you a leg up over some of the, like the problems that you were having before. Because, I mean, that's essentially one additional, like, Paragon node that's just going to give you an additional multiplier. I mean, it's not bad. It's like having a, another, Thunderstruck passive, basically. So having, like, imagine if you could just have a second Thunderstruck passive and you got like an extra 60%. And of course, you can get a lot higher than 2,000 intelligence. I'm just using that as a base. I'm pretty sure that with the way that the greater affixes work and everything else is going on right now, I'm sure characters could probably get up to 3,000. And then you're looking at a difference of 300% to... it would probably be 75. So an extra 75% multiplier if you could get up to 3,000 of your main stat. So definitely quite the buff for just about all the classes that are getting this buff, except for Rogue that is getting 1 less to 9. So it's not going to be as much of a buff. It's still going to be there. These lucky hit changes for the Necromancer are crazy too. And Decompose working with lucky hit is kind of neat. The explosions. Looks like, honestly, there's so many really good changes to the uniques that it's hard to really focus on the changes that they made to the characters because a lot of these uniques look so fun to play with. I mean, I don't really know. Like, God, there's so many freaking changes, though.
You're just going to have to start picking items and doing theory craft sessions.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a bunch of theory craft sessions before the launch. I mean, we got, till the 8th? So it's not until next week.
Tuesday, actually, the 6th.
Is it the 6th or is it the 8th? The Tuesday 6th? So it's, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 days. Plenty of time to do some theory crafts. We're going to have to play around with some of these items. I mean, the Uber uniques may be really easy to get this season because it sounds to me like with the increased drop rates from the Tormented bosses, combined with the fact that they said there's going to be a system where you can actually get Resplendent Sparks. So there's going to be a reputation system. I don't know, of course, if the reputation system is going to be broken like the last one, where you could just make new characters over and over again, and you could keep.
They answer that.
Did they say it was one time only?
No, character based. You can keep.
So you can just keep doing it over and over again.
Yep.
Well, we're definitely gonna have to play around with this. I am pretty beat here, though. These patch notes just keep getting longer and longer, don't they? 10 million trillion patch notes. I mean, I like the direction they're going. I'm a little afraid that they kind of nerfed the barbarian into the dirt, but we'll have to see. There's definitely some good changes to the uniques. They made the uniques into more desirable things, which, the problem was basically this. It was People weren't using the uniques because the tempering system was so good. And how do we make it so that people are going to use the uniques when the tempering system is so good? Well, they incorporated some of the tempering aspects into the items. They made the items more powerful, more desirable. And although I think they failed on quite a few fronts, like for instance, the Tusk Helm of Jorts the Mighty is a complete failure in my opinion. And a couple of the other ones were kind of like just complete downgrades to their predecessors. Most of them, if not all of them, seem to be very good changes in the right direction to make it so that they're more interesting to use. I'm not really quite sure what the hell they're doing with Tyraels, though, because they made Tyraels so good that pretty much everybody looking at that thing is salivating at this point because, I mean, it's pretty much going to fix all of your resistance problems, give you huge amounts of maximum resistance. I mean, let me go scroll back down to the Tyraels real quick just for the lulz of it. Let's pull the Tyraels back up so we can look at this absolutely crazy Tyraels might. Look at this absolutely insane beast of a piece of equipment. It ignores durability loss, which means that you lose no durability on any piece of equipment when you die or when you get hit. 16.5% movement speed is insane. So it gives you a nice little movement speed bump there. Also, 7.5% to maximum resistance is now instead of 5, which can be masterworked up much higher than that, which means that you can get your maximum resistances to like god tier levels. 60% to all resistances to help you hit that cap, which is insane also, because a lot of characters like the Barbarian specifically and the Druid, and I think the Rogue as well, have a lot of issues hitting those resistance caps. So 60% all res is massive, and also it's going to get masterworked, which means it's going to go up even higher than that. Which means you're going to have pretty much no problems with resistances as soon as you put this piece of equipment on. Then they bumped up that damage reduction from 10% to 20%, which makes it even better than it was before. And now Tyraels has literally become the King God Kamehameha Blast defensive piece of equipment that pretty much every character is going to want on that slot. Which is unfortunate for pretty much every single other unique item in the game that happens to take up that same exact slot, because as soon as you get Tyraels, there's a very good chance you're taking off whatever is in that slot, because it's just stupid to not wear this item. The only characters that might not necessarily care are the ones that maybe don't need that 60% all res, but even the characters that already have capped all res are still going to love that ridiculous 7.5% maximum resistances, which is going to go up, what is it? Is it 2% per tier, 4 tiers? So what, times 4 times 3? So a bare minimum of what, 24%? So 7.5 plus 24% is an additional, what, 9.3? So you got 9.3 maximum resistance is like base once you get this thing maxed out to full. And then, of course, if you had an additional crit, like you get the 25% bonus, you could potentially get like all 3 on there. Let's roll what it could potentially be max. So it would be what, 25 plus 25 plus 25 plus the initial 24 is 99%. So you'd get 7.5 plus 99%. That's 14.925. Probably would round up, so 15% cap.
So because the cap is 85, so 15% is exactly what you need
to hit the 85% cap.
Yeah.
So that is kind of insane. So you'd hit the 85% cap, and the 60% all res would definitely help you get there too. So you would be capped out at 85% on all your beautiful resistances, which is amazing. I mean, they basically turned this into like a freaking ridiculous version of Guardian Angel Templar code from Diablo 2.
Yeah.
It seems a little too OP, and I'm not exactly sure why. Like, was anybody not using that? Like, if you had a Tyraels Might, I think there was pretty much every class was using Tyraels Might at some point. There was very few alternatives, like or other items that you would put in that setup, like maybe the Mutilator Plate or the Razor Plate, but like just about every other item was pretty much usurped by Tyraels when it came out, and now it's just even better than all the other armor plates that you can put in that slot. All right, well, I'm gonna head out, Leon.
All right.
As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me during these really long streams. This has been, what, like 6 hours and 10 minutes worth of coverage. Season 5 looks like it's gonna be interesting. I don't know if it's gonna be the most amazing season ever, if it's gonna be better than Season 4, but there's definitely a lot of stuff, a lot of new stuff to explore. We'll have to see how these new unique items interact with all the old ones. A lot of the new unique items, we've actually seen things like the Crown of Lucian or the sword that increases the basic skill damage, the axial conduit, and so forth and so on. Some of them are interesting, some of them are not. I'd have to see and retest the chain lightning, but it was kind of disappointing when I tested it on PTR. In fact, if you guys want to check out any of this stuff, you can, of course, check out my PTR playthrough, which I had quite a few streams of that. And I also had the PTR patch notes where I went over those in full. You'll excuse me if I don't go over every single thing from these, because a lot of this stuff is repeats of the stuff that we experienced during PTR. The red notes are specifically the changes that happened from PTR to now. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button, and as always, keep watching.